Hey guys, so in this video we are going to see complete Java guide. So with this you are not going to have the knowledge of the Java. You also have the knowledge of history. Not knowing the history is no problem, but in this video, as this is the intro video, just we are going to see a simple intro of the Java. So first see the definition of Java. So we all know Java is an object oriented programming language. So what is OOP? OOP is meant by that only, object oriented programming. So we will be going to see complete details about these OOPs concepts in the upcoming videos. And Java will run on JVM, Java Virtual Machine. I will going to show how to download the Java and how to write your first program in this video only. And of course, I said before, so about Java. So Java is created by Dr. James Gosley and his green team at Sun Microsystem. So originally, it's not Java. Originally, the name is Oak in 1991. After they renamed as it is Java because Oak is a tree that is a coffee tree in front of their office. So they liked that tree. So after that, due to some reasons, they have rechanged it from Oak to Java. So first version of Java is released in 1995. These are not necessary. This is not important to remember at all. So just for learning purpose, I am sharing these things. So in the upcoming videos in this series of playlist only, I'm going to cover all these concepts, all these modules in series wise. So that is the reason that I am launching this first video about the syllabus, the concepts that I'm going to cover in the upcoming videos. So the first one is module 1, the basic setup that we all know that we are going to cover in this video only. So what is Java? We have already seen. Setting up your environment variables like JDK, GRE, JVM, IDE, variables, data types, operators. So the second module is control flow and logic. So what is meant by control flow and logic? This is very important in while writing the Java code. So conditional statements, loops, input output statements, how we can able to take and print output out from the user with the help of the control flow and logic that we are going to cover in this series of playlist only. Next one is object oriented programming language. So as Java is object oriented programming language, everything is only classes and objects. So the first one, that is foundation only. So the next one is constructors and methods. Yeah, of course, while learning about class and objects only, we will get to know about constructors and methods. The next one is the four pillars of the OPS, that is encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction. And the next one is interfaces and abstract classes. And the next module is DSA, guys. It's DSA. It is very hardcore important to land in any high paying job throughout. Because without DSA, you're not going to have the interviews as well. Because the first round, first two, three rounds will be this only, DSA. So this also we are going to cover in this playlist only. So watch all the videos, please. So in the DSC we have arrays, linked list, stack, queue, graph, trees, also everything, hash map, each and everything that we are going to cover in this playlist. So next one is working with string objects. So the module 5 is advanced core concepts, guys. So up to now what we have seen is the basics. So somewhere we need to implement these basics. So the implementation part is here, the advanced core concepts, that is exception handling like try catch. For if you want to have the web development that we are going to have in this series only with the help of Spring Boot. Next one is multi-threading and concurrency, running code simultaneously. File handling, read from a file, writing from a file, writing from another file, updating another file with the help of the current file. So these are all things that we are going to see in this playlist. So the final E, that is the thing. So introduction to Java features, lambdas, streams, servers, database connections, JDBC, that is Java database connectivity, overview of frameworks like Spring Boot. These are all things we are going to see. Actually, Spring is there. Extension is Spring Boot. We are going to cover, no problem. So quickly, I came to the desktop and I go to the Google Chrome now. So in the Google Chrome, I am going to search JDK download. So do that. So JDK download. So I forgot to mention that Java belongs to the Oracle. First, it belongs to the Sun Microsystems. Later on, Java bought by Oracle. So go to Java downloads. Here we have two versions. You can see. So I will zoom out a little bit. Okay. So here we have Java two versions, Java 25 and Java 21. So according to your use cases, you can download as you wish. So I am going to download Java 25. So my mission is Windows. If yours is Mac OS, you can go for Mac OS, or if you want to download Linux, you can go for that. So as mine is Windows, so I am going to click on Windows, and so I want to download the installer. So again, I'm saying I want to download the installer. So click on this. So it starts downloading. So wait until some time so that the installer can get downloaded. So you can see over here the installer is downloaded. So directly I will go to the folder. So here is the folder. So as you can see, I'm in the downloads. Just double click that. So click OK, OK, go next, next, next. The simple process as you're downloading other softwares. So just allow the permission. It will take some time because as it all load on as it all has to configure your system. So it says the software already has been installed on your computer. Would you like to reinstall it? So because as in my computer the Java is already there. So if you want to re-download, it can click on OK. Yes, let's see what happens. So first of all, Windows installer prepare to remove. Okay. So yeah, in my computer Java has been downloaded. So how can I know that Java has been downloaded or not? So first of all, we need to go to command prompt like so. Yeah, I will go to command prompt, and first of all, I need to search Java hyphen hyphen version. Click on OK. So it is saying Java is not recognizable as internal or external command. So Java is not there in your computer like that. It is saying. So for that, what I need to going to do is set the environment variables. Otherwise, it won't be working in my laptop. So this is the setup wizard now Java I had that has been completely removed from my laptop. So it is the new Java. So that it is it is showing the wizard. So I am going to click next. So it is asking that what is the where is the folder that I am going to save. So you can see over here that in the C drive I am going to have in the programming files Java JDK 25. So it is if Java is not there, it gonna going to create a new folder called Java. In that it is going to have Java 25. So I gonna going to click next. That's it. It will be going to download or copy new files complete Java to my laptop once again. So for showing you, I have removed all the Java and again reinstalling that. So it's a very simple process. So that's why I deleted and showing to you. I hope now Java is installed. So again, go back to command prompt and uh, I hope so. Java hyphen hyphen version. So let's see what happens. So done. That's a simple process how you can run the Java. So Java is downloaded, but Java compiler is there. So you need to see the Java C. Java C means Java compiler is downloaded or not. So for that I need to Java C version. So it is showing Java C version. So one more thing I would like to say that is if Java is downloaded, Java C not downloaded like that it is showing means first of all you need to go to the setting uh, type here edit system and environment variables. So with this in this we need to set the path of the Java. Understood? The path of the Java is not set in our computer in the system that we need to set in this. So go to environment variables. So you need to see this is for a specific thing that is for a user Charan and that is my name. So this is for the system whole system. So you can see the named path. If path is not there means you need to you need to create a new path. Otherwise, the path is very important. Otherwise, you cannot run any file. So double click on that. You're going to see all these paths that we are going to set this whole computer. So whatever the computer that these are all things that I have installed pre-installed. So I have MinGW. This is for C programming. I have Git. You know already Git. So Node.js I had, MySQL I had, Docker I had. So these are all things that I had. Recently I also added the Java Oracle Java path. If you not had any path, you're gonna going to have a new, and you are going to have some path over here. So what you are going to paste over here, so I am going to come back over here. Suppose you need to trace out the file called Java. So it will be something something look like this one. So I have found the folder called Java. Go inside the Java. So go inside Java 25. Inside this you have some folders. So go to the bin. So inside all this you have all the compilers, you had all the compilers, so you don't need to worry about all this. So double click on this, so you will get all so you will get this path. So just copy this path and again come to this, and here you need to set out a new one. So click on new, paste this. So as I already had the Java in my computer, so I will not going to add here. So click on cancel, click on OK, means you need to click OK there. So click on OK. So that will set all the environment variables in the system. Now you can completely see Java and Java C in your computer. So if you are getting any error, so you need to go back to the video and check out all the video once. I'm going to have the code in the VS Code. That's your wish, up to you. You can use the IntelliJ, that is the JetBrains IDE, and you can use Eclipse also. That is your wish. So as I already have the VS Code, I am going to fire up the VS Code in the project folder itself. So you can also create a folder and open in the VS Code. So I came to the VS Code. So close this welcome board and create a new file. So it's showing, asking me remove that. So I am going to have the first Java file as example demo.java. So this is very important, that to name your Java files with extension called .java with the extension. So that's very important. So it will be saying some to install some of the extensions that you want. So remove that or ignore that. So yeah, the .java is very important for other programming files like like .c. You will going to have for C files. So double click on that, and I'm going to have open in integrated terminal. So whatever you are going to you are doing in the CMD, you can also do here. So I want to see the Java version here. So I will do Java hyphen version. The same thing. Show will show here. I also see Java C hyphen version. So it will show the Java version and Java C version. And the next thing is that we are going to have the, so everything you are going to have in classes. So first of all, I am going to see each and every detail in this video. So first one, what I am going to do is, so public class. So what is this public? What is this class? And why are writing like this? So slowly we can able to understand all these things. Each and every word has a meaning in the Java. So we will get to know all the details in the upcoming videos. So for that, wait a bit, we will get to know. So first of all things will be in classes. So first of all, I will write public class demo. Okay, I will open this brackets. Okay, this is the class name that you are going to define. So in what will be there in this class? So you can have all the things whatever you want. You can have methods, you can have variables, everything. So first of all, every Java code will start with a main method. So let's declare that. So public static void main. So basically we are going to create the main function. This is the main function where whole execution of Java program is said to be. So we are inside this, we are going to pass the arguments as string. It's an array basically. So args. So okay, I hope you understand. Basically, it's a function that where all the execution starts. So what is this static? What is this void? Why are writing main? Is this necessary to write only main? So yeah, that is very necessary to write only the main. So what is our aim? Our aim is to print something in the terminal. So again, I'm going to open the terminal. Yeah, here is our terminal. So write S out. That is the shortcut for to print something in the terminal, or I will show for you. So yeah, it is important to know about system S out. So after writing that, you are going to have in the double quotes that is hello world. So if you want to execute this, you can simply click here. So you can clearly see hello world. So clap. So you are going to print hello world. This is the first program that is successfully executed, and we have got successful output in the terminal as well. Like that, you want to print anything, you can print in the terminal. If you want to take from user and print in the terminal, that also can be done. So this is right over here. If you click this run button, it will directly execute our whole command. That is one way of writing, or sorry, one way of running the Java code. Or the second way of running the Java code is you can have, sorry, not there. You are going to write in the terminal Java and your file name. What is the file name? So file name is demo.java. Execute. See, it's printed. So these are the two methods that you are going to execute your whole program. So whenever you run or whenever you created a new class, that will be that will create a new class in the your folder also. See this demo.class has been created, because demo.class is very important rather than demo.java, because whole class codes will be lying in demo.class. Whenever runtime, when you are compile, the files will be created. So finally, thank you. How to write your first code, hello world. So that's it. Now, so how Java works internally, that is also very important, because Java is one of the famous language throughout the world. So why it become famous? Because the policy it made, write once run anywhere policy principle. Because of this, in the world it has become one of the popular languages. Python, Java, these two are very popular languages. So JavaScript for web development, and this Java is for like app development and Android development, app development. These are all developments Java is used. So if you observe how Java works internally, so I understood this is too much texty, but the Java virtual machine, first of all, Java virtual machine is very important. So that's why I have put this text. So where Java virtual machine is used. So if you download, in the previous video I have shown how to download JDK. So the smallest part in JDK is JVM, that is Java virtual machine. So the what Java virtual machine can do, it can do translation. So whenever you run a code, it will create a dot class file, a byte, that is bytecode. So I will show in this video how that file will be created when you run in that code in the VS code. After that, the JVM can also handle the local language systems, and it will also treat the garbage collection. But the languages like C++ cannot able to handle. We have to handle by ourselves the garbage collection. Means once you created the objects, if you not use further, that remains as a garbage that you need to handle manually. But in Java, no need to worry, because garbage collection is inbuilt, is there in the Java, in JVM. So you need not to separately download the JVM. Once you install the JDK, it's automatically downloaded. How that is downloaded, I will show. So the storage also it will manage. JVM manages the store, means the storage. So in the coming videos, I will explain what is heap and what is stack, and how objects are managed with the help of heap, and how stacks are managed with the help, means methods are managed with the help of stacks. So if you also see, these are some of the other uses of the JVM. So that is hotspot detection, code security, multi-threading, virtual threads. And not only that, JVM languages. With the help of this virtual machine only, we can use other languages like Kotlin, Scala, Groovy, Clojure. So these are the long languages can be compiled with the help of, means converted to bytecode with the help of JVM. So JVM not only convert the Java code, Java class code to bytecode, it can also convert these codes to bytecodes. So in the Java libraries. So that's the main use of JVM. So we have seen the JVM. So if JVM wants to execute some of the external libraries, so it cannot have external libraries or dictionaries. It cannot have direct access to them because externally it cannot handle or externally it cannot take that. So to execute like java.exe, it is very important file. To take access of that file, we need another environment called Java runtime environment. So what this will do, it will provide some of the external libraries and dictionaries to the JVM so that it can enhance its performance. So overall performance can be improved. So finally we have JDK. So outermost shell of JRE is known as JDK. So this JDK is very important. This is what we have downloaded in the previous video. So once you downloaded the JDK, the whole pack, the JRE and the JVM is also indirectly you are downloading. So you are indirectly downloading JRE and JVM as well. So what JDK can provide? The JDK can provide you the Java C. This is very important. In the previous video we have seen. So what is Java C? Java C is known as Java compiler. So this is very important. So this compiler only will convert to bytecode. So in this video we will see in this JDK only we will convert the Java code to bytecode. So this bytecode will be provided to JVM. This JVM will translate or it will provide to the operating system, and like that basic things the JVM will do, but the conversion will be done in the JDK itself. And the next thing is how Java. So we have seen this one. So this is a basic diagram. So you can refer to this. You can observe these diagram and this diagram. Both are same. And now we will see how code execution starts. So first of all, the source code here. The source code .java file you will upload to the JDK. That's what we have downloaded. So in the JDK we have JDK compiler. That's what I have said in that. So that's what I have said here also. So in the JDK we have tools. So the Java C is nothing but Java compiler. Here only our code will be converted to bytecode. So after compiling, it will be converted to .class file. So that .class file I will show in the VS Code as well. So don't worry, how .class file will be created. So it will pass that bytecode to our JRE, Java runtime environment. In this here we have JVM. So the remaining things, what are all the use cases that we have seen before, that will be executed in this JVM and with the help of the other libraries in the JRE. So I forgot to mention in the JDK we have debugger also. If in the process of any issues or any errors if we occur, we can use this debugger in the JDK so that we can find errors very easily. So the same thing how code execution run. I kept another image over here. So if you see the Java virtual machine JVM is on the top of operating system. I already said. This JVM will provide all the information to the operating system. This operating system lie on the hardware. So that's the basic thing that you need to understand. And yeah, these things we have already seen. Java source code, it is compiled and converted to bytecode. So then bytecode will be provided to the JVM. So JVM will provide to the operating system, and it is up to hardware level it will go and it will start executing our process. So yeah, this is the thing that I was saying. JVM will provide operating systems. So yeah, this is the code that we have seen in the previous video. So this public means you can have two things, that is public and private. Private means you cannot access this method. Methods means here the functions. Suppose if you want to perform an addition, so subtraction, multiplication, division. So you can have 4 functions. The first function can do subtraction, second function can do addition. Like that you can separate your things according to your wish. So I will create a new file called demo.java. So I created this file. Okay. After creating this file, so suppose it is already given the suggestion that is public class demo. So every methods and every variables should be written in this method in this classes only. So it already given me a suggestion that public class demo. So inside this one we need to mention that. So suppose we need to write a function. So I will write public. So after you need to pass the string aux, that is very important. So first of all the execution will start with this main method. You need to name this method as main only. Other methods, that is your wish. So this method is compulsory to name it as a main method. So after you doing that, suppose I want to print something in the terminal. So how can I do that? So like this I can print. So like this I have to write. So in this we need to pass some argument. Suppose I need to print hello world. So how can I do that? So system.out.println. So you can write println or print. You can write println or print. That is your wish. So this will print something in the terminal. You can run this in two ways. First of all, if you click here, so it prints hello world in the terminal. So this is one way of running this this code, that is your code. And second way is running the code is you can see this demo.class is created. So directly it is created. So I will show this. So no, I will delete this one first here, and I will show how to run in the second way. You want to know, because this is the video that you want to know how Java is Java code to bytecode. So for that process you need to do step by step. So for that you need to first compile. So Java C, and you need to mention the file name, that is demo.java. So this is the, so you need to mention Java C, means Java compile. So this is the first step of compiling our code. So if you do that, so you can see directly the demo.class has been created. That means what? So the first, if you click here directly, that is doing two steps at a time. So you can see Java C demo.java and java.demo. So it is doing two steps at a time. Now we have already run this command. Next we need to run this command java demo. So what is this demo? Demo is nothing but this class. So wherever you have this main class, that class have some this hello world. Hi guys, welcome back to the channel. In this video we are going to discuss data types in Java. So data types specify the size and the type of value that we are storing in any variable. So yeah, we will see practically in this session only, in the further video. So let's understand theoretically some of the things. So for storing data we use data types. So what are the data types? What data types we have? So that are all things we will understand now. So we have in the data types, we have two types of data types. One is primitive and next one is non-primitive. So in the primitive, we have normal simple data types that we use regularly in Java. Java inbuilt gives us these primitive data types. So primitive data types we've seen. So what are there? So we have byte, short, int, long, float, double, bool, char. So these and all things we have. In the description we have something, and default value we have some, and size also we have. Byte actually will take 1 byte, and short will take 2 byte, int will take 4 byte, long will take 8 byte, float will take 4 byte, double will take 8 byte, and finally bool will take typically 1 byte it says, and finally 1 byte or bit, because true or false, right? So 0 or 1, it's not byte, it's 1 bit, and character will take 2 bytes. And what are non-primitive data types? Up to now, what we saw, what we are going to use in the day-to-day life, those are primitive. With those primitive data types, we are also going to use non-primitive data types as well. So what are non-primitive data types? So those are characters. So except string, all we created are non-primitive data types, that are arrays, classes, interfaces. So in this we use regularly classes and arrays. These are very important. So this comes under non-primitive data types. So in this flowchart also, as you can see, there are total 8 primitive data types, and non-primitive data types are some. And if you see what are operators, so operators are the special symbols used to perform operation. So addition, subtraction, I hope you know all these things. So these are operators. So we're also going to see practically. So addition, relational, bitwise, increment, decrement, ternary. So assignment, logical, shift, instance operator, urinary operator. So by practicing, you can get to know all these things. You no need to buy out all these things. So I hope you know arithmetic, these and all things. So once you practice, you can get to know easily. So currently now I am in my VS Code. So in my file demo.java. Now, yeah, we will see some of the variables so that we can understand the data types. So first of all, I will create a class. So that is public class, of course. So I will name class it as demo. So inside this class, I will be going to make a main function because that is important. So that name you should keep definitely as main only, otherwise it will be not working. So you should open this brackets as well. Inside this bracket, round brackets, we need to pass arguments. Okay. Now we are going to have. So if you want to print something, you can have like this. So inside you can pass hello world. So this is the fashion, this is the syntax that you need to write. So basically system is a class. If you want to see this class, you can control and right click that. Click control and enter. It will be going to, it will show all the classes and its methods inside that. So inside the system class, you will be getting all these things. So system and dot. So inside this also we have a method called println. So basically what it will do, it will print all the stuff that I am writing here inside the terminal. So if you want to see it's printing something in the terminal. Hello world is printed in the terminal. Now I will be going to close that, and so first of all we are going to discuss what is variables. Suppose in the real world we have only data. So how we can store some data? So suppose you have 2, 3, 4 like that, those are numbers. So how you can store the numbers? So numbers can be represented here as integers. So you can store integer as int. Suppose I will name variable as num, and suppose for example I took 4. Mind you, at the last you will be going to place semicolon, otherwise it will be going to give you error. So I am not using correctly this num, so that is it is showing some warning. So ignore this warning. So this is the fashion that you are going to have any variable. Let us here. Suppose I have another integer called age. That is your age. So I will suppose 16. So that is your wish. You can name those variables as variables. So that's why those are named as variables. Now, so I hope you understood what is meant by variables. Now we are going to understand what are data types. So if you write two slashes, that is known as comment. Comment means literally you can write inside anything that is not part of the code. So if I write, so there is no warning, no error, because it will ignore, Java compiler will ignore these comments. So you can also write multi-line comments. So in this fashion means you can extend this to double lines. So hi. So this is a fashion to write comments. Okay. I hope you understood how to write comments. So I will show there are inside this. This is basic. Okay. Primitive data types are basic. So inside this primitive type, we have something called integer. Then we have float. Then we have char, means character. Then we have boolean. So these are all the types we have in the Java. So now I will explain corresponding these. So short will be going to occupy 2 bytes, and finally we have byte. So byte also will be going to occupy 1 byte, 1 byte, because the name itself byte. So these are the things that is going to store the integer. So these are for integer. So float will be going to occupy 4 bytes, and next double, we have double. So double will be going to occupy 8 bytes. So finally we have char. So this is the fashion you need to write character char. Char it will occupy 2 bytes. So now I explain how many bytes, what is primitive types. Primitive data types are the data types that are very basic, like integer, float, character, bool. These are inbuilt provided by the Java. And finally, we in integer integer only subtypes we have: int, long, short, byte. According to our requirement, we are going to use case whatever we want. And so like this, you are going to declare integer. Suppose you want to declare a byte. So byte. So if you want short, so you are going to declare short as like this. So after short, if you want to declare a long, 120, like this, a big number. So int, byte, short, long, all you declared. Next we are going to see, so float f. So these are the warnings you have seen is that we are variables you declared but not using. That is the warning sign. So please ignore these warnings. So float f, so 1 point something like this. So at last you are going to mention f, because you are implicitly mentioning that it is a float. F means float. So now double. So now double d. So to prevent that, if your use case is very small, like 1.2, 0. Like it is a small number, so that is why you can represent as a float. So at last you are going to put f, that is meant by float. So you can reduce the space in that fashion, float. You simply going to have like this. So I hope you know how to run the code. So Java and file name. What is the file name? Demo.java. So this is the fashion how you run. So as you are printing now, it is successfully printing. So suppose if you want to see, so byte you can print like this. So if you run the same command, you can see 9 and 127. That is meant by what? The basic integers and floating point numbers. Now you want to represent characters, just like you want to represent in this fashion. So char c, and so if you so I declared character ch as a case. So like that you can declare the variables. So yeah, I said you can declare char ch as at the rate anything. So at the rate so dollar, modulus, these and all things will become under characters. So now I will be going to show you boolean type data types. Boolean. So boolean b. So this will be storing the data true or false. Suppose I say, so this is the data type that it will be going to store. Okay, so that is small f, not capital F. So if you want to store b false, it can only store two things, that is true or false. If you want to see that, you can simply print like this. So you can see it is printing false. Basically that is a boolean data type that I am printing now. And there is one more thing, one more hack to represent the numbers. So suppose you have integer, so big integer, suppose in say n. So you have big integer like so many zeros. For that you can represent the underscores in between integer, how it will take. So let's see. So at last you are going to put semicolon. So you are going to represent integer like this. If it is saying some error, you can simply declare type it as long. It is better, but don't forget to put semicolon at the end. So you can also represent the integer in this fashion, so that you can see very clearly how many zeros are there in that integer. And if you want to print that, it will show. So if you want to print and see, so the same thing, normal number it will print. So underscores will be ignored. So you can see in the terminal it is printing just normal number, but I am giving underscores in the number because to read it properly the code, so that I can see properly. So I declared with underscores. There is no problem to declare with underscores. You can read that. And there is some concepts called typecasting. You need to understand that. So what is typecasting? Suppose typecasting, say you have a float, not byte. You have a float. Suppose you have a float 5.6f and you have an integer t. So you want to replace fl. See, it is showing some error because what is this error? you are declaring FL as a float 5.6, but you are reassigning float to T. So T is equals to FL means you are assigning 5.6 to T. How it is possible? FL is means FL is a 5.6. It is a floating point number. T is integer number. So that you cannot do that. So if you want to do that, so you can explicitly mention with the brackets, in the round brackets before that, you can simply say int. So what is meant by int? This is known as typecasting. Basically, you are typecasting of floating point number to integer. Now it will chop off all the things after the point. Now if you print and see, you can understand that. Suppose if you print t, then you can understand what it is printing. See, it is printing 5. It chopped off 0.6 because it is now integer. See, it is now integer, not more any rather than it is float. It's not float. It is converted to integer. And you can say another called type promotion. This is another type. So what is this type promotion? So you have byte. So I have two bytes, that is byte b1 2 and byte b2 3. Now suppose the byte b1 is 2 bytes and byte 2 b2 is also 2 bytes. Now I want an int result. Inside this result I will be going to multiply both of them. If you print that result, so basically what is meant by that, you have 2 byte that you are actually int is 4 byte here. Int is 4 byte and you are multiplying 2 byte into 2 byte, that becomes 4 byte. So there you need not to say that explicitly to mention here, means here int, and here also. So you need not to explicitly mention as int and int, because you need not to typecast here. After multiplying both of them, ultimately you will be going to have int result. So that is the reason we have output in the integer format. So this is known as type promotion. Now we are going to see operators. So operators are nothing but just normal operators that we are using daily. So addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus operation, and yeah, these are many, all operations are there. So I will write basic things, basic stuff over here. So operators. So these are known as arithmetic operators. Next we had the relational operators. So what are the relational operators? We have less than equal to, greater than equal to. These are known as relational operators. So less than equal to. So next one is greater than equal to, and the next one is equal to equal to. So we will see one by one this one. So first of all, understand what are the types of operators. So what are logical operators? We have and. So this is and operator. So you have or operator. You have not operator. So these are the logical operators. So now we will be going to see live. So what are these operators like that? So for the arithmetic operators, suppose you have int. So int add, suppose not a here. Suppose I take n1 as 5 and n2 as 6 suppose. So mind you, you can also declare two integers like this in a single row. It's no problem. But you have to separate both of them using comma. And finally you have to separate whole line with the help of semicolon. So this is the declaration of two integers in the same line. So after that, if suppose for arithmetic operation, suppose you can simply say result is equals to n1. So like that, I will be going to have four things. So the same variable you are reusing, so that's why it's giving error. So you are going to say subtract. So now we will be going to print all the stuff and verify, yeah, it's true or not. So basically you can write all the things and you can print like this. So yeah, simply you can see that 11 minus 130. I hope you understood these normal things. So I will be going to remove all these arithmetic operations. Now I will be going to show you the modulus operation. So modulus operation will give you the reminder. Suppose I want to perform modulus operation between both of them. So you can simply print. So for the simplicity, for the simple reminder, I will be going to take 10. Okay. So I will be going to pass here n2 modulus. So modulus means you are going to pass percentage symbol, and next you are going to pass n1. So like this, you are going to pass modulation operation, and you are going to run this and see 0, because 10 divided by 5, what is the remainder? That is 0. So this is known as modulus operator. It will return you the arithmetic operators. These things we have seen. Now we should see relational operators, like suppose same thing. Same thing we have, suppose n1 n2, and suppose we can print like, see, it is saying true because n2 is what? N2 is 10, n1 is 5. So 10 is greater than 5. So that is the reason it is showing true. In the boolean it will show. Or you can have equal to as well. It shows, it will check them strictly. So then it will be going to say true. So suppose if I reverse that, So if I reverse that and if I check, if I run and check, see it is showing false. Why it is showing? Again I will run and show. So it is showing false. Why again? Why it is showing false? Because 5 is less than 10, but we are saying opposite. So these are known as the operators, the relational operators. So if you want to check exactly strict, you can check like this, and whether n1 is equal to n2. If it is yes, it will print true. If it is not, it will print false. How to confirm that? So change here. So simply you can check that it is showing true because n1 is equals to n2. And finally we have logical operators. So suppose at a time we want to check two conditions like n1 n2. So again I will change it to 5. This one is greater than, and the operations I will use. So basically here I used and operator. This is known as and operator. So this statement and this statement, if both are true only, this will give you true. Otherwise it will be going to give you false. So n2 is what? N2 is 10. Sorry. I will change it as n3 here. So why I took another two things because. So next condition is also true. So both are true, it will print true. So let's see what happens. So it prints true. It's right, guys. Suppose if I change it as 11, it will be going to show you false. Why? Because that one of the condition, this condition is false, so whole condition will be false. So this is known as AND operator. Suppose in that AND operator, if you place OR operator, any one of the one is true, then whole output will be true. Suppose if you see true, because this condition is true, this condition is true, so whole conditions will be true. So now what is meant by, so the first thing we see is primitive data type. In that, the basic data types: integer, float, character, boolean. So integer will take 4 bytes, long will take 8 bytes, short will take 2 bytes, byte will take only 1 byte. So the next one is float, 4 bytes, double 8 bytes, character 2 bytes. So we have declared all this stuff and we have seen it is working or not, and we have seen operators. So arithmetic operators, relational, logical operators, that we have printed all these things and we have checked all these stuff working or not. So these warning signs are giving because we have declared them or not used in the printing case or any other cases. So that's the thing, it is showing some error. So basically up to now what we have seen is the thing, it is very important. Now I will show another types of addition also, it is also very important. So suppose you have n1. Now I am going to perform only operations on n1. So how can you do that? So basically if I want to increment n, suppose 5 is there, I want to add 10 to that. So I can do n1 plus is equals to 10. So basically what it means, so it meant that I will write comment here for you for a simple understanding. N1 is equals to n1. So this is the simple meaning. So you can also print that. So if you want to print that, and you can see that n1. So if you see n1, so you can see over here it is printing 15. So what is meant by that? N1 is already 5 and it is again incremented with another 10, 15 it has become. So this is the one way of writing. So you can also in the same fashion you can also use, so n2 minus is equals to 10. So I will write comment here for you. So n2 is equals to n2 minus 10. So basically now n2 becomes 0 because already n2 is 10. We are subtracting with that. So suppose now if I run that, you can see the output is 15 and 0. So output is 15 and 0 because we are using this kind of syntax. Whether you can use this syntax or you can use this syntax, no problem. Both syntax are correct. Pre-increment and post-increment. So pre-increment means we are going to increment first and we are going to assign next. Suppose n1, pre means sorry, first we need to plus n1. That says it is pre-increment. Post increments means after you need to increment, so n1 plus plus. So these are the two fashions that you can increment. So n1 plus plus, also you are going to add 1. So both will add 1. So then what is the use of that? So now I will show. Suppose you have this syntax. So you have int new 1 and int new 2, that is n1 plus plus, that is post increment. So you are post, what you are doing, you are, this is post increment. Post you are going to assign n1 to 5, means n1 to new 1, and next you are going to increment that. So here new 1 becomes 6. So next here is you are using pre increment. So what is meant by pre increment? First of all you are incrementing So you are incrementing and then you are assigning to new 2. So final output here would be, so 7. I will run that and you can see. So the outputs are 5 and 7. Because I am printing new 1 and new 2. I am printing new 1 and new 2. So it is based on pre-increment and post-increment. So if you want to understand more and you try this, you can, this is very simple, try it by yourself so you can understand so in depth. So post print n1, new 1 and 2, new 2, all you can print and you can check so what are the outputs, so that you can understand. So hi guys, in this video we are going to see conditional operators. So before understanding conditional operators, in the previous video we have left something, that is how to print multiple things in a like in a print statement, in a single print statement. So suppose I have an age. So I have my name. So these are the two variables that I have. Now I want to print both of the variables in a single line. So how can I do with that with a single print statement? So yeah, for that we need to have a sout. So in this sout we need to first mention the name in a double quote, as this is the so we need to combine both of the variables with the help, means this is the string literal, we need to combine with plus. So if you want to also add the age, so I will write age, so combine with age. So this is the syntax that you are going to follow so that you can print. So name, this is the name that will be going to print in the terminal, and the name variable, and the age, this is the age variable. So this is the text that is going to print in the terminal, and this is the actual age, this age that we are going to print in the terminal. So let's run and see what it prints. So yeah, you can see the name is John and the age is, the name is John and the age is 23. It's printing successfully. So now you understood how to print multiple values in a single line. So if you want, you can also use this ln. Okay, like this you need to print something in the terminal. Next we need to see what is if else statement, if statement. So suppose I have an age. So this is the age that I have. Now I want to check if the age is greater than 18 or not. So suppose I will say, inside this we need to pass some condition. If this condition is true, only this inside condition will be executed. So now I will remove this true and I will suppose I will check that age. If age is less than 18, then I will be going to say, so as this condition is true, this will be executed, this statement, this not allowed to vote. So if you see, so it is printing not allowed to vote in the terminal. Suppose if I change to 20, what happens? Let's see. Again it is saying not allowed to vote because we have reversed it. Then that we need to have greater than equal to. Now let's see. So it's printing nothing because if we just use the if statement. If this if statement is false, then next statement, what is the next statement that we are going to execute? So we just not mentioned that, so it is not executing anything. So what if the next statement is we can mention, simply mention yes out, so you can get the simply the system.out.println. In that I will say allowed to vote. So this thing I said. Now we can run and see in the terminal. See, now it says allowed to vote, because allowed to vote, why it's saying allowed to vote, because now age is greater than 20. So as this if statement is condition is false, so this else statement is executed. So what if you want to check whether suppose your age is 13, so yeah, leave it like that, then you can mention in between else if. So in between you can mention else if statement. In this else if statement you can pass another condition. So if age is equals to 13, so we can mention another statement inside over here. So the logic can be anything inside the else if statement, but the main motto or the concept is this one only. So in this I will going to print I am 13. So this is a simple statement that I have done, and I have set the age as 13. So this statement will be executed and this will print I am in 13. So let's see what it prints. So yeah, that it prints I am in 13. So this confirms. So in between how many ever the if else statement that you want, you can simply implement that. So in between if you want another checking, you can do that with the help of else if statement. Likewise, if you want to have is this whether age is 14, age is 15, or if these and all cases false, then this else statement will be executed. So this is the main use of if else statement, correct or not, like that you can check. Ternary operator. So up to now we have seen if statement, else if else statement, else if statement. Now we are going to observe what is ternary operator and next. So first of all, if you observe what is the ternary operator. So ternary operator is nothing but a simple statement that we are going to follow. So this is the syntax at the, so I will write in the comment the syntax how it look like is if case. If this case is true, then the for statement will be executed. Like I will take case here and I will put question mark over here and I will put semicolon over here. Not semicolon, the colon over here. Statement 1. This is statement 2. So if this case is true, then statement 1 will be taken as correct. If this case is false, then this statement will be assigned to the result. Means the output as will be statement 2. So I will repeat again. If this case is false, then this will be taken. If this case is true, then this will statement 1 will be executed. I took the string result as age greater than 18. So this is the age. See, this is the condition. I put the condition that whether age is greater than 18 or not. So if age is greater than 18, then that will be adult. If age is less than, if this condition is false, then that will be minor. So just I will assign these values to the result, then I will check whether the result is true or false. So I will just print that. So you can see that it is printing the adult. Suppose I change the age here to like 17, then I will run and see. See, it is showing minor. So the basic syntax is, this is the case. Once again I am saying this is the case. After that you will going to place the question mark. So the first statement 1, this is if true, then colon you need to place, then statement 2, when that is false, this case is false, then this will be executed. I hope you understood how the ternary operator works. So the next thing we are going to see is the switch case statement. Is also a very simple concept. So I declared an int day, that is 3. Basically day is an integer. Now switch case, like you can declare as switch. Inside that it will take a condition. Here is the day, is the number. So you are going to open these curly braces and inside that you are going to declare one by one case. So in the case 1 this is 1, this number is the day. If this case 1 is true, then this for statement will be executed, that is Monday will be printed. If this case 2, it will be going to execute Tuesday. Case 3, Wednesday. Case, if there is no case, this number, no, we are not passing any number, then default will be executed invalid day. For example, if I run that, see the default day that I have given is 3, then this third statement will be executed, that Wednesday will be printed. So if you see that, so you see Wednesday is our output. So if I change this to 1, then Monday should be printed because the case 1 is Monday. So let's see what it prints. So sorry, I took here 13, so it's printing invalid day. So yeah, we have seen that default case also, it's printing invalid. So now if you run again, you can see that is Monday. So I hope you understood this switch case as well. So like that, in between how many cases you want, after you can print that. Suppose you want another case, case 4. So I took case 4 here. So case 4 I will take as Thursday. So case 4 I took as Thursday. Now you are seeing 4 cases. Like that, how many cases according to your requirement, you can take that many cases and you can check whether this particular variable is true or not. In this 1, 2, 3, you can also have characters like A, B, C, D, and you have to take character as well. That is your wish. So what if this break statement I have removed? So here I removed break statement. Here also I removed break statement. So you can see, if break statement I have removed means all the statements will be going to printed. If the case is, suppose the case 4 is correct and invalid is also printed. Suppose I took 1. Now you can see what is that output. See, all outputs are printed because this first statement is executed, then second statement is also executed. So there is no break to stop that first execution. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, invalid is also printed. To stop that, so if you want only one output according to your this variable, so for that only you need to have breaks. If you don't have breaks, that executes. After that, all the executions also will be done. So that's the main reason you need to place compulsory break statements in between. So if you see 1, now I will again run and show. See, now only Monday is printing. Like that, whatever you need, you just need to have break statement, otherwise it will be going to have headache for you. So I hope you understood all these cases. So these are the conditional statements. So hi guys, today we are going to discuss loops in Java. So basically there are three types of loops in Java. Those are for, while, do while. So in this, according to your use case, you can use whatever loop you want. But for loop is generally mostly used because in a one line syntax it will be completed. So for that reason only I will just start with the for loop. So before understanding a need for a loop, I will just say what is the need for a loop. Suppose I want to print hello. So someone says to print hello in the terminal. So you can simply run that. So it will just simply print hello in the terminal. Now what if someone asks you to print hello in the terminal 100 times or 200 times? It will be very complicated. Or any number, if you want to print 1 to 100 numbers without any break, just in a second. So with the help of these statements, like duplicating the statements like this, so it is very difficult and time waste and space also waste. So we should not print this like this. So instead of like this, you have a loops. With the help of loops, you can simply print 1 to 100 numbers. Now with the help of for loop, I will show how to print 1 to 100 numbers so that you can understand simply. So first of all, I will show the syntax of for loop. So this is the syntax. So in the for loop, it is showing error because you need to mention some things, because you have to initialize some variable. So if you write in this fashion, statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, and inside this if you pass some statement, it will be going to work. But I will show how to write that statement. Suppose if you have first statement is initialization, you need to initialize some variable. So I initialized I as 0. The next condition is you need to pass what is the condition so that it can stop. So I will say I is less than equal to 100, and the next statement is what is the operation that you want to perform. So I want to perform addition on that variable. So I is starting from 0, I will go up to 100, and what is the operation? It will go by addition. So until then, what you want to print? I want to print the number itself. So I will print I itself. Now I will simply show. So you can see all the 100 numbers has been printed in the terminal. So like this within a second. So how many numbers you want, you can print in the terminal. So not only numbers, you can execute any statement over here. That is according to your wish. So I hope you understood the first statement. So in the same fashion, if you want to execute this with the help of while statement. So while statement is also simple only. So like this, inside this while statement, you are going to pass some statement. So before that only you need to initialize that. So before that you need to initialize. So inside this you need to pass condition. So in the for loop we are passing all in a single line, but in a while loop first you need to initialize. Here inside you need to pass condition. Inside the loop you need to pass whatever the operation that you want to perform. After completion of all the operation that you want, after finally you can give the operation that you want. Now the same thing. So the same thing, it will go basically printing all the numbers 1 to 10. So because I have initialized here, means the condition here up to 10. So like that, if you mention here 100, it will go all the way up to 100. So inside the logic, whatever you want to print, all the way you can print like this. So this is one of the syntax that you can use for the while loop. The next one is do while loop. So mention do. Here you need to mention some statement. It is somewhat same as the while loop, but you need to mention here like I less than equal to 10. Here you need to mention some condition, or not condition, you need to perform whatever you want. So basically while is also doing this the same thing. Then what is the use of this? So I will show one second. Now if you print that, so it is printing infinite times. It is 0 because first it will see the condition, it is true or not. So if this condition is false, see it is going up to infinite. If I is less than equal to 10, so basically it is going infinite times. Why it is going infinite times, I will show, because here the before time I mentioned I less than equal to 10. So you can see over here. So this statement will execute once. If here it is when the condition is satisfied, then it stops executing. Let's see. If I mention false over there, then see it is execution I is 0. So we forgot to mention I plus plus. So let's see I plus plus. So what it happens? Now I will again rerun. So then also it shows that if I mention true, so there is no stopping condition. Let's see what happens. See, so as there is no stopping condition, it is going up to infinity. So that is the reason you need to mention some condition over here. I hope you understood. Now, so I hope you understood. Now in this condition, when it is satisfied, you made also I plus plus. So once this statement will be executed and it will be going to go from 0 to 9. So these are the loops in Java. For loop we have, while loop we have also do while loop. So which loop you want to use, that is according to your use case. So hi guys, today we are going to see a basic concept in Java, that is creation of an object and how to use the objects. That's a very important concept. And today I will be going to create another class so that you can able to understand very in clear. So yeah, let's create another class. So come to down. So this is main class, that is operators class. In spite of this operators class, inside this operators class we have main class. So note that we will be going to create another class here outside. So in a, see, this is public class. Inside a file we can have only one public class. So now I will be going to create a normal class, not public class. So that name it as any student, like say it as a student class. So inside this we have some variables, like we have student ID, name of the student. So after the having student ID, student name, and age also we can have student age. So after this we need to we can have some method in this. So as this is the class, in the class we can have two things. One is variable. So with these variables I am going to have a method so called display. So what this display will do, basically this display will print all the values over here. So you can see over here, in this display I am printing all the values. So first I am printing the ID and the variable ID, name and printing the name, age and I am printing the age. So we in between, if you want, you can also have some gap also, that's your wish. So now what I am going to do is to create an object of this student class. So how can you create an object of this class? So basically in our day-to-day life we have objects only. So this class is nothing but a blueprint of a student. You can see we have age, name, class, or everything we have. You can have anything, what the class he belongs to, and everything you need. But we don't know, and we are not passing what is the value. We don't know the values. So for that, in the main operators class, we need to have some method or object to call that student class. So how I can do that? So first of all, I am going to have a student. So this is the reference. I am going to have student reference, and after that you need to have say some variable. Suppose I will say student1 is equals to new, and you are going to have some student reference only, because that belongs to student. Okay, this is the way that you can have a student. Now you can access all the methods. You have display method and you can assign all the values. Example I will assign and show. So s1 dot, suppose if you want to id, if you want to assign id, you can have 1, like that you can assign. Suppose if you want to assign name, s1 dot name, you can simply assign a name. In this fashion you can assign the age as well. So this is the fashion that you are creating this here. This statement, new student, means it is creating a new object of type student, and here s1 is the variable, like normal variable like id, name, age, how these are variables you can change. Like that s1 is also a variable of type object. So we have got an object of type student. In that we are going to allocate all the student values. Now I can call the object, means the function, this method I can call, so that it will display in the terminal. So I will say s1 dot display. That it. So basically this object, s1 object, will call this display. So another objects also you can have that will call that object. So now you can print that. So you can see id is 1, name is Charan, and age is 20. It is printing successfully. If you want the space also, you can give space in between, that's no problem. Add plus in between, and you can give a semicolon with quotes, double quotes. So that's the basic thing, that how you can create an object, how you assign details to an object, and finally how you call a method. Okay, I hope you understood. Suppose I have another class, teacher class. I will open the bracket. So inside this teacher class, the same thing. I will have teacher name. I will have the teacher name and teacher salary. Yeah, we already took the name. So yeah, with these two we can adjust now for now. Just for explanation purpose, I created these two. So here also we can have. I just reuse my code. This void display. So I hope you understood. So we are creating an object of student. That's nice. Now if you want how to create an object of teacher, see, we have a class of teacher. Now we are going to create an object in this main function. In this similar fashion, how you created the student object. In the same fashion, you also should need to create a teacher object. So if you see, I will create an object. So I will say T1 and I will say new. So this is the fashion that you are going to have, going to create an object. So new, whenever you say new teacher, it will be going to create an anonymous object for you. Anonymous object means object is created up to here, but you are not assigning to anyone. So after creating like this, you are going to assign to some variable, that is T1 in our case. So T1 is of type teacher. You have already declared the teacher class. Now we are going to set these values, the name and salary. So now come just simply here and you can set T1 dot name, and you can simply assign like your wish. That should be in string. So say some like Kiran. So mention the teacher name and don't forget to mention the semicolon. After that we have teacher dot salary. So T1 dot salary. So here the space should not come after the dot. So after that you can assign the salary. Suppose this is the number integer. Suppose you mention anything like here and you can mention this thing. Now you created an object of teacher and you assign the values for the teacher. Now you want to display, you want to show what are the values in the terminal. So for that what you can do, you can simply pass. So T1 dot display. I hope you understood. I have created a student class, I have created a teacher class, and finally I have created a student object, and I have created a teacher object and passing display as well. Now I will see what happens. Oh, it is giving an error because we have just reused our code. We need to change this here also. I will remove age and I will print just name itself, and in the next line I will print here the salary. I hope you understood what is the term. So don't be afraid of the errors, just read the errors. It is showing in the system.ln.println we are passing id and id. So but in the teacher object we did not ever created an object variable, id variable. So that is the reason it is showing an error. For that I just fixed here. So I just removed and printed two string in two statements. Now I just for your sake I will just clear this terminal windows and I just rerun. So you can see that. So id 1 and Charan 20, this is for the class student. I hope you understood. It is printing this statement it is printing for the student, and the name and salary is printing for the teacher. So like that you can create an object like this for any class you can create like that. I created for teacher also. So I hope you understood. So I will going to remove this. Suppose if you want to execute multiple methods, suppose I created another class called calculator. So in this calc you are going to have multiple methods like addition, division, multiplication, subtraction. So for that you need to have multiple methods. Suppose I will create public, so add. So you need to mention the type of the method as well, that is void. It will be not going to return anything, it will be just printing the statements in the terminal. So basically it will be going to print something. So I will just simply say s out. So this is the add means what, it will be going to take two variables. So int n1. So basically you can see I have created a class of calc. Inside this calc I am having add, subtract, multiplication and division. So inside all these things I have two integers, that is integer n1 and n2. So here I have created a new object with the help of new keyword and calc. So I am assigning to an object of type calc. So see that calc is an class. So now I am creating, not creating, basically object. So this object here, this object dot add. So I am calling it this add function. I am passing two values because here add is accepting two values. If you did not pass these two values, it's going to give an error. So that's the main important reason that you need to pass two values inside that. So after doing that, you can see if you do that, if you run that, you can see 9 because it is executing and it is adding two values and printing in the terminal. So like that, if you can pass, like if you can execute all the statements, it is better. So now I will say subtract. So these all statements, that means all the functions I have called with the help of this object. Now I will try to print in so that I will check. So you can see all the results that I have printed in the terminal. So with this you can confirm that how many methods that you want to perform in this any class that you can perform simply with the help of object creation. Like this, you can create an object, and object you can pass the values. So not only that, inside this class you can declare how many variables you want, like that how many variables you want, and not only that, you can keep that as public as well, public. But majorly you will see all the in normal cases all the things will be in private, because nobody wants to see what are the variable values that you are not going to assign. Sorry, what are the values that you are what are the variables that you have, that anyone do not have access, should not have a direct access. So generally we keep these variables inside the other classes as private only. So remember, we keep other variables as the private only, but the methods that we are doing is public. That is very, very important. If you keep this private, that according to your wish, but generally we will keep this as public, and the variables inside other classes will be private. I hope you understood this video. Hi guys, today we are going to discuss a very important concept in OOP, that is method overloading. So what is meant by method overloading? So basically we have seen the class and object in Java. Now for that simple example I will take so that you can understand. So I will create a class, new class, which is known as class A. So open the bracket. So this class A, what it will do, basically we can add two values over here. So for that I will take a method. So in this method I will take two values, that is n1 and n2. Both are integers because this is an add operation. So basically you can see there is no issue with this, the class, and inside this we have a method also. So there is no problem with this class and this method means function. Now I will create an object for this class here. So how you will create an object for that A class? So basically you will declare it A. Suppose I will create an object like any variable that you can your wish. I will say new keyword, and what is the type? I will declare the type like this here. So basically you are creating a new object with this statement, and you are assigning that new object of type A to the this variable object. So yeah, with this object you can call any of the this method, you can call simply like obj dot add. Inside this add you can pass two values like 5, 2. So it's simple, no problem. Keep the semicolon. So if you execute, suppose I will write the statement, it will print n1, inside it will print just addition. So just it will print the addition of both these integers that we are taking. Now if I run the command, so basically you can see it is just printing the 7 in the terminal, so there is no problem. So what is now method overloading? So if I create another method with the same name called this, with the 3 parameters, what if I want to add 3 numbers? See, you cannot have a function that is, you cannot have a 2 functions called with the same name. So I changed the second variable as add1. Okay, so you can see why there is a wastage of memory. It is accepting 2 variables, it is also accepting 2 variables. Here we are adding, here also we are adding. So that is not possible. You need to keep the method names different. You can also have the different parameters as well. If you want to add 3 variables, here also if you need to mention that the addition, for the addition. So basically it will this method. So basically this method will add 3 integers. This method will add 2 integers. So if you already created an object, so pass 3 values. So that's simple. You now if you print that, so you can see 7 and 16 are printing in the terminal. So what is meant by that? So you cannot have the same name, but you can have the same name if they have different number of parameters. So if you see, we have 3 parameters over here and we have only 2 parameters over here. So with this parameter difference also, we are able to achieve the method. But if you reduce one of the parameter here, so it will be going to show an error. So what is this error? The method is already defined in class A. It is duplicate method, so it is already there. Then what is this? So you cannot do that. So with the different number of parameters only you can do that. Or you can also have another kind of thing, that is you can have 2 parameters. That's no problem with the same method name, but the type of the number should be different. So if I change one of the integer to double, so then also it is accepting 2 variables. You can see, then also it is accepting 2 variables, like here it is accepting 2 variables, the method name is add. Here also it is accepting 2 variables, the method name is add. So there is no issue, but here I change it to double. So now with this help, so you can have the same method name add and add, both it performs add only, but based on this double or integer, it will be going to perform the addition. Now you can get a doubt, what if I did not pass? So you understood 3 parameters means this will be executed. So if you have 2 parameters, which function will be executed, whether this function or this function? You have just the integer difference. It is integer, it is double. Now we can see with the removal of this, I remove this, I just passed 5, 2. So within this method, first method and third method, one method should be executed, because both the method names are add only. This method name is add, this method name is also add. It is accepting 2 arguments, it is also accepting 2 arguments. Now which one will win? So basically we will see. It will be going to return a double value, or it will be going to return a integer value. If this executes, it will return integer. If this executes, it will return a double value. Let's see. So it is executing the integer value, because we are passing here integer value. What if you pass 5.0? Because we are passing here double value. Let's see what happens. You can see, if you pass here double value, it is also going to affect the number of parameters. The function is add only, here also add only, but based on the double value, it is accepting this function. If you pass integer, it will be going to accept this function. So basically this concept is known as method overloading. So this is a simple concept, but you need to understand the method name and number of parameters. Based on that, the method overloading concept is there. So hi guys, in the previous sessions we have seen what is meant by class, what is object, and how to create an object of other classes as well. So that are all basic concepts we have seen, and not only that, we also seen method overloading also. Now today we are going to discuss an important concept that is known as stack and heap memories in Java. So this is the basic memory structure which is managed by JVM for storing data. And first of all, if you see what is meant by stack memory. So stack memory, I hope you know, stack means first in first out. So whatever the data comes first, it will go at last. So it is used to store method calls. All the functions will store in a stack. So one more hack I am giving, each function have its own stack. So not only that, it will store local variables, it's also store the object references. So see that last in first out means whatever the data last comes, it will go first, means whatever the data is on the top of the stack will go first out. And where it is stored, like int, double, bool, so reference pointers to objects, so these and all things will be stored in the stack memory. So the next, if you see the heap memory is where all the objects are stored. So basically stack will store all the functions data, and heap memory will store all the objects data and instance variables. So they are dynamically stored, and managed by garbage collector. This heap memory is managed by garbage collectors. So where this heap memory will be created. So wherever when you use the new keyword, that means you are automatically storing the data in the heap. So if you use new string, that means you are going to create a new string that is going to use the heap memory. Strings, all strings will use heap memory in the string pool. And a new array list for creating an array. With that, these things we are going to see in the DSA. So these things, array list also will be going to use the heap memory only. So if you see, observe this image. So I have said already, all the strings will be stored in the heap and in the string pool. So all the strings will be stored in the heap, that's okay, but there is another section that is known as string pool for separate strings only, and all the objects will be stored in the heap, that's also will have and separate memory in the heap, that is for object storing only. So if you observe for the clean, each and every function, so this is print function, this is main function, this is very important, main function this is. So in this we have instance variables like int I we have, s we have, object o we have. So this is object. For this object o we have an object here, you can observe. For this in the print only, in the print also we are going to have an object. So this have a reference for this object. In the string we are going to store in string pool. In this string also we are going to store in this string pool. So this integer will be stored here only in the stack itself. So like this main method will be stored in another stack. So this print will have another stack. So basically this is one stack, this is one stack, two stacks there is total. So in the code point of view, how I can explain. So I will show normal code also, but let's understand with this image. So first of all, when you declare this main function, so first of all you declared a value of n. So first value will go into the stack. So see, you declaring here an array string arguments, so that will go first into the array. So after that this value will go into the stack. So after that you are calling the calculate function. So calculate function will come here, means you are going to calculate and it is taking an value into data. So in this you are going to add for data 3. So 7 plus 3, that is 10. So in the temp value, so you can see over here, in the temp value we are storing data 10. So the next new value, so in the new value we are multiplying with 2, so that is 20. So where is this data coming from? So this data is coming from here. You are going to assign a new value called data, so that will be initialized with 7. So this is how the stack works. I hope you understood. Now this, if whenever you want to have new, access, so this new value will comes out. So new value will comes first, then temp value will comes next, the data next value next args, like that the stack performs. So this is one of the data structure that is very important. So if you see, observe clearly, this is also one of the example image, so that you can understand very clearly. So this is the heap memory. I already said we have string pool, in this all strings will be there. So if you observe in the main function, we have two employees objects. This is one employee, this is employee 2. So for this employee we are storing in the stack the reference object. So this is one object, this is one object, but we are not storing directly the object in the stack. We are storing the object reference. This will be referred to here. This is first memory in the heap, first object in the heap. So for this employee 2, this is the reference. So you can see 0, this is in the hexadecimal form. So this represents this one. So this is the second object in the heap memory, that this address will be stored here, not directly. So the display is another function. So this is another stack. So for this stack we have E means what? So this is the reference. So I hope you understand. In the stack we have two methods. So two methods mean two stacks. So in the code, if you observe, I am going to remove all this here. So if you observe clearly, suppose I am going to have an int age here. So if you observe in the operators class, so in the operators class we have only one function, that is main function. So okay, I am going to remove this also. So in the operators class, this is main class, because we have main function in this only. So in this we have the a object. So we can simply say that for this main function we have one stack. For this add function also we have another stack. So totally we have two stacks. So I will write in the comments here. So we have total. So in the first stack, means
this main stack, that is. So in the main stack we are going to store an object reference. I will simply say object reference. That's it. We are not having anything. Suppose if you initialize int, so you can observe we have a num a integer, a object reference. So that is also we need to mention an integer, not that is num. So num is equal, the value will also be stored in the key value pairs. So in the stack we will be going to have key value pairs. So in the stack one, we are in the main stack, that we are going to have num and object reference. So in the stack 2 we are going to have, that is the stack 2 name is add. This is add. So in the stack 2 we are going to have we are not going to have anything, just we are going to print out. So yeah, we are not doing anything, so simply we are printing. So the stack 2 will be empty. And finally, if you see in the heap, so what is the heap? So if you observe clearly, in the heap we have, so whatever the variables outside this method, so if you see, this is not part, this variable, this integer is not part of this add method. So there is nothing is there inside this. So this age will be stored in the heap memory. In this here also, if you declare any, so if you declare anything, any variable, it is not instance variable, that will be, that if you declare outside of the methods, any methods, that will be stored in the heap memory. That n will also store in the heap memory. And finally the object a, you can see over here, obj object, actual object abj will be stored in the heap memory. So I have a class, I have a main operators class. So in the operators, in the a class we have age, in the age and a method. In this operators class we have an integer and we have a class. So in the class we have another integer and an object. So I hope you understood according to the PDF, and this here also. So you can see we have in the stack 1, that is main stack, we have a num and an object reference, not actual object. In the stack 2, that is add stack, we have empty, because we are not doing anything. So we are not means we are not having any memory over there. We are not declaring any integer, any string literal over there, nothing we are doing, just we are printing over there. So that is the reason in this add stack there is nothing is there. So finally, if you see in the heap, we have age, we have n, because age is not part of any method. And finally here the n also is not part of any method. Method means here function, remember. And we have finally in the heap actual object a, that is obj here. Okay, I hope you understood. Thanks for watching up to now. Hi guys, now we are going to discuss about packages in Java. So this is very important concept. So let's quickly see a demo video of packages in Java. So I just have a simple file in my folder, that is demo.java. So there is nothing here, just there is function class called demo, and we have a function or a method, that is main function, where all the execution starts. Now what I want to do is I want to create a package. So package is nothing but a folder. How you organize, how you create, and how you store the data, information and code in a folders, that is known as packages. So now I will show simple implementation of the packages so that you can understand very well. So for that purpose, I will create a new folder here called college. So inside this college folder, I will create two files, that is teacher.java, student.java. So after creating these two files, now first of all we will create some code. So inside the student, normally how you declare a class, like public. So actually in this fashion you will declare a class and class name. Class is student, so I will declare student. You will open the brackets, and inside this you will write something. So I will declare here string name, and if you want roll number, you can take that as integer. So I took two variables. After that I will create a function called display or something, display students or something, your wish. So after creating like the display student, inside this display student you can simply print all the details of the student. So now inside you what you want to print. So first of all you want to print the name of the student. So simply append the name variable, and after that you also, suppose if you also want to see the student roll number, you can also print that, like the text that you want to see in the terminal and the variable that you want to print, that is roll number. So after you doing these two printing statements, next I will use this code only, Control C, and I will come to teacher. So here also I need to create something, so I will paste this one. So I will replace here with the teacher, and the teacher will also have some name, and teacher will be having a subject. I hope you this is not integer, it's also a string basically. So yeah, this is the simple syntax. So in the system.println, I will be going to print in the terminal, that is name, and here I will be going to printing the subject. So not the roll number, here also subject. So this is a simple syntax. I did not do anything much more than up to you what you know. So I simply created two files. I created a folder. Inside that I created two files: student.java, teacher.java. In the student.java I created a class. So I took two integer variables. In that I am printing here. In the teacher class also I created a class of teacher and I printed that. So now what is meant by package? Suppose I want to create a college. This folder is there. I said all the things in the folders are known as packages in Java. So if I want to create a package of this college so that I can use this college package in demo. So simply you need not to do anything, just come here on the top. So first go to student because this is first file. So after going here you can simply say package. So simply say package and the folder name. The folder name or whatever the name you want. So copy this and paste in the teacher as well. So now yeah, you can see. Yeah, now you understood I think. If suppose it is showing some error, you can simply reload, Control Shift P, you can press that, it will be going to open the settings. So in the settings you can simply type window reload so that it will be going to erase the warnings or the errors. Because in my laptop whenever I created like this it is showing errors. So no need to worry, if you go to student it is not going to show any error now. So in the demo, so if you come, how can you create a object? Suppose if you come here in the student class, we have a method display student. So we can simply create an object of student. How you will create that? Suppose I will say student1. So new keyword you need to use and you need to mention student. So this is the way. Suppose if you want to declare first teacher as well, you need to declare in this fashion. So this is the way I will say T1 here for a teacher 1. So this is the way that how you declare an objects for the classes. So you declared successfully the objects, but it is showing error. Why it is showing error? Because you have created a package of the college. So basically now college is a package. So you are trying to use in the demo. If I come to demo, you are trying to use whatever the classes that you have made in the student and teacher. So directly you cannot access that because those are another files, another folder as well. So for that purpose, the packages are useful. For that purpose only I initiated package college on the top. So you can simply come to our main file demo.java. On the top you can simply say import. So what is the file name? College. So keep a dot. After that what you need to you want to import here. So I want to import student.java. So simply mention student. So you also want to import the teacher. So import simply teacher. That's it. Blender. So I just said and I did not mention to put public here. So if you did not put public here, how can I access that in another file, that too in another folder as well? So that is very important reason that you need to compulsory put public. So I just demonstrated an error correction. So this is the way that you need to identify the errors and you need to solve by yourself. So I created object successfully. Now I want to assign some values to the student. So I can simply say for the student I want to assign. So s1 dot I have name. So I will simply say some in the string. So after that you will be going to say s1 dot roll number. Yeah. So as this is the integer, you can simply mention 1. So you can see as I mentioned correct also it is showing some error. So why it is showing error I will say, and just come here down and you can simply call the function display student. So it will be going to print all the things in the terminal, because if you see we have mentioned display student here. So here also I will change, this is not display student, this is display teacher. Okay, if you come again to the demo, so if I use to teacher t1 dot name, So you can also have the teacher subject. You can also mention in the strings, that is suppose say science. So you can see as I have mentioned correct also, but it is showing error. Let me fix that. But before that, I will call the display teacher function. So you can see it is perfect code. I have just created a student file and I wrote some functions and teacher code, and I just had some function to display all the things about stuff about teacher. So in the demo I have imported the teacher and all, and I created object of teacher and student, and finally I am assigning values and calling the display function. I am assigning values and calling the teacher function. Suppose if you showing error to you also, control shift P, and you can simply say window reload. So you can simply ignore that and you can simply control shift P and you can reload the window, it will go. Now control backtick to open the terminal. So in my Java folder I have currently there. So suppose you want to check something. So it is showing some error. Okay, let me run that first so that I can fix some what is the error. So I will say Java and file name. What is the file name? Demo.java. So if you run that, so clearly after compiling and running, it says a perfect example. So that perfect error, so that you can understand very clearly. With the errors only you need to learn. So that's why I made an error so that you can understand. So what's the error? I will explain now. So it's saying cannot be accessed from outside the package because it's not public. You can see not public variable. So you understood the error. Come to here. So simply mention this name as public. See, from the errors only you need to learn. So that's why I'm saying make some error, make you hand dirty and learn in Java. So come to teacher as well, make the string name subject as public. Because if those are not public, how can you access them in another folder, another file also? Now if you run, so I will make here clean, and now if I run, boom, you can see the name Charan, roll number 1, that is and you can see the details of the teacher and the subject of the teacher. So this is the simplest quickest way that how you can create a package of college. Means you can create your wish, that is your wish. You can create a package of a calculator, so you can create a package of a laptop, all the parts. In that package you can have how many files, how many folders, inside subfolders also is possible. Suppose if I say inside the college, I can say another folder, not file, another folder. Suppose I say working staff, working. So inside the college I have working staff, not teachers and students, and in spite of that, so there is a thing called working. In this we will be going to place the working staff, like mess staff is there, like gardening staff is there, like electrician is there. These and all subclasses will be there. Suppose I created another file here. So you can have multiple files and multiple folders, folder by folder. You can have multiple structures as well, that is your wish. You can create a complex structure also. So if you create a complex, like you are creating working, and inside the working you are creating some cleaning. So you have created a new file cleaning.java. So if you wrote some code in the cleaning.java, how you can access the code in the cleaning.java? So simply you can come here. How can you so in the cleaning this only, how can you do that? So I will say package, so college dot working. So what is meant by this? So what is meant by this? Wait, I will reload and show. Yeah, after reloading it is perfectly working. If you are in your laptop also it is error, means you can simply reload, control shift P and reload, window reload. It will be going to work perfectly fine. So as you are seeing, I am in the college folder. Inside the college folder, inside this college folder I have working. So inside that I am going to declare some method. Basically this cleaning.java, you can see this cleaning.java belongs to this package. This package. Suppose if you want to import the clean.java in your demo.java, how you can import? Just simply come here, say import college dot. So college dot, you see it is not showing recommendations because inside that you are going to say working. Inside the working you are going to say another thing, that is cleaning. So this is the wait, I will reload. So this is the way how you declare and how you import the packages. So you can simply see here, it is simply see college first folder, working the next folder, cleaning is the current file that you are requiring or current file that you are importing. So this and all stuff is okay for me. Now I have doubt that, so if you see in the, so I will close this working folder. Inside this college folder you have students, teachers also. So instead of importing college students, college teachers separately, if you want to import all the files, student, teacher, suppose you have another 100 files, all of them you are importing manually. So that's a bad way. So you can have a simple trick. So you can put asterisk. So what is meant by this asterisk? So this asterisk mean, so I will remove. So because we are not having this. So this asterisk means importing all the files. So all the files, not all the folders. So you can see we are also having working folder, but it will not import folder. It will not import working folder. You can only import this student teacher because it will only import the files. I hope this all makes some sense now. Now I will remove this stuff and I will remove this imports as well. Yeah, the import has been automatically gone. Now I will show a simple stuff so that this understanding will be much more clear so that you can understand. So if you see clearly over here, I have mentioned something in the comments, that is java.lang. This is very important package. So our favorite message, that is system.out.println. In this I said system is a class. So every class belongs to a package. I will repeat, every class belongs to an package. So here system is also a class. So it belongs to a package called Java. So basically Java is a folder. Inside the folder we have another folder called lang. So from the lang folder we are importing the system. Then you might get it out. So there is no import statement over on the top. Then how we are importing directly the system class. So basically this java.lang is inbuilt imported in your Java. So you need not to import manually. So a string is there. A string is one of the java.lang. So basically that means what you are importing like that. So I will say simply, so import java.lang.star. So indirectly you are importing this statement, and see with this statement you can use string. So that is the reason string is also a, so I will show it. If I declare a string, suppose I say name, so you can see if you hover over that, it will show java.lang. So with this what you can confirm, Java the string is also a class that belongs to java.lang. But never we imported that because it is automatically importing without explicitly mentioning this. Also it is importing the string. Here you can see the string it is importing, system importing, math it is importing. So what you need to manually import? So you need to manually import like util folder, you need to manually import from Java. So how do you know what folders are there? So if you click dot, so these are under all the folders that in the Java folder, subfolders these are. So you have bees folder, awt, applet, lang, math. So there are so many folders. So if you go inside this utils folder, you will get so many functions. So these are the classes that are all there inside the utils folder. So I hope this makes now sense. Java folder, inside this util folder, inside that you have many methods, you can access that. So I hope you understood. So why I am specially mentioning this utils folder, because inside that we can get scanner, array list, hash map. So this array list and hash map are very important in the DSA. So we will see in the upcoming video about this array list and hash map as well. So don't worry about that. So java.io, java.sql. So these are some examples of the imports that that are very necessary to our projects. And not only that, sometimes you can also see the packages like Google, not Google, it's just example I am saying. Sometimes you can see packages like com.google.dev.com or not com, already we have it. So sometimes you can see like this kind of packages. So what is meant by this? Inside this com folder you have a Google folder. Inside this Google folder you are importing the dev. So this is the way how you import the functions, classes and all things. So why it is somewhat weird syntax, means weird kind of this file folder structure, because so there are some open source projects in the internet. So to make the name unique, they will be going to keep the domain name first, like com, and after that they are going to instantiate the company name, and finally the name of the function. So with this syntax, so that we can able to identify which domain it belongs to, for which company it belongs to, what the function we want. So in the Spring Boot applications and all major applications, we are going to follow, or we are going to import this kind of syntaxes that you are going to see. So that's the reason first I am saying about this syntax. So from the first onwards, I am saying how to take input from the user. That's very important. So now I will show how to take input from the user, and that we are going to print in the terminal. So now I am going to remove this one. So basically now you can see, so for taking the input from the user, suppose if you see we need to have a package that is utils. Now only I said. So scanner means whatever, if you want to print something in the terminal, you need to have a class that is known as scanner. So this is a scanner that I am saying. It is coming from the package called java.util. Now only I mentioned. So in that we have a class called scanner. You can scroll down and you can see if you hover that. So what this scanner will do, basically if you insert some variable like sc, we are saying new scanner system.in. So what is meant by this statement? So this statement meant that we are going to take some input from the user, and that we are going to have in sc. So the type is string. Now first after that statement, we are going to ask from the user, enter the username. So after that, we are going, with the help of this sc variable, we are going to have the next line function, so that it can take the name from the user and it will store in the name, and it will be of type string. And finally we are printing that name in the terminal with the hello. So now let's run and see it is working or not. So I just compile and run. It is asking username with the help of just this system.in. So we have already seen about system. This is a package. So this belongs to java.lang. Okay, this is auto imported, but util is we need to import. So I will provide the name. So you can see it is printing hello and name. So that's what we want. It is printing hello and name. So that is the main important of the packages. So this scanner is a inbuilt class, or inbuilt class that is built by Java, so that we can use directly. So not only this, we have array list or collections. We have many DSA. In the DSA we have many more things, multiple collections, hash map, set. These and all things are means these are already made in Java. Just we need to import and use them. So those and all things we will see in the upcoming videos. So stay tuned. So I hope you understood about this scanner as well. Scanner is nothing but initialize this with something, and you can have some text in the terminal, and you can take from with the help of this next line, and you can print in the terminal. So thanks for watching up to now. Hi guys, now we are going to discuss arrays. It is a very important concept in Java. So let's see how to declare and how to implement arrays. Arrays is a very important concept in the DSA as well. So let's see. So first of all, we are going to mention a type of the array. So basically array we are using to store elements of same type. So first of all, you need to mention the number of elements that you are going to store as well. So I am initializing the array here. So array. Okay. So this is known as initialization of the array. So int is basically saying the type of the element that you are going to store, and this you are just initializing, not you are going to declare the size. So array, the name of the variable. In the next line, I will come here and I will initialize some value. So new of type int, and I am going to have five elements in that. So this is the initialization, and this is the declaration of the size. Not the actual values you are declaring, just size you are saying that you are going to have a new array of integers, all are integers only. And if not not having any integer, you are trying to store a string, then it will be going to throw an exception. So I have a size integer of 5 elements. So this is one way of declaring. Next way is you can have int array. So I will put here is equals to new of int type. Here only I can mention 5. So already I have array. So I will take array 1. So now you can observe I have an integer of array 1. So I will declare here only in the same line is equals to new of integers type with 5 elements in that. So I cannot store other more than 5 elements. So this is one of the drawback of the array, but it's still used in the industry, because suppose if you want to store a minimal elements or the number of elements only the particular elements, you should not exceed that. If then the number exceeded, then you don't allow that. So in the situations array is used. So in spite of these normal arrays, we have something called dynamic arrays. So in C++, that is known as dynamic arrays, that we will be having in SQL standard template library. In that we will be going to have dynamic arrays, but in Java we are going to have dynamic arrays in the name of array list. So array is also a very important concept in DSA. That's also we are going to see. So what is the use of that dynamic array? So it can increase the size of itself. So we will see the theory and the conceptual and coding as well for the dynamic array. But this is the static array which can store only the particular number of elements. So yeah, I hope you understood this. Now you can have the array one, the values. So you can say 1, 2. So basically this is also one of the correct syntax that you can use, that basically int array name, and directly without using the new keyword you can initialize all the number of elements that you want and finally place the semicolon. So basically this is the 3 ways of initializing and declaring all your variables. Now I will show how you can traverse these 5 elements. So traverse means you have an array. How you can print all these 5 elements in the terminal, in the console here I am saying. So this is one of the, you can use normal loops to print this. So I will show with the help of for loop. So for in this I will take a variable called I. So I initialize start with 0. So I can have I less than array dot length. So remember this length is an inbuilt method, so you can directly use. So dot length means basically it will measure all the length of the array. Basically in our case the array length is 5. In majority of the programming languages like Java, C++, Python, C, any language, JavaScript, any language that you see, the start the array indexing with 0 indexing, 0 indexing basis. So this is very important. Okay, I just wrote comment here for you only. So you are starting with 0 and you are going up to last element. So the size will be remain 5 only, but the starting element index number will be 0. So you can count in this fashion: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically it will go from 0 to 4 here, but size is 5 only. That's very important. Now how you can print all the elements in the console? So in the regular manner how you print, just you will mention systemln. Here you come and simply mention whatever you want to print in the terminal. So you want to print the array elements, so you can simply mention like this. So basically inside this you are going to pass array, this variable, and inside that array you are going to have, so basically this will print all the values in the terminal. So you can see all it is printing from starting from 1 to 5. These are the elements that are here. So I forgot to mention before printing this one, you can simply mention just, so the basically loop what it will do, it will traverse all the elements and it will print all the elements in the terminal. But you can also do one element also. So basically I will print array of 0. So what it will do, it will print the array of 0, means the first element it will be going to print. Now only I said arrays are 0 indexing, means the arrays of 0 is this one. Now let me print that so that you can see. So array of 0 is 1. So you can observe the array of 0 is 1. Now what if you want to print array of 5? So array of 0, array of 1, array of 2, array of 3, array of 4. So there is no array of 5. So let's see what happens. If I try to print that array of 5, so there is no error or warning over here. Let's see what happens. So basically it is throwing an exception in thread main Java array in out of bound. So this is very important, array out of bound. This is one of the exceptions. So we will see what are the exceptions in the upcoming videos. But remember, you cannot have whatever the length more than length, you cannot have that, but you can have the array of 4. The array of 4 is our 5. So let me run and see that. So you can clearly see the array of 4 is 5. So like that you are printing a single element, like that also you are accessing the multiple elements as well. Now only that we have seen very clearly. And another thing also we have with the help of enhanced. So this is also one kind of loop that is very important, that is known as for each loop. So now I am going to print the same all the elements in the terminal with the help of this for each loop. So the syntax would be something like this. So yeah, the same syntax, but in spite of passing a separate variable I and its increment and its condition, but you can have simply like this. So you will going to have int, means this is the type and this is the variable, and you are going to have some not here after that variable. So place colon and on which one you want to traverse. array. So after traversing, what you want to do, you just want to print something in the console. So basically now what I did is, so this is known as, the syntax is known as for each loop. So inside that, this kind of syntax is valid only for the kind of arrays or array list, a linked list also, because a continuous number of things will be there, so that you can able to access this kind of syntax. So we are declaring an integer of this is a variable that is known as num, and we are iterating on the array. One by one we are printing. With the help of this num, we are going to print all the num array elements. User will give inputs from the console, but again we are going to print the elements in the console. So for that we need to have a package called utils. In the utils we need to have scanner. So first of all we need to import that. So I will show how to import that. So I say import. So from the Java folder, you will be going to have these all folders. Inside these all folders you are going to have from the utils folder. You can simply say it will going to give you suggestions. So the first one that you are going to import. So place the semicolon. So basically first you need to declare that, so that so I will say scanner. So basically it is imported. So say scanner, and you are going to have some variable. So say new scanner system dot in. So this is the syntax that you need to follow. This is very important to take any user input. So after that, next line you need to, so we will be asking the user to enter elements. But one more thing I forgot to mention, that you need to take the array, because if you did not mention the array, how user can input the elements and where it will store. After basically the user will enter the elements, it will store in the array. So for that also the size is required, right? So for that you need to initialize. You need not initializing the values, you need to initialize the array, that's it. So after that you need to iterate. So after that you need to iterate with the help of the array.length. So sorry, if you whatever mentioned there, you need to take here also. So you need to iterate that, and you need to store them in the array. So sc dot. So next. So basically we are taking inputs from the user, so that's why we are going to say next int, and finally place this colon. So what this for loop will do, basically this for loop will, with the help of this sc, it will be going to take the user inputs from the user. So next what we are going to do, already we have seen, with the help of the for each loop we are going to print in the console itself. So for array, on the array we are going to traverse, and finally what we are going to say there, we are going to print something in the console. So what we are going to say, we are going to say just array of num. So basically this is the syntax. So I just zoom out a bit, and if you can see clearly, so we have a class, we are importing the scanner. So we have declared an array because for the size, and basically here we have a scanner. It will take you from, we are declaring the scanner as c, and we are asking user input as an array, and we are storing all the values in the array, that is array of 5, and finally we are printing. So let's see what happens. So yeah, I found out the error that what I am seeing is, so there are many methods in the Java. So we all know some of the methods like array.length can be only accessed. So now you can see clearly, it is very important that, so it is asking enter the elements in the array. So now we are going to say that we are going to enter the elements, so we are storing that in the array. So finally we are printing all the elements, the array elements are, so this is just printing in the terminal. So with the help of the for each loop we are printing in the terminal. So let's see what happens. Say java dot, I will compile first, so after that I will enter some random elements. So finally you can see the elements are like that, and it is printing in the terminal. So finally, if you see here in the previous video that we have discussed all these things, so I will remove, I hope you understood what is meant by array, basic array. So I will remove this also. So I hope you understood what is meant by array, how to create an array, how to find the length of the array. So these are all things we have seen in the previous video. An array is a zero indexing that you already know. Now today in this video we are going to see the multi-dimensional array and some methods of a normal array. Suppose if you want to see the two-dimensional array, I will also show now. So two-dimensional. So basically you can also have three-dimensional, multi-dimensional as well. That is your wish. So for the simplicity, I will show two-dimension. It will have both row, width and height. So I will declare a two-dimensional array. So this is the syntax that you are going to have two brackets. After that you need to mention the array name and the how you declare a single dimensional array. So the same way you need to declare the two-dimensional array. But here you can get another, these square brackets. So after declaring that, you need to assign, so array, so new array, you are going to say 2 rows and second will be 3 columns. So this is the fashion. So this is the way how you declare and variable a variable two-dimensional array. So the next thing that you are going to see is declaring in the same row. So that is the same thing that we have seen with normal arrays only. So mention the name array1 I will mention because array already we have used here. Int, so size 2 and here size 3. So this is the another type of mentioning the array. Control Z. So this is another type of mentioning the array. So the next thing that you are going to see is how you declare an array right over here in the single line. Values also I am saying. So you can simply say array. So it's multi-dimensional as we know. So you can mention the array. So now without mentioning any new keyword, you can open the braces. In the single dimensional array, you will mention all the values in a single line. But in the multi-dimensional, you need to have two multi-dimensional arrays like this. So this is meant by 2 rows. So 2 rows and 3 columns. So 3 columns means 3 columns, 3 values in each one. So basically provide 3 values here, 3 values here, and finally put the semicolon over here. So this is the way that you declare the multi-dimensional array. So this is another way that you declare, and finally you can also declare in a 2 lines. So these are the 3 ways that how you can declare a multi-dimensional array. I hope you understood this one. So yeah, that's simply how we have seen in the previous video, taking the input from the user, that's all things we can see. But now the important thing is how you print the multi-dimensional array in the console. So for that, how you print a single dimensional array, the same format. So taking and int I initializing with 0. So not array 3, we are only working with one array. So mention array dot length. So mention the array dot length, and you should mention up to what is the operation on that array. So yeah, for this single array this works. If you mention s out here, it works. But now we are having two-dimensional array. So for that also you need to have another array inside. So take int j, another variable, initialize with 0. And now here comes important part of I dot length we forgot it in the previous one. So you can mention array of I dot length, because I means what? We have this I means this one 2. So we have 2 square brackets, this angle bracket. So it is saying 2 means array of I means here array of I means 2. So 2 dot length. So each one have 3 here. So it will go all the way up to here. So now we are printing array of I and j. So let's see what happens here. Boom, that's it. We are going up to all the way, we are printing all the way all the elements of this multi-dimensional array with the help of the 2 variables I and j. But be careful, the condition for the second inner for loop, this is known as nested for loop. So this is the array of I dot length. So this is very important. So I hope you understood how to print the multi-dimensional array in the terminal. So similarly, if you want a 3-dimensional array, you can mention the 3 dimension here. And what you can do is you can mention another. So for that you need to place in an object. So that is why it is showing some error. So basically you have 3 rows. So this is first one, this is second one, and this is third one. 3 rows and 3 columns means 1 2 3. Each row has its own column, 1 2 3, like that. Basically you can imagine like it is a matrix. So you can print like another here. And just I'm saying, for example, you can have multi-dimensional, you can have 4-dimensional also, but 2-dimensional is enough for learning purpose. The next thing that we are going to learn is some of the methods that we want to learn in the arrays. Suppose I declared an array. So I declared an array. Suppose I have 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I just mentioning some random numbers in the array. So after this mentioning random numbers, you need to import a package called arrays. That is very important, because this is an object. So basically here you are creating an object, because you are creating all the way like this. So this is the direct statement that you are writing, but indirectly I have showed another way of declaring as well. So this is the another way we are seen up to now. So how you will, if you want to declare an array, how you will declare now? You will mention a new keyword. So here you will mention the size as well. So this is the actual definition of an array. You are mentioning here new keyword. So new keyword means this is an object. I hope you understood. So basically array is an object. So for object there is no methods. So if you want to perform any methods on this array, you need to have a class. So for that you need to import some class. So that is known as arrays, the class name is. So that will be available in java.utils. You can go come down. So in the utils we have something called arrays. So we have array list, arrays we have, so we can just simply use this arrays. So come down. So without using, if you import, it will be directly going to vanish. So you need to use first that. In this out I will mention array. So it will be going to show you all the packages, so you can check. So this is the arrays java.util, you can click on that, it will be directly importing. If you try to import by yourself, it is directly vanishing in my laptop because you are not using that before. So keep dot over here, and you can say toString, and say toString. Inside this toString you need to pass our array. So basically what this will do is it will be going to convert to array, and it will be going to print in the terminal. So you can get a doubt why we are converting to array, why we are using the array class. If you hover, you can get all the information about this class, that is java.util array class. So public final class array, okay, you can see that. So now we are passing array, it's also okay, this is for printing in the terminal. So why to pass this toString? So now what we are seeing methods, some methods. You can say why we are passing toString, because basically this arrays is a class. So you can see in this class, without conversion to string, it will be not going to it will convert to hash, and it will not print correctly. So if you try to run that, so you can see clearly it is printing all the elements in the console. So what if you directly want to print the array? Let's see that also what happens. Boom, you can see it is not printing all the values, it is saying something else, because it is converting into hash code, this hexadecimal form. So I at the rate, and this is known as hash code. So why this is converting? If you want to know all the stuff, you need to understand the arrays in detail. So this arrays you need to understand in detail. If you want to understand, you need to go inside the arrays. So inside this arrays, if you check, so array string, those are they are converting. So that is the main reason that we are converting to string. So otherwise it will be going to return like this kind of thing. So like this kind of thing, if I convert to string, it will be going to print all the elements in the console. You can see like this. So we have understood what is this toString. Now again, this is the first function. So I will comment out this. So I hope you understood what is meant by toString. Now I will show what is. So I will show what is sorting. So basically, if you want to print all the things in the ascending order, how you can do that? So basically, it will show the import. So you can simply import that. So whenever I remove this statement, it is going automatically removing the things that I have not used. So ignore that. So if you want to sort the elements, how you can sort? So simply mention arrays. So you can mention toString, and finally you can pass the array. So but before doing that, you need to sort that. So finally say arrays dot sort. So inside that you will be going to pass this array, and finally place the semicolon. So this is the syntax that you are going to follow before printing the statement. It will print all these array elements will be sorted, and you are finally printing the array. So it will make changes in the original array. In this original array, it will make some changes, sorting. So if you see, it is sorting all the elements in ascending order. I hope you understood how to sort an array. So I hope you understood sorting an array, how to convert to string, and finally now I want to show, so to compare two strings. So if I have this is second array, I will say this is array 1, and I will say this is array 2. How you can compare these two arrays? So basically, for that also we have another method. So simply you want to print that. So first of all, it already gone the import. So again re-import that. So it is imported, no worries now. Now we want to check. So for that we need not to convert toString. For that we need to pass equals, and in that we need to pass both arrays, array 1 and array 2. So this is the syntax. Basically it will check both the methods, and it will return true or false if both the arrays are correct. True, correct means same. So basically you can see it is returning true, that means these both arrays are same. So like that you can use this equals to method. So I hope you understood this equals to method. So finally now I want to show you the method name is fill. So how you can use this method? Basically you have an int array, so you can have array. So you are going to say array, and you are going to import from the utils arrays. So you can say dot fill. So inside that pass the array, and you are going to say what value you are going to fill all the array elements. So I'm going to fill with all the elements with 7. So if you print that, you can understand that. So you can, if you print like this, now you can see what happens. Boom. So you can see that all it is converted to string and it is printing all the values initialized with 7. Basically we are not initialized in this statement, we are initialized means you are basically filling all the elements with 7 here in this line with the help of this line. So what methods we have seen up to now? So in the methods we have seen, I will write a multi-dimensional array. We have seen toString is equals and sort and finally fill. So these are all the methods that we have seen in this video. I hope you understood this video. Thanks for watching up to now. Now we are going to discuss a important concept known as static keyword. So in the static keyword only we have 3 types, not types as well, because so in that static keyword for we have for variables. So for variables we have static keyword, and for methods also we have. For methods also we have, for variables and methods both we have static keyword, and finally we have something called static block. So this is very important, static block, so that we can understand the basic concept. So static blocks helps us to reduce the number of times the static variables are initialized when object is created. So let's understand its practically so that you can understand what is the static keyword and what is the main use of that. So for that purpose I will come up and I will create a class that is known as mobile. So you can see I created a class named mobile. In that I will take a brand I will take. So I initialize brand. Next I will initialize the price. I will take the price. So next I will take the name of the item, the name of the product. So these are the 3 things that I have initialized. Now I initialize a method name show. So basically I initialized a method called show. In this we need to have some printings. So first of all, what you need to print? So I want to print the brand. So with the brand, what you want to attach with that? So I will attach with the semicolon and I will print all the 3 statements in a single line so that perfection will be good. I hope you know how to print that statements. So I just quickly doing myself, you can just understand this thing. So you can see simply I just did nothing, just I have initialized a class here called mobile. In this mobile class I have just this instance variables. I have brand, price, name of the mobile. So after that I have some printing some statements in the console. So now I will come in the main class, that is demo class. So in the main, so I will say object mobile object 1. So I will say new keyword. With the help of new keyword I will say mobile. So this is the scenario. So for this object 1 I will be going to assign all the 3 values. So quickly I will fill all the 3 values. So object.1 brand, suppose say Samsung. So for the object 1 define the price object 1. So for this object 1 I am going to say let's say $1,200 for the object 1. So the name would be similar, so this name is very important. So as this is the string I will say smartphone. So from this what you understood? So for the object you have declared an object and you have initialized with some variables. So in the similar fashion I will take an object 2 as well for your explanation. So here I will make changes to object 2 and as this is same, so change all the variables over here down and here as well. So after changing all the variables, change the product values as well, and the type will object name will be same because both are smartphones only. Now the main thing comes here on. Now if I run that, wait, I created an object but it did not call this void show method. So I will come down and I will say object 1 dot show. I hope you know these concepts. This is from the previous concept object and classes. So simply call with the help of the object 2 also, just simply call the show method. So with this what it happens is it will be going to print in the console. So let's say what it will print. So you can say I am printing Samsung and the smartphone, Samsung price and its type. So next object 2, for object 2 also we have Apple and price and it's also printing smartphone. So now my question is, so this string name if you observe both are smartphones. So the category is same, category or name is same or category is same. So do you think initialization these many times is creation of these many objects is necessary for this single category type? So that is not necessary, so that we should have some kind of restriction or some kind of same thing throughout all the code. So for that purpose we have something called static keyword. So what this static keyword will do? This is known as variable. This is static variable. So what this static variable do? So the name is variable. Here name is a variable of type string, but we are change it to string static. So what is meant by static over here? So basically it is showing warning over here. So let me read the warning so that you can understand that. Accessing static field name. So mobile static string name. So basically what it is saying is you are declaring the name as a static. Then why are you initializing with object one? Because for every time you have smartphone, you are initializing with this object. So remove this object. You can initialize with the class name itself. This mobile is there, right? That is this mobile. So you can simply say throughout this mobile, throughout this whole code, wherever you see the name, that will be definitely your smartphone. It will be not changing. It will be definitely the smartphone itself. Why? We have named it as static. So that is the reason in this class you have static means that's with name means that's fixed. So you can simply initialize the smartphone with mobile, and you here also you can change that. With the class name only you can call this smartphone. So this is the one of the use of declaring static variables. So this is known as static variables. So I hope you understood what is meant by static variables. Now if I print and check, see there is no change in the output, but there is only one advantage with this. So there is no need to initialize all the time the common things that smartphone with the help of the object one. You can simply initialize with this mobile class. So now we understood what is meant by static keyword, static variable keyword. Now we are going to understand what is meant by static method. Means those are functions. So what I will do is just I will reuse this code. So I will come down and I will say public void, and after that I will say static. So as you are having show it is showing some error, so change the name. So it is showing some error even after you are changing the method name as well, because see the name is the static, only the name is static, not all the variables are static. So if I change all the variables to static, let's see what happens. So I change it to static here. I also change it to static here. Then you can see there is no error over here. There is no error over here also. So simply we can also mention object mobile over here, but that's not the case. We should not do that, because this object one, why we are declaring object one will have separate brand name, and object one will have separate price. Object 2 will have separate brand, and object 2 will have separate price. So that's the reason. So but that category will be same. So that's why we are initializing with static. So the brand should not be static, and the price should not also be static. So in the static method we have some error. So name can be used inside this, because static variables, so this is static variable, you can see over here. Static variables can be used in static methods, there is no issue in that. But this brand and this price have an issue, because those are different. You can see over here, brand is Samsung, price is 1200. So brand is Apple, price is 1500. So suppose if I say not with the help of this, so I will say mobile dot show one, not show. So basically now you can understand what is the main issue. So if I call with the help of class, not with the object, I am again saying, so these are with the help of object. So this will be used for these objects. Why this will be used with objects? Because those are separate brand and item. So brand and item, so that this can be object 1 and object 2 will be going here for the show, and brand is separate, price is separate, and name is same. So it will be directly printing like this in the console. So it will be directly printing in the console. Now the main issue is, so if you call the mobile, means mobile class, that is mobile class, inside this mobile class if you call directly the static method show one, so it will be going to call the show one method. But the main issue is, why it is showing red color, the main issue is you are calling show one, as this is a static method. So brand, price and name, so the name is no problem, because name is smartphone, that's okay. But what is brand and price? You are calling with the help of, not with the object, you are calling with the help of the class name. So this is the class name, with the mobile you are calling that, not with the object. So if you call with the object one, so you can see if you call this with the help of object one, so it will be simply going to print the object 1 details in the terminal. If you simply call with the object 2, it will be going to call print in object 2 details in the terminal. but you are calling not with the object, you are calling with the mobile. With the mobile means with the class name you are calling. So what is the brand and what is the price? So directly you cannot have static. So this is static method, so directly you cannot do that. So if you want to do, you have to pass the reference object. So I am passing object reference, so object 1 I am passing over here. So if you are passing object 1 here, you should also accept a type of mobile object. So if you see, simply we are passing an object over here and we are taking reference in this object, and we can simply say, so come here. So you can simply, with the help of that reference, you can simply refer the brand, and you can, with the help of this object, you can simply refer the price, because those two are only right variables. So object dot brand we are getting, object dot price we are getting, and the name is already static, you can see here. So the name is already static, that is smartphone. So this is object. So as we are passing object 1, so object 1 this is, so object 1 dot brand, so that is Samsung. Object 1 dot price, that is 1200, so we are passing here. So right now it will be going to print the details for the object 1. So you can see this printing for these two statements, and this printing for this, with the help of the this static method. I will write here for you. So this is known as static method. So I hope you understood what is meant by static variable and what is meant by static method. So this is known as static method. So static methods you cannot able to access directly. So static methods can be accessed with the help of the object reference. So we are passing object 1 over here. Sorry, we are passing object 1 over here with the help of class name. So in the class name we are receiving the same function. So one, we are receiving an object, and we are so I hope you understood how to print the static method and static variables. Now there is something different called static block. So now what is meant by static block? So understood what is meant by static block. I will be going to remove this thing. Okay, and now I will be going to, yeah, for your understanding I will just simply remove this one, and I will simply remove this static method also for your understanding. Now with the help of this constructor, so constructor, every time you initialized an object, so now here you can see an object obj1 is created here. So every time you created an object, then the constructor will be called in the class. So this is object of mobile, so it will go to the mobile, so it will print whatever is there in the constructor. So if you do not initialize the constructor, it will be automatically building its constructor by its own. Suppose if I say, so how to declare our own constructor? So let's say public. So the constructor method name would be mobile, so that should be the same as. So the constructor is nothing but a function itself, but it will look something like this. The name of the method should be same as the class name, and it will open like this. And if you want, you can take arguments, or if you don't want, you cannot. That's your wish. So inside this constructor, what I am going to say is I am going to initialize this brand. So now inside this constructor, what we are going to see is we are going to initialize with brand. So by default values we are going to initialize. So assume that there is no values. By default we are giving some values. If user did not pass any values, like Samsung, this user did not pass. Suppose user did not pass these values. So simply user created an object. That's it. Then by default this constructor will be called, and inside these values will be assigned to our object. So now I will say default price. So I will say default price is some 200. So after this default price I will say the name. Now if you observe clearly, whenever you created an object and whenever you pass some values, then it will be I will also call with the help of object one, I will call the show method. So if you observe clearly, I just did nothing. Whatever we have done up to now, I just modified, that's it. I have created only one object over here, and I am calling the show method. So here we have the show method. So this class we have, so these variables we have seen already, but we have a new called constructor. So constructor, you don't need to worry, I will just explain you a simple bit. Constructor function syntax would be looking like this. A mobile, this would be same as the class name, and inside that whatever you want you can do that. So when this constructor can come into picture, whenever you created a new block or new object, that will be going to call our constructor. If you don't have an, so we will have a dedicated video on what is constructor, but let's see what happens. So suppose if you print something if you want to print something in the terminal, so this I want to print in the terminal. So let's see what happens. So you can see first it is printing I am in the constructor, then the prices are printing. Why it is so like that? Because first you are creating an object. So whenever you create a first object, then this constructor will be called. So that's very important. So after this constructor is called, see inside this constructor we are printing I am in constructor. So by default values are already initialized, but we are replacing that values with our own custom values. So after that we are calling the show method. So the show method will print according to our updated values. So these are updated values, these are printing in the terminal. Now what is meant by static block? So for the static block we have done all this stunt. So suppose I want to create another object in the same way that what we have seen before. So I will say object 2, the same concept. Now the constructor is called one time for the first time. So what if I run to see, boom, you can see the word constructor 2 times called, and the object, sorry, I will also create another thing so that you can see clearly. So for the object 2 also I will call the show method. The show method I will call for this object 2 Apple also. So first time I calling with object 1, that is show method with the help of Samsung. For the second time I will call with the help of Apple. So I will just simply run. Then you can see, then why it is printing constructor 2 times? Because I am creating 2 objects. I said whenever you create a new object, the constructor will be called. Here 2 times constructor is calling. I hope you understood my word. But the main issue is the name is fixed. The name is static here. So why should the name is initialized always? So that is the main issue. So name should not be initialized many more times, because whenever you call this constructor, all times the values will be reinitialized. So brand will be again null and price will be again 200 like that. So you don't want the smartphone, because that's the static that is same in throughout this code. So you don't want in the constructor, that you don't want static variables to be initialized, because it is always constructor will call this constructor when you create an object, but inside this object you have a static word. So you don't want. So for that purpose only you have a static block. Inside the static block, whatever you want you can do like this. So but the static block will be executed only once. So if you want to check that, you can simply say, so you can simply check like this. So as you are creating 2 objects, you can see I am creating object 1 and object, so I am creating object 1 and object 2, and I am creating 2 times show. So basically for it has to initialize 2 times. So these 2 values will be initialized 2 times, and it will print 2 times I am in constructor. That's not a problem. But this name will be initialized only once. You can see that. See. So first of all it is printing I am in the static block, and next it is printing constructor and smartphone it is printing, because it is initializing brand 2 times, it is initializing the price 2 times, but it is initializing the name only once. So that's the main use of the static block. So this is known as static block. So with the help of the static block you can store how many static variables you have inside that. So I will simply say static block in the comment section. So now I hope you understood. Now you have a doubt that is this following a sequence? Why it is first printing in the static block? So for checking that, if you want to check that is that any sequence is happening over there, so I will prove that also. Then I will run again. So you can see it is not having any sequence, so it is first again printing in the static block only. Wherever you place the static block, whether you place the static block in the top or whether you place the static block in the bottom, that does not make any sense, because static block solves only one purpose. When is static block created? When the class is created. So I will write a simple a comment also for here so that you can understand. So first of all, class is created. So you need to understand first class is created, then object is created. So this is the way how the class and objects are created. First class is created, then object is created. So as first class is created, all the static variables will be initialized. So as we can see this, only we have one static variable. So inside the static variable block we have some printing statement as well. So that is the reason why it is always printing the static statement in the first itself. So after that we are creating an object. You can see we are creating 2 objects. This is first object, this is second object. So that is the reason it is going here in the constructor. It is printing this I am in constructor twice. You can see over here I am in constructor twice. So after that what we are doing is we are calling the show method. So it is coming here in the show method, and it is printing for the Apple and for the Samsung as well. So that is the thing that you need to understand. So the 3 things that we have seen in this video, that is what is static block. So this is known as static block, and what is we have already seen what is static method. I have removed that, and finally we have seen static keyword as well. So I hope you understood this video. Thanks for watching up to now. So hi guys, now we are going to see important concept in Java that is known as constructors. So for understanding the constructor concept, we need to create a class. So I will quickly create a class called students. So I created a class of student and I will just simply make it like this. So in this, I will create two instance variables. So I will name it as age. So I will make them public. Okay, the next variable I will take is the string, that is name for his name I am saying. So as you can see, I took two instance variables. After that, what I want to do is I want to create the functions. I will create total 4 functions. The first function will return this age, the second function will return this name, and the third function will set this age, and the fourth function will set this name. So basically, for simply getting the age name, we are going to have two functions. For setting the name age, we are going to have two functions. I hope you understood. Setting means that your custom name that you are going to pass from this demo to here, so that we can able to see in the terminal. So let's see how to do that. So first of all, I will create to set the age. So return type is integer. So I will say get age. So this is the naming convention that everyone follows. So for getting the age, you will be going to name it as get name. So that is your wish, you can name it as anything. But one important thing is the method name should be, if someone reads your method name, that should be valid, or some what the purpose it is solving, so that they can able to read all the function clearly. So first of all, in this I will simply say return age. So this is a simple thing that I have done. So this what is the age here, default age that I have set it. So return that age only. So if you did not mention any age like is equals to 0 or something, you did not mention here, means it will return 0. I hope you understood. So the next function I will create is set the name. So name is a string, so I will type return. So I said before only, this can be whatever your wish, set name or name set, that is your wish, but it should solve the proper issue that what it is doing. So here what I will do is return name. Okay, simple. First function will return the age, second function will return the name. Now if you want to set the name, so here a default values I did not give. If I did not give the default values, so these are the default values I am showing. So if I did not do anything, just name will be default as null. So I don't want the default value. I want to pass from the demo. So for that purpose, I want to set the value. So I will say public. So int, first of all I want to set the age. So simply say set, sorry, here we are getting right, not setting. So get, okay. Here you can say set age. Open the braces, and inside this you can simply say this dot age is equals to age. So inside this you are going to accept an argument. So I hope you understood this statement. It is doing nothing. So you are basically passing an argument from the demo. You are accepting in this here. So after accepting, just your this return type is integer. Okay, just you are setting this age. This age means this age. So here you can see this age means this age. So from the color code also you can understand that. So after that, what I will be going to do is I will be going to say public set name. So inside this I will accept a string. I will say it as name. So inside this I will say this dot name is equals to name. Okay, mention the return type as well. Okay, this name basically comes here and this name is this one. To differentiate, I just mention capital N here and capital N over here. You can mention small n also. So for that purpose only we are going to place this here. So even though if you have small n over here, small n, if you place small n over here, so and of course the same thing, the name will come here, and this means, so this represents this one here. So basically total I have 4 functions which can solve 4. So it's not integer, we can write is void. So this is also not string type, this is also void, because just we are setting that, not we are returning that. If you return here, if you simply say return, then you need to mention here string. So I am not going to currently return anything, so I will simply remind it as a void. Okay, I hope you understood. So this is for setting age, this is for setting name, this is for getting name. So this is for setting age, this is for setting the name. So I hope you understood what are the 4 functions will do. So we are going to make an object of student. So for that I will say student. So I will say object is equals to new of type student. So this is the way how you create an object. So not student, that is students. So this is the way how you create an object of this class students. So after creating an object successfully, you are going to assign some values with the help of this obj object. So you can say object dot set, so set age you can say. Okay, so you are basically setting this age with this like here. If you did not set this age, it will be going to take null. So for simplicity, I will also show with that in the terminal as well. So I am saying obj dot, you are going to set name as well. So set name. So in the name, what you are, that is your wish, you are going to say, suppose that is whatever you the name you like, you can keep here. So after the setting, after you are setting the name and age, it will be going to accept the name and age, okay, inside that. So I am also passing the age and name inside over that. So finally what I will do is I am going to print in the terminal. So I will say simply obj dot, first of all I will be getting the name, because just I set it here. You can say I just call these two functions, I did not call ever these two functions for getting that value. So I will simply say obj dot, for calling that method you will say get age. Okay, I hope you understood. After that you are going to concatenate with the help of this, and inside you are going to put colon. So after that you again put plus, and you are going to say object dot, so get name. So you are also getting the name. Okay, I hope you understood. So this is the simple thing, you are getting the age, you are dividing with semicolon, and you are getting the name. So this is a simple printing statement. This will print all the stuff in the terminal. I hope you can see full. So now I will, if I run that, so you can see it is printing the name and age in the terminal. So okay, wait, so I will simply, so I will remove this. So now you can say I just swapped that, so that you can see clearly. First it prints name, and after that it prints your age in the terminal. So up to here there is an issue. I hope there is no any issue for this thing. So I will show you one shortcut trick, so that you can get all these methods in the here in the VS Code. So any popular IDEs will give you this option. So simply right click over that. So click on source action. So it will show you that generate constructor. So we will see how to generate constructor. So up to now what we are seeing is getters and setters. It will get and set all the values. We are getting 4 values. Sorry, we are setting 2 values. We are getting 2 values. So let's click on that. So it will be going to ask what you are going to generate setters and getters. So for int age, I am going to have the function getter and setter. So for the name also I am going to have the getter and setter. So simply click on OK. See, it is automatically creating a getting name and getting age. So after that again right click on that, you are going to click source action. You are going to get setters now. So again both click that. Just with the help of the source action, inbuilt VS Code will provide all these methods. You need not to write by yourself. So simply right click that and source action. In the source action you can generate constructor as well. So I hope you understood how to write these all functions. So now I will run and see it is working or not. So I will run. So yeah, you can see simply it is working again and again. Now what if, so what is meant by constructor? Now the main important concept arises here. So you understood what is meant by getters and setters. So these are known as getters and setters. Basically this will set and get your age. See, these are known as getters and setters. So these 4 functions are known as getters and setters. So I hope you understood what is meant by getters and setters. Now, so now what is meant by the constructor? So basically I will show here what is meant by constructor. So constructor is nothing but a function that is created when the object is created. So the constructor will look like this. So you are going to mention public and the constructor name. So basically all the constructor name will be same as the class name only. So I will going to say students, and you are going to mention the round brackets. So you can see there is no return type over here for the constructor. So this is known as the default constructor. It will be not going to have any return type. So you are not going to mention any void, you are not going to mention any int type. So this is known as default constructor. So even though if you not mention any constructor, so it will be going to have this here. So if you want to perform some operations here, you can take like this. So inside this I will say simply I will print something in the terminal so that you can understand. Okay, I just did nothing. I am printing something in the terminal. So let's see what happens if I run that. So you can see it is first printing I am in constructor. Why it is printing first I am in the constructor? Because first you are creating an object. So as soon as you create an object, it will be going to call this constructor. So the main important constructor matter is it will be going to call when you create an object. So what if I did not call this show methods, sorry, this methods, means this printing statement also. So simply I will call this, comment out this, and if I run that, you can see So even though I did not call this method system.println, it is just printing I am in the constructor. Why it is printing I am in the constructor? Because you just only created an object of type student, then again as soon as you created an object, it is going to call the constructor. So if you want to check this is correct or not, just simply I will going to create another object as well for your understanding. So I will say object 1. So you can see it is going to print two constructors, because the first constructor is for the first object and the second constructor is for the second object. I hope you understood. So for the explanation for this video, I will be going to remove the first constructor. Now if you again compile and run, you will be going to see only one constructor is printing, because we are only having one constructor over here. So what if you want to set all the values? So I will remove this. So then what is the use of the constructor? So basically you are not passing any values over here. So you are not passing any values. So I will print something. So you can see what is get name and what is set get age. So if you see here, we are not assigning any age default over here. Suppose I can say simply 30. I can say like this also. But sorry, you are mentioned private, not public here. So this instance variable should be private, not public. That is your wish, but you can generally you can see this will be private only. So anything in private you will not just simply do, or you cannot simply assign over here like this. So if you want to assign, you will be going to assign all the things in the method, something method known as constructors only. So okay, I hope you understood. Now suppose I did not assign over here, I just getting the name and age. So now let's see. So I am just getting the name and age. So whatever the name and age will be here, it will be going to print here. So what is there? So there is nothing here. We did not set here. So it will be going to print the default constructor. So it will be going to call the default constructor. In the default constructor, we are not having any values. So it will be going to set name as null and the age as 0. So that is the meaning. If you don't have anything also, it will be going to call this constructor. So we are going to now set some values here. So if you set age as suppose 18, so more than 18 only your application will work. Other than that your name will not work. So you are going to say simply name. So if user did not enter any name, you can simply this age I am saying. So now you set at this age. Now you are setting this name. Suppose user did not set any name with the, like here. User did not set any name over here. Then you can set username as Charan. I hope this makes some sense. If user did not mention any name and age over here, you can simply mention in the default constructor. Whenever you create an object here, then this default constructor will be called, and this name and age will be passed, and this will return, and this will be print in the terminal. So let's see. So you can mind you, these are not we are not assigning. I commented out that. So let's see what happens. So as soon as I compile and run, you can see name and the age is also printing. Why it is printing like that? Because I am assigning in the constructor. As soon as you called this, as soon as you created this object, this will be going to call your constructor. I hope you understood that point. Now there is important concept known as, we have seen constructor, but there is something called default constructor and parameterized. So we have something known as default constructor and parameterized constructor. No, so you understood the main usage of the constructor. If you want to set some values, if you are not setting any values, by default if you want set to some values, you can set here default is equals to, but that is not the good way. So you are going to call the constructor as soon as you create an object. That will set all the values in this constructor. So I hope you understood now. Now what is meant by parameterized constructor? So default constructor is nothing but if you not passed any parameters in this is known as default constructor. So I will going to accept some int age. Okay, I will be going to accept some string over here, string name. Okay, in this I am going to accept some string and name. Here I will be going to assign the age, and here I will be going to assign the name. Okay, this name and age I am going to assign over here. So why it is showing error? Because assignment itself, this assign value never used. So you can simply say this dot. Okay, so basically if you mention this dot, means this refers to this one, and age refers to these values that we are taking from the arguments. So how can you create an object of that constructor, parameterized constructor. So suppose I will say object 1, and in this construct, inside the students type, I am going to pass arguments. So suppose I say 30, not 30, if I say 25 age, and the name if I pass like Kumar, it will be going to accept this constructor. So if I have something like s out here, you can understand I am in the parameterized constructor. So as soon as you create this normal object, it will be going to call the normal constructor, this constructor. So you can also you can also print that. You can also print and see that. So I am in the default constructor. So this is known as default, because you're not taking any arguments over here, but you are taking some arguments over here. So this is known as the parameterized constructor. So I will simply take, so I hope you understood. So this is known as, so constructors I will say. So this is known as default constructor, you are not accepting any argument. So this is known as parameterized constructor, because you are accepting age and string. Not only that, you can just simply accept the name as well. So that is known as, you can, I will show that also. So you can just simply accept the name as well, that is your wish. Otherwise you can simply accept the, this will be name will be, you are going to pass here. Okay, the name will be getting from here, the age you are going to pass from here. So I am in the parameterized constructor, I will say here single. So I will create another object. So I will say object 2. So here I will only pass the name only. So I hope you understood. So this is known as the default constructor. So these two are known as, these two are known as parameterized constructor, but this is a single parameter. Here you are passing two parameters. So there is function I created, so which can accept two parameters, which can accept one parameter. Now if I print that, all the stuff you can see. So it is saying I am in the default constructor. Basically for this one, it is calling this default constructor. Next, as soon as you created this object, it will be going to call this one. Why? Because that is matching the parameters. So it is saying parameters constructor, it is printing like this. So as soon as created a single argument constructor, you are going to call this one. So it will say single parameterized constructor. Even though if you see, we are not calling anyway the constructors over here, it is directly calling these constructors. So what is meant by that? If you don't create a constructor, so for your, I hope you understood this constructor, what is meant by this constructor. So I will going to remove this all the stuff. Okay, I am removed all the stuff, and I am going to remove this as well. I hope you understood. So as soon as you created this object, so the default constructor is provided this one. So you can simply run, means see again null and 0 is provided, because we're not assigning these values. Okay, now again run. So you can see Charan and 30 is assigned over here, and it is print. We are calling get name and set name, and finally it is coming here, and we are calling this get name and set name. So what if you want to set default value? So already we have seen how to get and set name in the default constructor. So I hope you if you did not mention also, this will provide this default constructor. So you can check some. So if you create an object, it will be going to call this constructor. If you did not call this constructor also, it will be going to call this constructor. Let's see. See, I am in constructor, it is printing. When you create an object, compulsory the constructor is called. If you not executed any statement also, it will be going to call that constructor. But I am not printing anything in this constructor, so that is why it is not showing here the constructor. But unfortunately, it will call the constructor when you create an object. So that is very important point. Constructor is nothing but a function itself, like you can see over here. So you also understood what is meant by getter and setter. You are going to get name and get age, set name and set age. This will be provided default by the VS Code as well. You can simply click source action and you can set these value, create these functions with the help of the VS Code as well. So I am simply printing in the terminal. So I hope you understood what is meant by construct. So hi, today we are going to discuss a very important concept in Java. So that is known as OOP, object oriented programming. So in Java, this is object oriented programming is very, why it is important, because to organize code. Once we can see what are the types of the object oriented programming we have in the Java, 4 pillars of the OOPS concept we have in the Java. Once you see that, you can understand, oh, this is the organization of the code. If you organize the code, that is very looking clean and very effective code that we are making. Like that you can. Yeah, why this name is coming to picture object oriented? Because we are going to deal each and everything with the help of the objects only. Because in Java we have everything in classes. To use the classes we definitely want to make objects. So that's the reason that is known as object oriented programming. So if you understand what are the programming languages, types of programming languages in the world, all the types are kept in here so that you can understand what is the difference between object oriented and what are the other types of the programming languages other than object oriented programming languages. So if you see procedure programming languages, in this we have C Sharp, Java, Pascal and some other programming languages we have. So like that we have functional programming languages, you can read over there. So we have object oriented programming, scripting, logic. So if you see in the object oriented programming languages, we have C++, Java, Python. In the scripting languages, we have JavaScript and PHP and some other languages. Now you can get it out why in the procedural language we have Java and in object oriented programming language we have Java. So why only this Java has both the kind of procedural and object oriented programming language. So let's understand. So what is meant by procedural programming and what is meant by object oriented programming. So in object oriented we have everything in classes. So that is the reason we need to make class. For the class we need to make objects. So for the object we can call these methods. For this object also we can call methods. Like that for every object we can call its methods in the class and we can use the methods. So this is the reason Java is known as object oriented programming. So this procedural programming is also known as POP, procedural programming language. So this is not that much compared given importance in this society now in the market. Now in the market only object oriented programming language they are all doing. So this is not nothing but anything. It is the type of code that you are organizing. That is nothing but how you maintain the function. This is the way that you are maintaining the functions. So this is known as POP, procedural programming language. So the next, if you observe in the OOPS, we have 4 pillars. I have already mentioned that. So we have encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction. So these are the 4 pillars of OOPS. Other than these 4, we have some other types also. So the first, if you learn these 4, automatically you will get to know about those things also. So first of all, in this video we are going to see encapsulation. This is very important and easy as well because we have already covered these kind of concepts in the previous video only. That is in the constructors video. So if you did not watch that video, please check out the playlist that I am giving in the iCard or in the description box. So you can get that constructors video. So in that constructor video, we have discussed about what is getters, what is setters, and what we have discussed public and private variables. So that is the very important concept for this encapsulation. So if you observe in the object oriented programming, we have 4 types now only I said. So each type of concept deals with what? So encapsulation deals with the data security. Inheritance with the inheritance and polymorphism deals with code reusability, and abstraction deals with high complexity. So finally in this video we are going to discuss only in encapsulation. In the upcoming videos one by one we will see all the 4 concepts in the OOPS so that you can be able to get an understanding about OOPS in Java. So if you see encapsulation, we have wrapped methods and data means here variables in a class. So this is known as an encapsulation. In our day-to-day life, we will take medicines, right? So that medicines will be of type capsule. So one side of capsule is methods. In general life, all thing will be powder, but it is divided into 2 parts. So that is the reason we are saying this encapsulation. We are encapsulating this with the help of methods and data. So no one from the outside the class cannot able to use our methods or our data variables in the variables. So I will show with the help of this code. I will also do normal code so that you can understand. First, let's understand with this code so that it makes some sense. So I hope you know the basic syntax of Java. So this is the normal class. This is the perfect class. So in this we have a method called main. This is very important. Here we are creating an object of A1 of type animal of new animal. So if you see the animal class, in the animal class we are declaring string of type. So this is a variable. So you can read of the sentence over here, that is private values, so cannot be accessed outside. So basically what is meant by this is you are always said to keep these variables as private, because without keeping private you might go on into some issues. So public string, so if you keep this in the private, you cannot able to access this directly here. So you see you are saying set type. So indirectly you can access this variable type. How can you access indirectly? You are going to call this set type. So in this class only we have something method called set type. So this set type will type the type of, here it will take the type and it will set the type. Sorry, it will get the type first. So if you want to set the type, it will set the type and it will set the type. So finally we are printing that. So basically this code says how you can secure your variables. So that's the important part of this. And we can also understand how we can able to indirectly access that type in this demo class. The code practically also. I highly recommend to watch the previous video. So constructors and getters, setters. So we discussed these things, constructors, getters, setters in this previous video. So in the previous video, constructor video, I have discussed getters and setters. So for understanding purpose, I will remove this constructor and getter setter. Okay, I will keep this object as it is. Now what I will be going to do, I will remove this one. So for your understanding purpose, I will remove this private and I will set this age as 20. Okay, I will keep the, I will also remove this name from here. So now I will show you what is meant by data theft. So if you see clearly over here, I will also make a function over here. So I will say public void. So I made some function known as show. So basically what this function will do, this function will print the show. So this one, this function will print age. So you can see clearly we are just printing the age in the terminal. So without printing, so wait a minute, I will show one thing. So if you see clearly, you are going to set the age. So I will be going to say remove this one here. So from the, so basically what I am trying to say is you have a class called students. In that we have a variable called integer age. So we are printing that age in the terminal. So that's no problem. So wait, I will not print also this one. So you are creating an object and you are trying to access the age. Okay. And you are trying to store in the result. Okay, with the help of this object, you created an object. With the help of this object of the type students, you are trying to access the variable age. So you are getting the age 20 here and you are storing that 20 in the result. So you can simply print that. So you can see that just I am accessing this variable with the help of this object, and if you try to print, I'll clear the screen. So if you try to access that, see you are able to print this variable in the other class, not in the student class. In the other class, demo class, you are able to access the age with the help of this object. So you are able to get the age. But we don't want that, because in our day-to-day, in our real life, it's not good practice to do this age to declare here. So unfortunately you declared also. That should not be accessed here directly, because that's a sensitive data. Or if I say salary, if I'm making an application for the banking application, if I say salary, so the salary, this is a sensitive information. How can someone come here and suppose someone come here and say salary here? So someone can come here and they can simply see the salary over here, 200. So with the help of this salary variable, they can simply see the salary. So this is not recommended. This is not a good practice. That so you need to make all the variables, instance variables. So these are known as instance variables. You need to make all the instance variables as private. You are getting an error, okay, over the salary. If you hover that, it will show salary has private access in the students. So you cannot able to access that because this variable is private. So for this instance variable, you are setting that as private. So you cannot able to access the salary. So I will, for the understanding purpose, I will remove this age. Okay, you cannot access directly the salary. Okay, then how can you access that? It means one way to access that, that is known as getter and setter. So what is meant by getter and setter? So I will show with the help of the methods. So getter and setter is nothing but the methods itself. So I will make a function called, so first of all, getting the salary. So I will say I will get the salary. Okay, in the get the salary, so the getting the salary return type. So I will be going to return something. So I will say int, a public int get salary. So inside this, I will say return salary. So this works. Why this works? Because the salary is in the students and this get salary is also in the same class. So you can access this private variable no problem because those are in the same class. You can access in this method get salary. So access this private variable in this salary. So you can simply call this get salary function in this here. So this is one method to get the salary here. So I will show you how to get that. So if you come here, now if you call object dot get salary function if you call that. So this will be basically return type of int. So you are going to have a int result. Suppose you are going to show that result in the result yeah, your not result, basically salary. So I will say it will be going to store in the salary, and I am printing that salary. If you see here, if I try to print that, success. So basically when you declare any variable privately, you are not going to access that directly in the other classes. Indirectly we can access that. So the indirect method is known as the getting method, getters. So these are known as getters. So with the help of these getters, we can get whatever we have in the private variables. We can simply get like this. So how many we have private variables, we can get all the values with the help of these kind of methods. So what if someone want to set the value? So we already set a private integer to 200. So you don't want this 200. So suppose your price has to increment it. So someone wanted to increment your salary. So then that time how can you increment? With the help of something called setters. So in this in this students only we can create a function called setters. This will set the salary. You cannot set here because this is private variable. You cannot able to access here, but you can set here. So how can you set that? So called public. So as this is the setting salary, you are going to accept a integer. So called, or you can simply say salary. You are going to accept a parameter that is known as salary. So in this setter function, I will just say this dot salary, this dot salary is equals to salary. So with the help of this set salary method, we can able to set the salary. Suppose if I see how what is the setting or not. So simply I will say obj dot set salary. So I will say obj dot set salary. In this I will be going to pass a integer that is 200. So basically that will call this method and it will set this salary method. So after setting this salary, I will be going to call this. So after setting also you will be going to call this. Okay, so you can say salary 1 and salary 2. I hope you understood. Now here we will first print salary 1. Okay, so this salary 1, when we can print first we can print this salary 1. So basically what I did here, I just did nothing here. I will explain what I did. So basically you can see in the demo class, first of all I created an object of new students. Okay, in the students class I have a salary 1 variable. So I am directly accessing with the help of this get salary. So that is the main use. We are getting the salary. So the default value we will get. So salary is 200. So you said the salary 1 is 200 and it will print in 200 here. So that is known as getter function. So we can simply get the function and we will store and we will display. So the next one is known as setter. With the help of this setter method, we will able to set the salary. So here I am able to call with the help of this object. I am calling this function set salary. In that it is able to accept a parameter. I am passing this argument 200. So after passing that, it is setting the salary to our required value. Suppose if I say here I will not pass 200, I will say suppose 1000. I will say okay 1000. So I am setting 1000 increment to 1000. So salary 2 will be setted with the help of this set salary. Okay, salary. So inside this set salary we are going to pass 1000. So basically I will type cash to int. So I will return this value. Okay, I will simply return this value. So that's the reason it is showing error. Okay, I will set the return type to int and I will return this value. After returning that, we will store that salary 2 in this and I will going to print this salary 2, not salary 1. So after that we will be going to compile and run. So you can see first the default value 200 is printing because we have set the default value to 200. So with the help of this printing statement, it is printing 200 in the terminal. So after that, with the help of the set salary, we are setting the salary with the help of the setter. So it is setting salary to 1000. So we are printing successfully 1002 here. So you can see we are with the help of this private, we can simply with the help of getters and setters, we can set and get the value. So like with the help of this, the data is very secure and data. So you can see over here, we are securing our data with the help of this capsule. So that's the reason it is known as encapsulation. And you can see here also the same thing, we are declaring private. So you can read this here. So there is a shortcut to create getters and setter functions in the VS Code, that is known as with the help of source code. You can simply right click and go to source action. Here you can see all the things that VS Code can provide to you. You can see generate getter salary, generate setter salary. So it is saying generate getter and setter salary. So you need both getter and setter salary. So you can simply click here. So the VS Code will be going to automatically create this getter and setter functions for you. So this is getter and this is setter. And not only that, it can also provide the constructors. You can simply click and you can go to source action and you can explore all the things that is VS Code is providing here. So just now I have used the getters and setters. So other than that, we have constructors equals to toString. We have all the things, important things here. So like this, you can organize your data with the help of the encapsulation and getters setters function. Hi guys, in the previous video we have talked about what is object oriented programming language. So what are the four pillars of OOPS? So we have seen encapsulation in detail. Now in this video we are going to cover what is inheritance in detail. So yeah, we have seen what is encapsulation in detail. Yeah, from here we are going to see what is inheritance. So what is meant by inheritance in general? Inheritance means the traits in general. I am talking about humans. In general, inheritance means the traits that you get from your parents, ancestors, like that. So in the programming, in the Java, there is some concept called inheritance in OOPS concept, that is the same thing. So if you have a class, suppose say class A here, let's say class A. So if you have class, in class A you have suppose addition and subtraction. In class B you have suppose you need to have multiplication and division, but you also need addition and subtraction feature also. So what you can do, you can simply say extends class A. So what is meant by this extends class A? So this is nothing but that you are inheriting the traits of your parent. So here class A is your parent and you are the child, means class B is the child. This child is inheriting the properties of class A. So class A addition and subtraction is father. So child can also perform multiplication and division, more operations. Child can only perform multiplication and division, but it is extending to addition and subtraction as well. So for more clarity, we will be going to see these two patterns in the Java so that we can understand very clearly. So if you see, this is one of the inheritance patterns. So suppose this A is our main ancestor, main parent. So we are inheriting the traits. So B is for the B, you can have the access of A. So whatever the methods, whatever the variables are there in the A, all of them can be accessed with the help of the object of B only. So this each box represents a class. So with the help of this B class, you can create an object of B class and you can use all the traits of A also. So you can see A is the parent here and you can simply extend to A, means this B is extending to A. If you see C, so C is extending to A. That means whatever the characteristics of A, whatever the methods are there in this A, you can simply able to access in the C. And whatever you can see over here, D is extending to C. So whatever the methods you have in C and whatever the methods you have in A, all the methods can be accessed in the D. So with this single line, C class D extends C. With this single line, instead of writing whole code of C again, whole code of A again in the D, you can simply access the methods of C and A in the D. So that is one of the use case of inheritance. So we will be seeing practical code also next. First, let's understand with the diagram so that you can understand visually. So how these trees look like, not trees means this inheritance tree look like. For more understanding purpose, I put another image for you as well. So this is one type of inheritance tree. This is another type of inheritance tree. So this is valid. For a single class, we can have different classes like class B, C, D. We can have different classes can be inherited with class A. Means all the properties of class A can be accessed in class B, class D, class C as well. So all the properties can be accessed through all three classes. So this is known as base class. Okay. So this is known as parent class. Okay, parent class, child class. So this is known as parent class. These and all are known as child class. So parent class, these and all three known as child class. Or if you see the next image, if you see here, you can call this as super class, means this one. You can call this A as super class and you can call this all child class as subclass. So super class and subclass. So this ABCD are the reference variables that you can take, that according to your wish. You can take calculator, like advanced calculator, you can take anything as your requirement, but just for example I am taking ABCD here. For example, if you see, we have a superclass name and a function eat. So as animals in general, that is generalized form, we can have many animals. This is parent class. So we can have many animals like dog, cat, like this. So in the dog, this is known as subclass. We can have display. So in the main class, if you call the Labrador.name, so it will be going to this name. You can call this function, this variable. Next we are going to call the eat function. It will print the eat. Next we are going to call display in the dog. So for this purpose, you just need to create an object of this dog. That's it. You just need to create the dog. That's it. You need to extend this dog to animal. That's it. Your job is done. So the next thing, very important thing, is these kind of all patterns is allowed in Java. These kind of patterns are not allowed in Java. So why it is not allowed? Let's see. So if you in the code also we will going to see that. So a single inheritance. So class B can be inherited class A, class C. So this already we seen. So this also we seen hierarchical intent. These three are possible in Java. These not possible because single child class cannot be parent of two parents, right? Suppose he is parent, you cannot have two fathers or you cannot have two mothers like that. You only one class can have one parent. You can see one class can have one parent, one class one parent, one class one parent, one class one parent. So you cannot have multiple parents. So this is one of the you think that you need to have in your mind that multiple inheritance is not supported in Java. So there is a reason for that also. We will see in the code aspect also. Okay, you can see clear terminal, and you can see clear code. There is no code here. Now what I will be going to do, I will try to explain you what is meant by inheritance with the help of code. So for that I will create a class called A. Just for example, these classes are, you can name it anything that is your wish. So in this class A, what I will do is I will be going to have two classes. So the return type would be integer, and the class name would be add. Basically this class A will perform both addition and subtraction. So basically what I have explained in the slides as well. So what this will do, this will return, suppose inside we will be going to accept two arguments. So I will so two arguments, that is into n1, and I will also accept in n2. So in the return statement what I will do, I will just add both of them. So if you see clearly that what I have mentioned here, just I simply returning n1 plus n2, I have did nothing more than that. So I will just simply reuse my code. I will just simply paste down as well. Now this time I will do a function for the subtraction. So as it is, I will take two integers here and I will change it to subtraction. Okay. So there is a class that which performs only two operations. I hope this can have multiple methods. You can have both division and multiplication in this only, but what I will do is I will just reuse my code. So I will copy this, I will paste here. So as you cannot have same class name, I will change it to class B, and I will change it as to not addition more than. So I will say multiplication, and I will change subtraction to division, sorry. So yeah, class A can perform only addition and subtraction. Class B can perform only multiplication and division. So what if you want to wrap this class B and you want class B to perform the addition subtraction as well. So let's see what we will do. So first of all, we will be going to create an object for class A. So how we will be creating like A, and you can say object obj and you is equals to, you can say new keyword, and finally you can say A like. So this is the way how you declare an object. So next what you will do? Next you will simply with the help of this object. So with the help of this object you will simply going to call this add, and inside this add you are going to pass, see you created two variables, and you can perform the subtraction as well. Okay, and okay, let's see what happens. We are performing, but we are not we just performed addition and subtraction, but we are not storing it anywhere. So I will simply say an integer, because because this is returning this add and the subtract is returning an integer. So that's why I will take hint here, and I will say result 1, and I will store in the result 1. In the same fashion for the subtraction also I will say result 2, and I will store in the result 2. So I will come down and I will print both of them. So I will say add, and I will concatenate with, so I will say result 1. So yeah, this is result 1, and you can have the same thing but here for the subtraction. So inside the subtraction you will be going to say result 2. Now I hope this will be printing in the terminal. So you can see the successfully outputs are printing in the terminal. Now if you want, you also want to implement this multiplication and division. So let's try that also. So if you want to, let me copy these things. So let me paste here. So what you can do is you can create a new object of not subtraction, multiplication. Result 3 I will say. Here I will say result 4. So this is result 3, this is result 4, there is no issue, and you can change that is multiplication and this is division. So all is good, but there is a small issue in this code. What is that issue? See, you cannot find the symbol multiplication because the multiplication is, so you are creating an object of type A, but you are using the methods of class B. Understood my point? So you are only creating object for this class, you are not creating an object for this class. Creating an object is okay for A, but you are using methods of class B. So that is not possible. So one way to do that is, so if you want all these four can be executed. So what you can do, simply cut it here. Simply after this paste here. Okay. Now there is no issue. If you try to run that, you want some printings as well. Okay, now I want to print all the stuff in the terminal. You can see successfully printing all the things. But in real life, we will be not going to do all the stuff, all the methods in a single class. So that's the reason that I am saying you are perform, just example I am saying, you will be going to perform only 2 operations in class A. So like that, if you want to perform some of the other operations in class B, but what you want is you want to implement all the things in class B. So you have an option that copying here and you just pasting here, and you just make an object of class B, and you can print all these things in the terminal. So that is one option. So that is a worst option that I can say, because see, already code we have in the class A, why to paste the same code here? So that is the reason we have seen in the slides also. If you want, you can check the description for the PDF. So basically what is meant by that is, so code reusability, this inheritance is main used for code code reusability. So you can simply say a keyword called extends keyword, and which class you want to extend. I want to extend class A. See, there is no error, there is nothing here. So now what you will do is, you can simply, without creating object of A, you can simply create object of B. So now you are creating object of B. So see, there is no error. So if you remove this extends, see what happens. So if you remove this extend, see, there is an issue of this add and subtract, because you are only creating an object of B. If you see up, we have in the multiplication and division only. So there is no error over multiplication and division. So there is error over addition and subtraction. So to avoid that conflicts, so if you only declare with the help of this only one object of B, you need to implement all the addition subtraction feature as well. So that's the reason we need to do extends A. So you can see the error has been vanished. So now you simply add and subtract. So but you are creating a single object of class B. So with the help of this class B only, you can access all the methods of class A as well. So you can see add and subtract is part of now class A, but you can able to access with only the object of class B. Now if I want, I will just print that. See, there is no issue in that, but I created only object of B. I am using the functions or methods of class A. So this is the main use of using this keyword extends to A. So I hope this makes now some sense. In the previous video, we have seen in detail about inheritance. So in the previous video, we created a class A and we have created a class B that extends to class A. That's fine, and we are creating an object of only class B, and we are able to use these add and subtract methods as well. Now what I am going to show you in this video is what is meant by super keyword. So just remove these things, and just you all for explanation, I will remove these things as well. So I will not be going to have this and all stuff here. So I will zoom a little bit. So yeah, I have a class A, I have a class B that extends to class A. So the now main issue is, what if you have an integer, let's say you have an int value. So suppose let's say int value is 20. Okay, this is a normal thing that you have a int value. Suppose in the class B also you have an int value. That's possible, right? There is no impossibility in Java. So you have int value in class A, you have int value in class B as well. Now what I will do in the demo is, I will create an object of B. Okay, that's normal. B, I will say object, and is equal to, you will say new keyword, and you will say take the object B reference, or you create an object. So this is the way how you create an object. Now if you have a function like, let's say obj dot show. Yeah, I know there is no method called show. I will come here in the B and I will create a function. So I will say public void. So it will do nothing, just it will print in the terminal only, just for saying show. I will create a new function called show. I have already called from here, you can see over here. Okay, here up to here it is nothing, you just know all this stuff. Now what is meant by super keyword? So I will explain one by one. Now come here and just try to print. Okay, you just called obj.show, so it will be going to execute this one. Now it is, see, if you are saying value, which value will be printed, this value or this value? Let's print and see. 20. Oh sorry, here also it's 20, right? I will change it to some 100. Now let's see. Yeah, the basic stuff, because of course you are creating an object of B. With this help of object you are calling show. So in the show method you are just printing the value. So whatever the value in this class B, that will be printed here, the value in the same class. That is right. But if you want to execute, if you have a same variable like value here and value here also, if you want to execute this first, not this value, what you will do, you will just simply, because you are extending to a also, because you can also, you can use all the variables, all the methods in the class a as well, so you can use this value as well. So you can simply say super dot value. So basically what is this super keyword means, this super will take the values from its super class. You can see the warning has sign has been removed, so this value has been now will print in the terminal. So let's see that. Yeah, you can see that before it is printing 100, now it is printing 20 if you just add the keyword super. So there are so many use cases of super. If you want to execute first not the this class, not child class, if you want to execute only the parent class that you are extending, that is class A, so it will be executed first. Okay, I hope you understood. Now what you will do is, you suppose you have another method here also, like let's say public here also, void show, the same function, right? So that's why we are using the super keyword. If you have different functions here, different functions here, then what's the use of this super keyword? So this extra video also. So if you have show method here also, you have show method, then what happens? So I will just remove this keyword and I will, the same printings can be taken in here as well. So this is simple. Now I will run. Okay, this printing only in B class. Why? Because you have just created object of B, you are calling the show method, so it will show. Okay, it will show only this one. Now there is a very important concept. This is, what is this? This is just a method, right? With this is method, but with the help of constructors there is a magic that I will show. So I hope you know what is meant by constructor. So now I will be going to create a constructor. So let's say public. So constructor name should be same as the class name. So class name is B. So this is the way how you declare a constructor. Okay, in the constructor, suppose if I pass I am in class B, the same thing. Okay, the same thing if I pass. So let's say this one colon, and here all in this A class also I will be going to create a constructor. Okay, so here I will say A. Okay, here inside I will say A. Okay, I will remove this value, I will remove this integer also for your understanding. So up to now what we have seen is with the help of the functions. Okay, functions there is no issue, but the super keyword is very helpful in the constructors only. So I will show what is the uses. So in the B class, this is the B class, so I will remove this space as well. In the B class we have a constructor that is B. Okay, that's why you are renting B. Whenever you create a new object, okay, it will be, constructor will be called. So remove this show because we do not have show as well. Remove the show method because we do not have any show methods over here. Now what is the issue? So now if you observe clearly, if you create an object of type B, now let's see what happens. Let's print. So if I run that, so it is printing I am in class A, then it is printing I am in class B. But if you see, observe, we are creating object of B. According to the constructor concept, what we know, what we have understood, if you create an object of B, then first of all this has to be executed. First B constructor has to be executed. First it should print I am in B class, then why it is printing I am in A class. So there is an important concept like super keyword here also. So that's the reason this video deserves a super keyword. So what is the meant by the super keyword here also? Because every constructor, even though if you not mentioned also, there is something called inside the constructor, there is something called like this statement. Okay, there is something like this statement. So what is meant by this statement, super keyword? So this is meant by, if you have any constructor, if you create a constructor class B, first of all it will check the super class. So what is the super class? We are extending to which class? That is A. So it will go to A, it will check, it will call the constructor of A, and it will print the what we are printing in the constructor of A. We are printing I am in class A. So that is the reason why the super class output is printed first, and that is the reason why the subclass output is printed next. So I hope you understood. Here also by inbuilt we have super keyword. Okay, here also we have a super keyword in this constructor also, but unfortunately there is no extents over here. That's the reason here this will print first. If you have extend to something, wait, I will show that also. So if I come here, if I create another class, so for the understanding purpose only, let's say this is C, and the same stuff. Okay, right, for example only I'm saying. So copy paste the same stuff and I will create a constructor that is C. So the class name and this constructor name should be the same. So should be the same, then it prints C. Now what you will do, just say extends to C, extends to C. That's it. So don't mention the super keyword and let's run it. What happens? Let's see. Oh, why it is printing I am in C? Because I said now only. Even though if you are not mentioning here, this is already there. This is given by Java only. You cannot avoid this one. So that is known as super keyword. So what the super keyword will do? Basically inside this A class, this A class, you are having in the constructor first super class. So first of all, which class you are extending, it will go there and it will execute there. That's constructor. That is in class C. So that's the reason I am in class C will be printed first. So next, after that it will see there is no super keyword. So yeah, I already executed the super keyword. Next it will print in class A. This will be printed. So finally it will from where it started. So from class B it have started because we have created only object of class B. So finally I am in class B will be printed in the terminal. So I hope you understood all this stuff. So you can see clearly over here. So there is nothing more difficult in this super keyword. So understood. So super is nothing but the parent class. Execute the parent class first. In the previous video we have seen up to the super keyword. So before that we have seen inheritance. So in this video we are going to understand what is meant by polymorphism. So this is also one of the 4 pillars of the OOPS concept in Java. So not only in Java we have in any other language we have OOPS concept. This polymorphism will be there. So what is meant by this polymorphism? Means this is for code reusability. Single object you can use for different purpose. So I will show what is meant by that. So have you ever seen this kind of syntax up to now? What we have done? No. So this kind of syntaxes will be more familiar in your polymorphism. So you can read over here many forms allowing a single action, specific context. So let's understand what is meant by this many forms. So yeah, let's see. So if you have an animal class which have a function called make sound, so you have 3 other classes of dog. One is cat, one is duck. So each one have its own one, that is make sound, make sound, make sound. So because the same thing you have extended to animal. So cat is extended to animal. Duck is the duck can able to use all functions of this animal. So our aim is to, when you call this dog, so it has to make sound, this function has to be executed, means this function. So whenever you call this function with respect to dog, then oof has to be printed. So when you call this function with respect to cat, then meow has to be printed. Like that with duck also. So basically what you can understand, with respect to what object you are calling this, with respect to what object you are calling, that sound has to be printed. So if I say I am a human, where I am, so with respect to that I have to behave. Suppose if I am in bar, I have to behave one type. So if I am in movie theater, I need to behave another way. If I am in class, I need to behave in another way. But the person is me. So the class is same, but with respect to what object it is behaving, so that is known as the polymorphism. So there are some types of polymorphism that we need to understand. So in the polymorphism, if you see, we have compile time polymorphism, we have runtime polymorphism. In the compile time, again we have 2 types: method overloading and method operator overloading. So we have already have a dedicated video on what is method overloading. You can check that video. I am giving that video in the description box. And we are going to cover, or we are going to explore this method overriding in this video. So stay tuned up to the end. That is compile time, runtime polymorphism, method overriding is. So we will explore that after this PPT ends. So I have put these code snippets over here so that you can understand first with the help of these images. So after that we will definitely quickly jump into the code as well to understand what is this live in practical as well. So if you see clearly, we have a class demo, we have main, okay, that's no problem. So in this you see we are making an object of a1. With respect to a1 we are calling make nose. So and another next we are calling we are creating an object of a2. With respect to a2 we are calling this make nose. I hope you understood. We have seen in the before slides only that when you call the make noise with respect to a1, it will print something. The objects are different, so that's why it is the function is same, but the objects are different, so that's why it prints difference. So that is known as polymorphism. So in this code snippet also you can see. So we have 2 functions, that is show. So inside the show one we are show we are passing integer. Inside this show we are passing a. So with respect to what you are passing inside the show variable, so according to that it will print whether it is an integer or whether it is a string. With respect to that it will print whatever you want in the terminal. Okay, with respect to this also, this is the last slide so that you can understand. After that we will jump into the code in the VS Code. So if you see, we have first class dog. So this is hound we are extending this extends dog class with this hound class with this dog class. So this hound can use all this void bark. So inside this hound class also we have another function called bark, but we are extending dog. So in the dog we have the bark function. In this hound also we are having hound class, also we are having bark function. So if you create an object of hound, which function will be if you call the bark function, which bark will execute, whether this bark or this bark. So this is known as method overriding, so that we will understand in this video. So method overloading, we have dedicated video, please check that. I am giving the description. This is the code that we have done in the previous session. So I have a class A, I have a class B which extend to class A. So this class B can extend all the methods of this. So basically I will, what is meant by method overriding, so that we need to understand in this video. I hope you know these concepts and all. This is basically from the previous video. Okay, now I will explain first of all what is meant by method overriding, so that you can understand the basic concepts over here. So if you see clearly, I have in class A we have method called show. In the class B which extends to A, that in that also we have method called show. So I am in, it will says I am in show class B. Okay, I will say show. Okay, class B, I am in show class B. Okay, so basically in the class A also you have show. Okay, in the class B also you have show. You are creating an object of B, and this is object. You are creating an object of B, and you are using the reference of B also. You are, then if you come here, if you call the object show, you are calling the object show. Now my question is, which show will be printed, whether this show will be printed or this show will be printed. So this is the big question, because you are extending to A. So if you can observe, we have show function here and we have show function in the class B as well. So method overriding says, if you create object of B and you are calling the object function, this show function in B, so it will check all the functions whether the show is exist or not. If show does not exist in the B class, then only it will go to class A and it will check for the show. Now I will run that, then now it will be executed because you have already show in class B. If you do not exist show in class B, it will fetch from here. So if I run and show, so you can see clearly it is showing I am in class B, because we have creating an object of class B and we are also calling the show method for class B. It first searches all the methods in class B. We have either show, it will print in the terminal. We do not have show, means it will go to the class A and it will search for the show. So first it will check all the methods in the same class. After that it will only go to the parent class. So this concept is known as method overriding. So this is one of the important concept in the polymorphism. So what if you don't have any class, or sorry, any function in the class B, but it extends to class A. So I am creating an object of B. Okay, it's right, that's right, and reference also with respect to B. Now I am calling the show function, but there is no show function in the class B. So what it will do, it will first check all the functions in the class B, but there is no function. But it will check after that, you are extending to A, it will go to A and it will check all the functions. So we have any method show called show. Yeah, we have a method called show. It will print in here show. Let's see what it prints. So I will compile and run. So you can clearly see it is printing I am in A show. So what is meant by this? Even though if you don't have any class any functions over here, if you extend, you can use all the functions of your parent class. So that is known as OOPS concept. That is known as inheritance. Basically, if you extend means that is known as inheritance concept. So I hope you understood what is meant by the method overriding. If you have same functions, whatever the object that you have created with respect to that object only, first it will check all the functions. First it will execute that functions only. If you do not have any functions in the same class, it will execute the parent class. So that is known as method overriding. Now what I want to show is, so this is very important concept. So I want to remove this one. So this is a valid syntax. Up to now what we have seen is that correct only. So this is a correct syntax. So this is known as, I will write comment here for you. So you are creating an object, that's okay, object of type B. You are creating an object B and you are creating a reference of B. That's great. That's great. You are creating object of B, means the syntax after this is equals to symbol. You are creating the reference of B, which means that this one. Now what I will do is, I will just comment out this. I hope you understood why I am comment outing is, I will suggest right now. Now what I will do is I will create a reference of B. I will say object is equals to new, and I will say object of B. If I run that, see, you are creating the reference of B, so reference of A, and creating object of B. So if I try to use the object dot show here, if I try to run that, see, it is perfectly working, and due to method overriding it is showing I am in class B. So you can see it is showing in class B because we are creating an object of B. So yeah, we have seen in the slides as well, if you are creating a reference, I said there only. Have you ever seen this kind of syntax? Means this kind of syntax now I am explaining, see very clearly. So here you are creating object of B, that's no problem. Here you have class B, you are creating object of B, that's no problem. But you are creating a reference object with respect to A. So here I will write a comment for you. So object is of type B and the reference is of type A. So basically what is meant by that, there is no issue if you do that, because the method depends on object. The show method depends on the object, not on the reference. Remember this carefully. If you want, you can mention here in the comment section. Methods depends on the object, not on the reference. So I will write that point also. So the methods depend on the object, not on the reference. So remember this point very clearly. So we have also understood this. So I will comment out this one. So I hope you understood. So the next thing that I want to introduce is, this is very important concept in polymorphism. Suppose I will create just object reference. Have you ever seen this kind of syntax? No, I think. So in the same line, always you are going to see this kind of syntax only, but I will show another kind of syntax. In the first line, you just create an object, means this one. In the first line, you just create an object reference. Yeah, I have created that. In the next, come to the next line, and you can say object. With respect to that object, you can simply create. So with respect to this object reference, you can create an object in new line. You can say new keyword, and you can say object of B you are creating. That is right. So this is a perfect syntax. So you can see you are doing in two lines. First of all, you are creating object reference. In the second line, you are creating a actual object. So actually this one only, but in two lines. Actual only, first you are creating an object up to here. Then in the next line you are saying object is equals to new object B. That's it. The same syntax, the same this one only. Here I have wrote. Why I have written like this, I'll explain. So so you have a reference object. Okay, you have a reference object. Now for first, once you created an object of B, if you come here with respect to that object only, with respect to object of reference A only, you are saying new. You can create another object of type B, and if I place semicolon in here, that's valid syntax, and you can finally call object dot show method. So this is perfectly well syntax in polymorphism. I hope you agree with me. So you can see over here I have first object reference, then I have creating a first object. So after that, with that object reference only, I am creating another object. Okay, another object this is. So I can also, so with this object reference only, I can create another object. Okay, like that, how many objects you want, you can create that many objects with this object reference. So you can simply finally you can say object dot show. So basically this means what? This means class B, and this, if you have show here, so if you say object dot show, this is for class A. Now if you run that, you can understand what's the difference. So you can see it is saying I am in class B, it is again saying I am in class B. Why it is saying two times class B? Because we are calling we are creating an object of type B. Here also we are creating an object of type B. So that's the reason it is saying two times class B. What if you change here? Let's see what happens. Oh, now it is saying I am in class A and I am in class B. So that's the reason that I want to show to you here in this polymorphism is, so this is for class B and this is for class A, this is for here, this code is for class B. So now I want to explain is, you have created a single object, not two objects. With a single object you are creating a class. So this, you are creating a first object, and with this the same object with this object you are creating another object. With this object reference, another object you are creating with that. So I hope you understood this concept. So you are calling show function here, you are calling also show function here. So these are the three types of creating an object. So first method is this, the second method is this, and the third method is this referencing method. So this is known as the polymorphism. You also understood the compile time polymorphism, runtime polymorphism, and you also understood method, what is method overriding. Now today we are going to discuss about important concept in the OOPS, that is known as abstraction. So we have already covered three pillars, that is we have four, we know already four, there are four pillars of OOPS concept. So one is encapsulation, one is inheritance, one is polymorphism, and the last one is the abstraction. So what is meant by abstraction? So I have written a comment for you, let's read it and you will understand what is meant by this after writing the code. So here the comment says hiding the implementation and showing only what's necessary. So here we can get to know a important keyword known as abstract. For the abstraction, we need to know about this keyword abstraction, not abstract. So we need to know about this keyword. So we will get to know about in a short while. So what we can do here is, so let me create a class called laptop. Suppose you are assume that you are creating a laptop. So not you are not buying a laptop. Assume that you are creating a laptop. So not laptop. Here first computer, because computer is abstract. There is no computer in the world. So there is only desktop or laptop like that kind. So this computer is an abstract concept. Means there is no computer actually in the world. We generally use laptops or desktop or PC, like that kind of thing. There is no computer. So in this, what you will do is, first of all, let me create a function called play music, because computer can play music. Okay, so let me make it a void, because it will be not going to do anything, just for demonstration, just for printing some stuff in the terminal that I am doing here. So you can simply print something in the terminal, like I can play music. Okay, in the computer I just made a class known as play music. The computer can play music. So after that I came here and I will say computer can also have files, like, so I will say void files. So there are many file operations that you can have. So file can have file deletion, file updation, and file creation, deletion, updation, and what other than what, all the operations that you can have a switch case over here, and you have multiple methods inside a complex logic also you can have. So just for understanding of this abstraction, I just made a computer class. Inside that you have just to play music. It is okay, we are implementing here only. But if you decided that you don't want to implement, or you don't know how to implement this here, your friend wants to implement or to reduce the complexity, because this files is that much big that you cannot able to handle this much code in a single class. If you do that, it becomes clumsy. You thought about that. So because there are many file operations, update, delete, how to handle when double clicked on that, and what is the type of file, whether it is a .pdf, excel, or there are many types of files. I hope you know. So someone came and decided these files I will not going to implement over here. So just what we can do, we can just simply declare over that. So in the languages like C++, we have something called the function declaration. So the concept is somewhat like that only. We can declare a function like this. So the function name is files. So you cannot simply do that. So if you want to do, so you just assume that you have declared that, and how to I will create an object and I will show the comparison difference also. So I will say computer, and I will create a object, and okay, I will say computer. So with the help of this object I will call the play music function. So there is no issue if I run here. So you can see it is printing I can play music, because we can able to call the function play music with the help of this object in the demo class. Okay, that's right, because with the help of object we can do anything because this is the object oriented programming language. But we do not have the functionality to have the file system here. So what if you can able to call with the help of this object, if you called these files also, what will be going to happen if you run that? So there is nothing, because we are not implementing anything in this here. So what if you remove this, we just declared in the other languages. If you want to just declare, you don't want to implement this, so you can simply mention a keyword called abstract. So what is meant by this abstract keyword? So basically, if you are mentioning for any function, if you are mentioning abstract means you just declaring that you are not going to implement here. In the next class or somewhere in the other class you are going to implement that, but currently in this class you are not going to implement that. Okay. So yeah, you can see error over that, and if you hover over that, you can see you can read clearly what is the error. So it is saying computer is not abstract and does not abstract method files in the abstract class. So basically it is saying that if you want to have an abstract methods, you just in this you think in this class you can only have abstract classes or normal classes. You can also have abstract classes. If you think that, you can simply mention this is abstract class. Problem solved. So if you over that, there is no problem over that. So it is saying abstract class computer extends object. So okay, there is no error in that. So basically we can see, so it is saying an abstract class we have, an abstract normal method also we have. So mind you, an abstract class can also have an abstract methods and normal methods. Now what I want to do is, suppose if I want to extend this computer to a laptop, so I will come down, I will make a class called laptop. So first I did not make a laptop, that's the reason, because the computer is a parent class and laptop is a child class. So this child class will extend the computer class. Okay, this laptop class is extending the computer class. Now it is showing error because so laptop is not abstract does not override the abstract method. So what is meant by that error? So basically you are extending what? You are extending computer. So computer is a abstract class. So whenever you are extending the abstract class, you definitely want to implement these abstract methods. If you do not, if you fail to if you fail to implement these abstract methods, it will be going to throw an error. So let me show that. If I remove this extends, see there is no error. If I do that, so it will be going to throw an error. So I will be removing this error with the help of the implementation of this method. So after implementing that method, so you can see clearly see that there is no error in this. So what I will do is, I will just will be going to implement this. So just to simply copy this, so paste it here. So just simply remove this abstract keyword. So remove the semicolon and open here. Okay, just simply mention, okay, I am okay, it seems all is good. So now there is no error, but here we have a warning. What is that warning? So if you are having a laptop class and extending to computers, it is giving an error. Why? Because we are creating an object of an computer. So let me fix that, because let me write a comment for you. You cannot create. So this is the very important thing that you need to note in your notes or like comments. In these comments you need to note down, that is very important, because you cannot able to make the objects. So this is the object, you cannot able to make the object of computer because the computer is an abstract class. So whatever you decided that you are going to make all the stuff, that you are just declaring the functions, not you are not going to implement anything in that function, then only you can able to use this abstract keyword. Otherwise you cannot use that, because don't use that, because you cannot able to make objects of the abstract class. So you have to extend that, and you need to mention definitely the methods in the other class. So but not only that, in spite of having the abstract classes, we can have other classes with other methods as well in the abstract class. So there is no issue in that, but you cannot able to make the objects of abstract class. So instead of making the abstract computer object, just simply make the laptop object. So yeah, computer reference is possible because of the polymorphism. So we can see playing music, and we can able to access the files also, because this is the type of the laptop. This is the type of the laptop class. So in the laptop class we have files also, so there is no issue. Now let's run and see what happens. So you can see we are printing I can play music, and it is playing it is doing I am doing file operations, because first of all with the help of this object we are calling this function, because even though it is abstract we can use this method, right, because this method is not abstract. So next thing is with the help of this we are calling the files. Okay, this is completely valid. I hope you understood. So what if you fail to implement this method also? Assume that, so you are mentioning that you are this is an abstract class, okay, and we have an abstract method inside that, and assume that you are not extending that abstract class, and you are not implementing this abstract class inside this also. So then this laptop also will become abstract. So even though if you are not able to implement this abstract that abstract method in the abstract class here, so then this laptop also will become the abstract class. So you need to implement this and the other class. So you in this, so let's say update a laptop. Okay, this updated laptop will be extending to the laptop. This updated laptop will be extending to laptop. It is showing error because, so as this is abstract class, basically it need to implement all the methods in the abstract class. It is extending. So if you go to the computer, it has an abstract class, but it is not implementing here. So definitely you need to implement over here. So you can simply say here also, you can mention public. So this is the way how you deal with abstract classes. So assume that you have, and as this is the abstract class, you can have abstract methods in this as well. So assume that you have another operations. So come here. So copy this, paste here. Assume that you have another operations like office. So you have operations called office, but you are not implementing the method over here. You just mention the method. So you need to definitely make the function over here. Otherwise, it will be going to return an error for this updated laptop. So for that, I will just simply reuse my code. So say office. So in this office, you are just simply going to say office. I hope now you understood. If you declared any abstract methods, definitely you need to have definitely implementation of that abstract methods in the concrete class. So this is known as concrete class. So this is known as abstract class. This is known as abstract class. This is known as the updated laptop is known as the concrete class. So why it is known as concrete class? Because we definitely need to implement the files and office. So it's not like that you definitely have this abstract method here only. So you can just simply cut it here. You can have multiple abstract methods in a single abstract class. So not only that, you can implement in the updated laptop because we are extending that with the two parent classes. So this is the ultimate parent class. Computer is the ultimate parent class. So this is the parent class. This is the child class. So in the child class also you can implement that method. So there is no issue. But you need to implement that. That's main motto. So if you run that, see it's showing error because you don't want to create this laptop. Rather than you need to create an updated laptop because we have updated our laptop. Now this updated laptop has feature of this office as well because this laptop class is abstract now because it is not able to implement the files because we have declared in here files. We are extending laptop with the computer, but we are not implementing this abstract method. So we are extending with the updated laptop. So I have changed here also. Now let me run that. So you can see it is showing I can play music, I can have files, but we are not having that. So office function. So let me create for that office. Okay, there is no issue here. So let me run that. So you can see I can play music, files, office. So this is the way, this is known as abstraction in the Java. I hope you understood. Now let me read this comment. Hiding the implementation and showing only what's necessary. So what is meant by this comment? So basically you are hiding all the implementation, all the function implementation or all the logic of the function here, and you are implementing all the logic of the function in other class, that is laptop, or in the child class, that is in the other class as well. So that is known as hiding the data. This abstraction is very useful for the hiding of the implementation and implementing in other class. So that is the main use case of the using abstract keyword. So here abstract keyword is very important or useful for this abstraction. So hi guys, in the previous video we have covered about abstract class. So I thought that this is the right time to discuss about interfaces because the interfaces is the just concept just next after the abstraction concept. So basically, yeah, I will zoom out a little bit so that you can see it clearly. So what we have done in the previous class we have created two abstract classes. One is computer and one is laptop. So for your understanding purpose, I will just remove this here, laptop extras. So this also I will remove, updated laptop. Okay. Yeah, you can understand this. Cannot be able to create the object of abstract class. I hope you know this. So I will simply remove this one. Okay. So we just had a abstract class known as computer. Okay. Or let's say for simplicity, let's say. So what I am saying is you just have a abstract class named DB. So here DB means database. For example, I am creating these methods for your sake. So in the DB, what you have? In the DB you have files, and in the DB you have add operation. In the DB you can have, you are not implementing here, just you have functionalities. what were the functionalities or what the methods that you are going to implement. You just in the designing only you are going to design all this stuff and you are going to have the implementation. So you are going to have config. Okay, let's say MongoDB is this the DB connection that you are making. Okay, as this is abstraction and the class name is DB. In this DB you all this stuff. Okay, now my question is, you just declared here. Okay, you just declared here, you are not defining the method over here. So that is known as data hiding, and with the help of this abstract keyword we can achieve this kind of thing, and we can have in the other function so that we can implement that these functions. So that is the basic concept of abstraction. We have understood in this previous video. That's not a problem. Then what is meant by this interface? So interface is nothing but just remove this abstract class, remove this abstract class. So just mention interface. That's it. Now you can only have the implementations of all the functions in the abstraction in the interface. Now you don't call this as abstract. You can just simply call it as interface. And now you can remove this public abstract as well in all the methods. See, there is no error because this is an interface. You just that it already know about this, even though if you not mention that it is a public abstract, because this is an interface. You are going to have all the methods inside this as public abstract. You're not going to implement here. You are going to implement in the other class. So now what I will be going to say is, I will come here and I will say suppose class, because that is DB, we need to connect that. Okay, so this is a simple class. What you want to do is you want to implement all these functions in this connect class. So for that you just need to say that here we are not going to say extends, because here we are not going to say inheritance. We are going to have, for the interface we are going to say implements, and finally let's say DB, because we are going to implement the DB class. So as DB is interference, we are going to just implement the DB. So as this is not the inheritance, we are not going to say extends, we are going to say implements keyword, and in the implements keyword we are going to say DB. After saying implements DB, it is showing error. Why it is showing error? Because we are not implement these three methods. If you hover over that, it will be going to say connect is abstract, does not override abstract method. So basically you can simply click on this quick fix. So it is what it is. We can simply say implement all abstract methods, simply click at that. So it will be going to show all the abstract methods. So for your understanding purpose, I will just simply remove this. So the basic motto you understood now. So the motto is, if you have the connect which is implementing the DB, you just definitely need to have all the method implementations inside that. So that's the reason first it is showing error. So that the override I will explain in the future videos what is meant by that. So for the simplicity purpose I just removed that. So you can see at override I annotate. Okay, we have implementation of files, we have implementation of add, we have implementation of connect. Now so you can also have the right click and source action. You can simply get that even though if you're not getting suggestions, simply right click that, you can click source action. Inside this you can get all the method implementations. You can simply use that source action as well. So you can simply the shortcut also you can use. If you simply hover that, it will show, and you can simply click on quick fix. So it will be directly going to implement all the functions that are in the interface that you are implementing in this connections class. So just for simplicity I am printing all the stuff in the terminal. I will try to print that. Now what I will do in this main demo class is, so I will basically try to create a class an object for that. So simply say object reference. So A is the object reference. So after creating an object reference, you can simply create actual object of, so not here A, we have the class name as. So basically I already said before, because as DB is abstract class, you cannot able to make the objects of abstract class. You can have the reference of the abstract, that's no problem, but definitely you need to make the object of which one. I need to make the object of the class of the concrete class. So in the interfaces also we call it as a concrete class, that is known as connect. So we will make the object for the connect. So with the help of this object we can able to call all the methods, so that you can think of. So I can say what are the methods we have: files, add, config. So I will say so add. So this is fine. So now if you want, if you can run, so I will add the final object also object dot, so add completed, this completed, so files is remaining. So if you try to print that, So it is printing add config files because we have created interface. Inside that interface we are creating three abstract methods. So in the implements class, we are implements class, that is connect, we are implementing all the methods inside this. So there is no issue. So if we can what if we have to have a variables inside the interface. Suppose, let's say you have some variables like, suppose assume that you have a password here. You're just trying to have some variables inside this db. So why it is showing error? Because you cannot have able to have the variables like this. You have, if you want to mention, that is two types of variables is possible in interfaces. One is final and static. Means you definitely want to mention your password over here. So I will simply mention my password. So there is no error over here. So don't make your passwords like 123. It is very simple password, just for a demonstration purpose. Your db password is just I am saying here. Suppose your, let's say, string. So because you cannot able to have in this format. In this format you cannot able to have in the interfaces, because this is interfaces, you cannot leave like this. If you declare the variables, you definitely need to have a final or static. So for that purpose you definitely need to access that. So as those are final or static, you can simply come here in the main class or main demo class. You can simply say, as those are final, if you want to print that, you can simply say with the help of the class name. What is the class name? Class name is db. So with the help of that db, you can see username, or you can see the password, that is yours. You can see the password, you can see the username. So I want to see the username. So as those are final, you can simply see the username and password in the terminal. So I hope you understood from this video what is meant by. So we have understood the abstraction. So I will say implement interface. So interface is nothing but just the extension of the abstract keyword. So in the projects and all big projects, you will be definitely going to see these kind of interfaces, because you don't know what is the first implementation. You just declare all the functions. What functionalities? What are the functionalities that you want to implement in the future, and some keywords that you want to keep some constants, so that if you want to have some variables like this, you can have variables, otherwise remove the variables. And all the functions, the methods that you want to have just declaration purpose, you can keep all of them in the interfaces. So after that, you need to use the implements keyword, and you need to extend the interface, and you need to implement all the functions here. So today we are going to see about what is meant by inner class. So this is weird, right? So we have seen about, up to now we have seen all about the classes, how to create objects of all these things, all this stuff. Now we are going to understand class inside a class. So this is where, let's try it out. So we will definitely going to have some fun in this video. So you can, yeah, before starting I will just, so first of all I will just simply quickly create a class called A. Inside this class A, so yeah, let me create a variable. So let's say age. Let me take some value. So that's quite normal, right? So I also have a class. Inside this A class, I will just simply going to have some function. Let's say. So is there an issue? I think there is no issue, because up to now we know inside this class we have variables and methods. That's no issue. But now, as we are going to explore the inner classes, I will say with these variables and methods in a class, you can also have another class called your wish. You can also have another class inside a class. So this is completely valid in Java. This is known as inner class inside a class. Suppose inside this you have variables, methods, same as this here also. So this is possible. Inside this also you can have whatever the variables you want, you can have in this fashion. But for the understanding purpose, I will remove this variable. I will just keep this method. So I will name this method as show, or you can name it as according to your wish. So I will simply say config. So to demonstrate something, I will just print something in the terminal so that you can understand what is meant by inner class. So I will simply have I am in the show. For the understanding purpose, I just printed this thing. I will just copy this here. I will just paste it also here for understanding purpose. Okay. So this is completely fine. We have created another class known as class B inside this class A. So after that we will come here, and what we will do, we will create an object for the class A. How we will create that? So you will say A. So A object new A. So this is the way how you declare object for A. This is quite normal. And if you want to print, if you want to call this function with the help of this object, how you will do that? That's a simple. So you will just say object dot show. So that's the simple method that you can use with the help of this object. Next, if you want to have this object, means if you want to create an object for this class, or if you want to have this config, how you do that? So that's a quite tricky matter, because this is not normal class. This is the class inside a class. This is inner class. So how you will create an object of inner class? So let's try the normal way. So let's say object2 is equals to new object, so not object, new B. So this is not working, it is showing error. So it is saying cannot find symbol B, because this class B is not normal class, not anymore, it is an inner class. So for that, this is not the way you can do that. So as this is the class inside the A class, so the reference you need to take in this fashion, and still it is showing error, because so for the making of this object, you need to have an object for the A. So now it is showing quite clear, because as B is the inner class, so for the making of the object of the inner class, you need to have the object of A. You can see we have make object of A, and with the help of the object of A, we can create the object of B, that is inner class. I hope you understood. Now with the help of this object 2, I can call the object 2 dot what is this? This is config, because this is inside class B, right? So for that purpose only I have created this inner object. So simply say config. So now you can see there is no issue over here. So this is completely fine and perfect. So now if you run that, yeah, you can see that. So this is the simple concept that is known as the inner class. So I hope you know about inner class. So simply have another class. So this is the way how you create an inner object. So simply no other than that. So hi guys, today we are going to discuss a concept known as wrapper class. So what is meant by wrapper class? So in the previous videos or in the basic Java, we have understood what is meant by int. So we have known about double, we know about float, we know about character. So that basically we will declare with the char. So these are known as primitive types, what I am writing here. So we have a separate dedicated video what is meant by data types, like that dedicated video. So we have seen these are known as primitive types. So I'll write in the comment section primitive types. So okay, we understood about primitive types. If you want to declare some integer, you will say int num and is equal to, you will declare some 20 or like that, that is your wish. So basically this is the primitive type. Int is a primitive type. This is inbuilt in Java, and here you are declaring num as a primitive type. Okay, that's good, well and good. Now what I will say is, that's very important, every primitive type has its own class. Let me repeat, every primitive type has its separate class, so that we can able to create for every primitive class an object. Suppose we have int here, we have double here, we have float here. So like that, every primitive type we have some classes. So suppose if I want to show like text .txt, for example, in this text file I have something to show. So you can see in this you can see. So this is the primitive type, this is the wrapper class. So basically what is meant by wrapper class is, suppose if you have any primitive type, corresponding to this primitive type you have a class called the same thing. Suppose if you have int, you have something class known as integer. Suppose if you have byte, you have something class called byte. Short, for the short short primitive type, you have something called short. So like that, long, float, capital, that is capital letters, you need to remember that. So for the double also you have something class known as double. So let also see with the help of the practical way. Suppose if you want to have the wrapper class, so like that, so you are going to say integer. So what is the integer you are going to have? So I will say num2, so I will name it as num1. So what you are going to have in this num2? So basically in this num2 I want to store new. So I am going to say integer. In this integer, what I will be going to say is, I will say 20. Okay. So that's good because this integer is a class. So up to now what we have seen, so we are declaring class in the top, but now as this integer is inbuilt in the Java, we are see this is coming from java.lang, so that is no need to import. So if you can see final class integer, this is a wrapper class. Okay, so inside this wrapper class we have all the stuff. Okay, we have understood this. So I am creating a new object. If you use the keyword new means you are creating new keyword and integer. In that integer you are going to pass some integer. So if I print that, so if I come down, so come here and compile and run, so there is an warning, but ultimately it is printing the value 20 in the terminal. So why it is showing the warning, I will show, because if you see warning, because this syntax is deprecated, you can, means you can use this syntax, but no one in the industry is using this kind of syntax. You can simply say 20 here, there is no issue here. So otherwise you can simply, you already have the num1, if you pass the num1, if you compile and run, so there is no issue 20 is printing here, because you are converting the num1, as the num1 is primitive, you are converting this num1 to an object. So remember, when you are creating anything with the help of this new keyword, means you are creating an object. So that object, this is num2 is the reference, and this is known as object. You can also have like this one also. This is also a complete valid syntax. This is new syntax as well. If you run that, so there is no warning as well, because this is the new syntax. You can directly use the num1 here. So this num2 as the reference object of the type integer. Okay, now I hope you understood. So this is known as the wrapper class. So not only that, you can also have the double as well. Okay, for the double I will say num3. So in the num3 I will again store the num. Okay, let me remove that. Okay, let me try to typecast to that. Okay, let me typecast. After the typecasting, so if you see a small changes, I can also use the double class as well. So if you hover that, you will see all that stuff about the double class. So whatever I have mentioned in that in this txt, you can see all this stuff. So these and all things is known as the wrapper classes. So integer we have. So now we are able to explore the double class. So I hope you understood about this integer class. Basically what this wrapper classes will do, this wrapper class will take a normal primitive type, it will convert to an object. So we can use whatever the stuff we want in the terminal. So if you want to print the num3, you can also use the num3, and if you want to print that, so you can see it is printing normal 20, it is also printing 20.0, because we are converting, or we are using with the help of this double wrapper class. So I hope now all these now make some sense with the help of what is this wrapper classes and all. So this is known as boxing. So basically you are converting one primitive type to one object. So this is known as boxing. So if you use the previous syntax, like so the previous syntax as I showed, the new keyword and making an object, inside this object if you pass the num, so the syntax is valid, but this is the deprecated syntax, so this is known as boxing. You are converting primitive type to the object type, so this is valid, but no issue. But what if you want just like this? So this is known as auto boxing. Why it is known as auto boxing? Because you are converting the primitive type to the object type, so this is known as auto boxing. Suppose if you want to convert back, so how you can do that? Let me show that. So come here, I will say let me say into 2. So you want this num2 back to an integer and 2, okay, or num2, let's say num2. How can you do that? So basically you can say int. So basically what I am trying to say is now you converted here the primitive type to the object type. So after converting that, again you want this object type to the primitive type, that is num3 normal integer, normal primitive type if you want. So what you can do is take this num2, here you have declared the object. So object dot, you can use this method. So what is that method? Int value. So basically this int value will convert the object type to the normal primitive type. If you try to print that, if you try to print that num3, that is normal primitive type, so there is no warning, there is no issue, because So here we are printing the object. So 20 is that value. Okay, no problem. Here we are printing normal primitive type. So this is known as unboxing. Why it is showing error? Because this kind of syntax is deprecated. So if you want to convert some object to the normal primitive type, so this is known as unboxing. But as this syntax is deprecated, you can remove this one. So you can simply have this value only. So this will directly able to convert this object type to the primitive type. So this is known as auto unboxing. So this is known as auto unboxing. So these two concepts are very very important. So in this video what we understood is how to convert a object, and vice versa also we have seen how to convert a primitive type with the help of. So this is the important concept, that is with the help of wrapper classes, how you will convert an object to the primitive type and a primitive type to an object. Now you might get a doubt. So what is the use case? Why we are doing all this stuff? Why are converting object to the primitive type type the object? We can just simply do with the help of this the primitive types only, right? So now I will show so that you can understand very clearly with the help of the string. So basically we all know string is a class. String is a class. So I will say string. Suppose in the string you have 12. Unfortunately, actually in the real world data, suppose whenever you get some data in the type of a string, so basically inside you have integer, but this is the format of string. You want to convert to the integer. So how you do that? So let's say int, say num. So you need to have the integer wrapper class. So say dot. So inside this wrapper class, you can call all the methods. So there is something method known as parseInt. So you can use this parseInt. So inside this parsing you need to pass some string. So pass the string. That's it. Our job has been done. Now let me print that, but not in the string. So let me print normally in num. If I compile and run, so you can see it is printing normal integer. So if I want to print normally, see it is showing error because here num is not there. Let me print the string. So let me compile and run here. So both prints 12, but here 12 is a string, here 12 is an integer. I hope now you understood what is the main use case of using the wrapper classes. So these here include the string as well. So okay, for the string wrapper class is directly we can say string is a wrapper class itself. So with the help of this string, so you are creating a string of 12. So you want to convert, you are going to use the integer and you are going to do parseInt. So what if you want to convert not to the integer, if you want to use the double, so you can use simply the double, but a small issue with here, you need to have the variable double here. So make the spelling correct. The same stuff, basically the same stuff. So if I remove this here, now if I compile and run, if I compile and run, so it is printing 12. So in this fashion, if you want to convert anything to the wrapper class, just use with the help of these capital letters and you can use all the methods. You can convert with the help of parse double. You can convert this string to the integer, this double format, and you can print. So this is known as the wrapper classes, the use case. Hi guys, now we are going to see a important keyword in Java, that is known as final. So now in languages like C, C++, we use some keyword like const. So there const means it's a constant. You cannot change that value throughout the whole code. So if you fix that value, that's it. So in this Java also we have something keyword known as final. So you can use the final keyword with the variables. You can use the final keyword with the methods, and you can use the final keyword with the classes as well. Now let us see what one by one. So where you can use the final keyword with the variables. So let us understand where you can use that. Suppose if you declare a variable, suppose say num is equals to, let's say 20. So after coming to the next line, if you said num is equals to 30, okay, and in the next line if you say you are going to print something, I will print that in the terminal, the num I will print and see is that correct or not. So if I compile and run, it is just printing 30, there is no issue in that. But so because you are changing here, you are changing this actual num, because first it is 20 and after that you are changing it to the 30. But what if you don't want to change this 20 and num, it should be final. So final means in the other language I already said you will mention const, but in the Java you will mention the keyword final for the variables. So final variables cannot be changed. So you can see over here it is getting error over here only. So what the error we will read first, so we will understand. Cannot assign a value to the final variable. So we cannot assign, so that's why you remove that, because final that is 20, the num is 20, you cannot alter that. So if you run that, so you can see that final the num value is 20, that is fine. So this is the final keyword with the variables, because this is the variable, right? This is the variable, so we are using the final keyword with the variables. Now we are going to understand the final keyword with the help of with the classes. How you can use these classes? Basically, you can use the final keyword to stop the inheritance. So final keyword. So final keyword is used before the class name to stop the inheritance. So suppose let us say, so class, I have class A. Okay, this is class A. Now if I come and if I say class B, that extends. See, we have no issue in that because class B extends class A. There is no issue because due to inheritance. So whatever the methods inside the class A can be inherited in the class B. So there is no issue in that. But what if you don't want that? Because someone in the class A, if you have some important connections, you have password changing, password editing, show the suppose if let us say public void show let's say public. While entering the password, there you can get an option called icon I button. If you click that, your password will be visible to you. So what that is meant that, so to see the password, so I made a function called show password. So when I am extending class B, someone will come and here and inherit your features from the class A, because this is the class. Anyone can use your class because it's already there in the same file or another file. That's no problem. So someone can come and extend your your class, and they can simply use your method. So that's they can change this method. So you should not do that, or they can view this password. So to stop the inheritance, simply to stop, what you can do is simply mention the final keyword here. That's it. So after mentioning the final keyword, you can see error over here. If you hover that error, what it will be going to say is, so cannot inherit it from final, because the final is final. That's it. You cannot inherit, because if you want to stop inheritance for the class, you can use the final keyword. So this is the use of the final keyword in the classes. So the next one is the final keyword with the methods. This is used to stop the method overriding. So the final keyword with class is used to stop the inheritance, and final keyword with the method is used to stop the method overriding. So what is meant by that? So suppose I have some function over here. Let me say the function is show. Okay, so I will just for understanding the method overriding, just I will remove the final keyword. So what we are going to do in this final, so the return type is void. So mention the void. So in this show, what I will do is, so I will print something in the terminal so that you can understand. So let us say by Charan. Okay, after this you are going to have some important function. Okay, let us say I have some important function like creating, not creating, addition. Oh, let's say creation. So you have an important function called something creation, and change the name creation. Okay, this class A will implement two things. One is the username who is created that created function. So and second function will show the actual what is created. Now someone will come and create B, that will extend A. Now here I will come, and due to method overriding, he will say, okay, again he will say show function by some, say suppose by other username, like let's say John, not John, some, let's say Kumar. So let's say this Kumar will come, and he will create a function called the same function show, and here he will come and create an object of his. So let's say he created object of B. Okay, this is like a perfect valid syntax, because we have a class B, we are extending to A. Now what he will do, he will just simply say, we have two functions, right? We have show function, we have creation function. So he will call, with the help of this object, he will call show. Okay, he will call show, and we will also call the creation. Okay, he will call the creation. Now what is the issue with the method overriding is, suppose If I compile and run, then you can understand. So after compiling and run, you can see clearly it is not printing by Charan and created. It is just printing by Kumar and created, because some random user came and created a class B which extend my class, that is A, and inside that he just mentioned the class name as my class name. So he mentioned the method name as show. So here also he mentioned the method name as show. Inside this method name show, he mentioning his name because he is the author. So I am to change the author, he's mentioning his name, and after that he's using my function creation, and in the creation he's printing created. So I don't want that, because why he is using my function creation. So I don't want the credit to go for him by Charan, because created by Charan, but credit is taken by Kumar. I don't want that, because this is known as method overriding. The same function name, the object that you are creating. So this is class B, you are creating class B object also for the class B. So but you are calling the object for show and creation from the A class C. Creation is not there in the B class, creation is there in the A class, so your creation calling from here. So that is the reason I don't want that. To stop the overriding, you can simply say here after this public you can say final. That's it. So after saying that, you can see here we are getting an error. So overridden method is final, you cannot have an function for that overriding the final method. So basically you cannot declare that, it is showing the error. So these are the three ways of using the final keyword. One is with variables, that is constant. One is with classes to stop inheritance. One is with methods to stop overriding, that is for methods. I hope you understood this video. So remove this method. So hi guys, today we are going to understand what is meant by upcasting and downcasting. So before understanding that, we want to understand a small concept that is known as typecasting. So in the primitive data types, you already know what is typecasting. So quickly I will show a demonstration what is meant by typecasting. Suppose let's say you have an integer called num, and that is value is 20. Suppose you want to convert that to double. So let's say num2. Okay, num2. So if you simply assign the num value, it will be going to say nothing. But if you compile and run, what happens? Let's see. So we are not printing anything. So let me print something in the terminal so that you can see all the stuff happening or what happening here. So I will print num2 on the screen. So basically it is converting to the double and it is printing in the terminal. What if you reverse that? So basically if you have a num is equal to some value, say let's say here 4.5. So let's say you have a double num that is 4.5. If you want to convert to num and say integer as num2, oh, there is an error. If you declare a double, if vice versa is correct, because there is no issue, you can have 20 as 20.5, both are same, 20.0, both are same. Now if you have a double value, if you want to convert this double value to the integer value, this is not possible. Why it is not possible? Because if you convert this 4.25 to the integer, it will be going to lose 0.5 and it will be going to return only 4 as our output to the num2. So for that purpose, okay, it is showing error directly. Okay, we want that, but no problem if I lose the data, but I want that operation to be happen. So simply I can typecast that value to the integer. So it just will. So if I compile and run, you can see I am losing 0.5, but I am still able to get this thing. So this is known as typecasting. This already we have known the stuff. Now why I am saying repeating this again, because we need to understand a small concept here. So with the help of in the objects also, wait, let me remove this. In the objects, as Java is a object oriented programming language, in the Java also we have something for the objects also. We can typecast the objects. So how can we typecast the objects? So let me see. Let me show that. So before showing that, so this is the typecasting and downcasting. Okay, upcasting and downcasting. So I have created a class named class A, and I have created a class B and extends to class A. So these and all stuff we are seeing from many videos from the past 3 videos. So in the class A, we are declaring a method we are declaring, that is show1, and in the class B also we are declaring one method called show2. Now here the main thing that you want to understand is it is printing in the A show, and in the B class we are printing in the B show. There is no problem because we are creating 2 classes, and in the B class we are extending to A. So up to here any problem? I hope there is no issue up to here. So I will come to here. In this main method I will be going to create an object of A. I will say obj1, so there is no issue, is equals to, I will say new keyword. So with the help of this new keyword I will create an object for the A. So if you see, whenever you say new A, That means object is created for the parent class, that is A. If you want to access the method obj dot, so if you want to access the method show1, you can simply say show1. That's it. That will be going to execute this method and this will be printed in the terminal. So there is no issue. So for that purpose I will be going to remove this one. Okay. So there is no issue up to here because you are creating an object of A, and so you are creating an object of A and the reference is also A, and you are calling that method. So basically it will be going to print in the terminal. So it is showing I am in show A, so you can see. Basically it has to print I am in show A. Now what if you convert the this is known as so object is of type A and the reference is of type A. So there is no issue. For your sake, I will take into another row and I will comment out this for your understanding purpose only. Okay. The first line is the object is A. This is the reference is A, and here we are getting for object also A. Now in this line, what I will say is the object is B. Here you can see the object is B and the reference is A. The reference is A. So object is B and the reference is A, because with the help of the class B we can able to access the show1, because we are extending that due to inheritance it will be printed in the terminal. So we can access with the help of this object, we can access the show1. So let me run and see. So perfect, it is working perfect, so there is no issue in that. Now what I want to show is, so what is the upcasting and downcasting, that we want to understand. So with the help of this object, if you try to want to access the show2, oh, it is showing error, because you are creating the type of the reference is what? The reference is A. The reference is A. This one. You are creating an object of B, but you are creating the reference of A. Due to that, what happens, it does not know, the A class does not know even the B exists. The parent class does not know what is meant by the show2 method. That's the error. If you hover over that, it can say cannot find the symbol show2 because variable object of type A. So here you declared the object, this object of type A. So basically this class A does not know what is meant by show2. So even though we are creating the object of B, so we can able to access the show1 because show1 is extended with B. But if you reference with B only, we can able to access the show2. Okay, if you run that, what happens? Let's see. Okay, it's printing both A and B because we are creating an object of B and the reference of B here, and the object is also B, so there is no error. So I will change it back to A because this is dynamic method dispatch. In that concept this will come. We can create an object of one type and we can have the reference of other type. Okay. Now what I will be going to say is, if you mention this kind of syntax, so even though if you are not mentioning, so this is known as upcasting. So it will be indirectly even though if you are not mentioning, this syntax is there. So no problem. If you are not mentioning also, this syntax is there. So this is known as upcasting. So I will write here for you. So this is known as upcasting because the class B is going to class A. So you can see the child class is going to search for the show1 in the parent class. So this is known as the typecasting. So for the typecasting, upcasting, you are going to mention like this. Okay. And how you can access the show2, because show2 is in the B class, but you are creating the reference of class A. So even though you are mentioning, not mentioning, this is does not make any sense because that will work because that due to dynamic method dispatch. Okay, now I will show what is meant by downcasting. That is very important. So what I will do is, I will create an object. I will say object1. So in the object1, I will be going to assign this object. So I will explain why this error occurring. So I will say with the help of the object1, I will try to call the show2 function. See, there is no error with the object1. You can call the show2 method. There is no error in that. But you can see error here because object is of reference A. Okay, object is of reference A, but you are trying to assign this object of reference A to the object of reference B, but you are creating an object of new reference object 1. So this is not possible. So this is the issue, like we have seen before, the double to int. That's understood. You can remember. So whenever you try to convert from the double type to the integer, we need to go to typecast. Like here, what you will be going to do, you will mention it here. So here also, if you want to typecast, you want to typecast with like this here, because the object obj is of reference A. So obj of reference A, here you are going to convert, or you are going to downcast to the child class, that is B, and you are assigning with the reference of B again in the object1, and you are calling object1 with the show2 method. Now if I try to run that, it will be successfully running. So we can achieve with the help of the a reference only, and with the help of the downcasting we can able to achieve the show to method also. So this is known as the downcasting. Okay, I hope you understood what is meant by upcasting and downcasting. Basically, you can simply use this kind of syntax. The upcasting you can without mentioning also it will work due to dynamic method dispatch. But this kind of the allocation will not work because the issue like double and it the same issue like here also. So you have object of reference A, but the reference you want to change to B. So yeah, this is the reference. So this is the way that you can access these methods as well. Hi guys, in this session we are going to explore what is meant by the types of interfaces and the functional interface. So before that, in the previous video we have understood what is meant by interfaces in Java. So basically what this interface will do, it will implement all, it will not implement all the functions. We are just going to declare all the functions in the interface, and in the other classes we are going to implement the functions. So that is known as the interfaces. So that only the definition, main definition written over here. You can see the contract based behavior, and where are these interfaces are, you can see that abstraction, the multiple inheritance, we are going to use these interfaces. Now let us explore. So if you have class for the abstraction or for the inheritance, you are going to use this extends keyword for the other class. If you have a class, if you want to use the interface, you need to use the keyword implements. For the interface and interface, you need to use the extends keyword. So I hope you know this. So the next one is the main important concept for this video is what are the types of interfaces, and in this you can see the in between one, that is SAM interface. This is very important for this video. So you can see there are three types of interfaces. The first one is the normal interface, and the second one is SAM, that is the full form is single abstract method. I will repeat it again, abstract method interface. This is very important, or this is also known as functional interface. And the last one is the functional interface. So what is meant by these interfaces? So if you see this, if you observe the first one, that is normal interface. So according to the normal interface, you can declare how many the functions you declaration if you want. So you can see that I declare two functions over here, peek, remove. So like in this fashion, you can declare how many functions that you want in the same row. So in the other hand, if you come to the functional interface, so this is very important. You can only declare one function in that. So you can see I declared only one function over here. So you cannot declare more than one function in this. So why this kind of syntax we are using, why these functional interfaces are very useful means, so suppose you have a use case that for the specific task you need to implement only one function. That function is very, very important. Or for the if you want to implement threads also, these functional interfaces are very, very useful. So the last and final one is the marker interface. So once you use the marker interface, if you use the marker interface, so you're not going to declare any functions inside that. Then what is the use of this? So we have some uses. There are some uses you can check out that. So but these marker interfaces also used in the industry, that is interface without any methods. Okay, this functional interface is interface with only one method. So if you see, I came to the VS Code. Now what I will say here, so in my file I just have a class demo class, and in that I have main class, so main method, sorry. So I will come here and I will be going to have an interface. So I will name this interface as A. So in this interface, what I will be going to do is I will be going to create an, okay, even though if you not mention this as public abstract, so even though if you are not mentioning this public abstract, this is completely valid syntax because you are declaring this in the interface. So I hope you understood this, why I am writing simple void show. Okay, now what I will be going to show you is, first let me show you the normal interface. So what is meant by normal interface? You can declare how many methods you want. So suppose I will say I already have the, so config. Okay, you can see I have two abstract methods over here. So this is known as the normal interface. So no need to mention above, there is something known as annotation. So on the top of this interface, you can mention @ and you can say normal. So at the top of that the sentence, you can mention @ symbol, and you can mention the annotation that you want. So basically what this annotation means, if you have any like not errors, so to reduce the errors, we will be mentioning the first itself, that is the annotation. So after that we are going to mention some stuff over here in the same line. So that is known as annotation. For the functional interface, we are going to have the annotation. We will see that. So this is known as the normal interface. Now what I will be going to do is I will come down and I will say class, another class. So I will name it as B, and I will say implements. So implements, I will be going to implement a class. Now what you will be going to see is it is showing error because we are not implementing that interface, because we have two methods over here, we are not implementing that. So it is showing error, that's why. So I will what I will show is, you can simply hover over that, and you can quick fix it is asking implement all the abstract methods. So I will click that. So you can see it is showing some annotations. I said before only. So this kind of syntax is known as annotations. So to avoid the errors, basically we are going to have this kind of annotations at the rate override. So if you remove that, so there is no problem, but okay, it's okay to have annotations, but it is showing warning. That's the reason. So what the warning it is showing, add at the rate override annotate. So basically those are known as annotations. So you can add or you cannot, means you, if that is your wish. So now I will be going to add that. So if you have some function known as show in this here also, then what it will be going to do, it will be due to method overriding, it will be consider this only. If you come here and if you create the object of b only, so I will say object, and I will say new with the help of the new keyword, and I will create the object of the b class, and that's it. So that's a simple method. But if you, with the help of this object, what if you call the show method? So due to method overriding, so it should not happen. So that's the reason you are mentioning at the rate overriding. So this is the safety precaution. That's why you need to have the annotations. Okay, I hope you understood. So this is known as the normal interface. Now what is meant by the functional interface? So if you want to understand the functional interface, it is nothing but just if you see, just you need to implement only one method. So I will mention a annotation. That's it. It becomes all our. So you can see the solution. So the functional interface, you can click that. It will be going to coming from java.lang. If you click that, so basically what it will be going to say is it is showing error, because as this is the functional interface, you are going to have only one method. So one method means you are going to have one method, only show or only config. That is your wish, but you need to have only one. You need to have only one method. That is your wish. You can have config or you can have show, but here also it is showing there is no show method. So I will just simply remove that. Okay, I hope you understood. So if you want, just I will simply remove over here, because I will be going to implement this interface. This functional interface means only one method directly with the help of this object. How? With the help of the anonymous inner class. So basically what you are going to see clearly. So after creating this object, so this is known as object creation. Okay, after the object creation and before the semicolon, you are going to come here and you are going to mention this curly braces. So like this you are going to mention. So this is known as anonymous inner class. So in this anonymous inner class, whatever you want to do, you can perform all the class actions. Suppose in the class what I will going to do. So I want to going to implement this function, because it is showing error here. You can hover over that, it will say. So class B, okay. So there is no class B. Now we can simply make the object of A, because we are just having only one interface. I just for understanding purpose I showed you. So I have an interface. For the interface I have created an object. For that object I am creating an anonymous inner class. So in this anonymous inner class, what I will be going to have is the implementation for this function. So what I will be going to do is I will be going to create a function so called public show void, the same function that I need to have here. So config. So you can see the warning and error has been suppressed over here. So I will simply call this config function here. So in this config function, if you want to show something, so I will say system.ln.printout to print something in the terminal. So I am in the. So that's it. So what you are basically doing is you are creating a functional interface. What is meant by functional interface? The interface which contains only one method. So there are some other use cases with the help of these functional interfaces. Why someone need to have only one method inside a interface instead of having multiple methods, like you can have multiple methods like show as well. So no, you cannot have this, because you are implicitly mentioning functional interface. So if you remove this functional interface, that is known as normal interface. So that will allow how many abstract methods that you want, that is absolutely allowed. But once you have this functional interface, you need to definitely have only one method inside there. It has its own implementations. So I quickly came here and created a new object for the A class only, A interface only. So with the help of this anonymous inner class, so I created just that function. Due to that is because definitely need to implement it, because that's an interface. So if you run that, so it is saying I am in the config. So I hope you understood what is meant by functional interface, which have only one method inside that. So in this session we are going to understand what is meant by the Lambda expressions. So in the previous video what we have understood what is meant by functional interfaces. So the interface which contains only one method or one function, that is known as the functional interfaces. So what is the main use of these functional interfaces, that we are going to understand with the help of these Lambda expressions. So in the previous video we have seen up to here. For this interface A, we are creating an object of reference A, of object type A, and with the help of this anonymous from here to here. So this is known as anonymous inner class. So basically, if you want to declare variables or functions inside this, you can do for the object A. Okay, I am declaring only one function here and using that one function here. If you not use that, it will be going to throw error. Suppose if I remove G, so it is showing error because as this is the anonymous inner class, we are definite as this is the function interface. As this interface, we definitely need to implement that. Otherwise, it will be going to throw error. Now, what is meant by these lambda expressions? So you can see this is somewhat a large code. So large means for this context this is small, but actually in the industry, if you see that big codes can be shortened or more. How can you shorten this code as well? With the help of the lambda expressions. So see, the function name already we have no, that is config. So then why we definitely ultimately we will be going to implement this config in the anonymous inner class or the other class. Like you can say the class name, and you can say the class name you can say class name only, and you can say B, the class name B, and you can say implements, and you can say A, and you can implement this here. So you can say public void show, the same stuff basically. So what I'm trying to say is, now you can implement this interface with the help of the other the keyword called implements A in the other function, the other class. So that is one way of implementing. Or if I remove this here, you can also implement with the help of this anonymous inner class. So basically this is also a kind of class, but it will be directly after the A, after you are creating an object, and before the colon that you put. So if I want to, so what is meant by lambda expression, you already know what is meant by the config. So as you already know the class, the function name that you want to implement, so from the new keyword you are going to remove up to here, because you already know up to the function name. So remove up to here. So that is after this circular brackets, you can put this kind of symbol like an arrow. So this shows what is meant. This is known as the lambda expression. Then also it is showing error. Why? Because in this process you are going to remove one extra arrow also. Where is that extra bracket? So this extra bracket you are removing because you are starting to remove from here to up to this here. So in this process, if you observe clearly, you are removing this curly braces. So the curly braces is linked with these curly braces. So first of all, for your understanding, I will remove these curly braces first. So from up to here to here, I will remove. So after these braces, so after this, I will be going to put an expression like this. So if you see, it is after that I removed that how much small is the code. If you have only one statement, you can simply remove these curly braces also, and bring this printing statement to the one line. So you can see how much small the code is. So with the help of these lambda expressions, your code becomes very small and easy. Now you can get it out. So what is the use of these functional interfaces if the code is shortened? So suppose if I reuse my code as of I copied, and if I come down and if I say another function interface B, okay. So what I'm trying to say is, if you have this kind of syntax, if you have multiple interfaces like multiple functions, let us say you have show config, you have okay, then if you have show, then it is showing error because this is the functional interface. If I remove this functional interface, now this kind of syntax is invalid. You cannot use the lambda expressions. So let me clear here for you in this comment. So lambda expressions is only for the functional interfaces. Before that, I will be going to have the functional interface back, and I will be going to have a comment here for you, that is for functional interfaces. So this lambda expressions is only valid for the functional interfaces. It is not valid for the non-functional normal interfaces. So for the functional interfaces, you are going to have only one method inside that. So I will remove that one another method. So you can see, so this is functional interface. So this is another functional interface. So assume that you also want to implement this also. So how can you do that? So just simply copy in another line, and you can rename it to another object name, and you can simply I am in config B. So this is one function interface, this is one function interface. So you can able to distinguish, because this is the object of A and this is the object of B, class B. Okay, it will be going to print in object A, this will be going to print in config B. But so I will remove because there is no issue of that. So you are also going to call with respect to object B, because you are creating here object B. So with respect to object B, you are going to call this config, okay, because you are all having config here also. So if I try to print that, so you can see this printing I am in config A. So it is printing that I am in config A, and again it is printing I am in config B. So I hope you understood what is the main use case of having the interface. So I already mentioned in the previous video what is the use of this function interface. So this is the one of the use of function interface. So with the help of the lambda expressions, you can shorten the code like this. And if you want to interface, if you have only one method here, you can use the lambda expressions. If you have more than one method, let me say like if I copy here, or if I simply come here, if I say interface C, okay, interface C, if I say config again here, if I declare another function here and also another function here called show, then you only say how you, this is the normal interface. So let me write comment for you. This is the normal interface. Now you only say as these two are the function interfaces, so there is no issue. You can use with the help of this simple lambda expression, you can shorten your code. Okay, this is no problem. This is very well and fine, good, because only you have one function config go here. If you want, you can change the name, that is no problem. But with the help of these normal interfaces, you cannot have the lambda expressions. Why? If I come here, if I duplicate this, okay, if I say C, it is saying error, because you cannot use this lambda expression, because you are having more than one method to implement in the lambda expression. So if you have like that, you cannot if I say like this, multiple statements also, if I come down, if you want multiple statements also, there is no scope of having these normal interfaces inside this the lambda expression. So if this lambda expression is not possible, then how you can implement this the normal interfaces that we have already seen in the previous video. Now for your understanding also, I will show you once again. So you can have this kind of syntax, so there is no issue in that. So you can have this kind of syntax, so there is no issue, because you are creating a new object. But as this is a normal interface, you definitely need to implement these two methods. So it is that's why reason it is showing error. So I am going to have the anonymous inner class. So inside this I am going to say public, so void show, not show, show I have. So before, so I will implement the config. So I will just reuse my code. I will copy that and I will paste here. So in spite of having config, I will say show here. So I hope you understood. Now I can have this is for the normal interface, these two are for the these functional interfaces. So I hope you understood that with the help of the lambda expressions, how you can shorten your code with like this here. So in the previous video, we have understood what is meant by lambda expressions and the functional interfaces as well. So for your understanding purpose, just I will be going to remove these two as well, because that's now not in case. So in this video, what we are going to understand is, so if you have a return type, how you will mention in this here lambda expression, or if you want to pass some variables, how you can pass the variables. Suppose let's say this config will accept an integer called let's say I. Okay, this config will accept an integer. Now how can I pass integer over here? So you can simply say int I. So int I or int I, anything that is your wish, which can accept some variable. Okay, then if you want to call this one, so if you want to show that also, you can concatenate with the plus I. Okay, there is no issue in that. And if you call with the obj a, if you call that config function inside that I will going to pass 5. So there is no issue, because in this function interface I am accepting for this function I am accepting an argument, and inside this also I am passing an argument. So simply I am accepting here, so it will be going to print in the terminal. So let's see it is printing or not. So it is successfully printing 5 over here. So if I remove this text also, you can able to see clearly, or you can simply remove this and all. So I am 5. Okay, so after you run, it is saying I am 5. Okay, so it is perfectly working when you are passing some integer value in the lambda expressions as well. Now what I am going to say is, what if you want to return some value? Suppose if I, instead of having this config, so I will say this as add function. So here also I will be going to say add function. Okay, that there is no issue. Inside this add function, what if you pass 2 values? Okay, so here also if you want to accept 2 values, int j I will say. So there is no issue. Here also you are going to say int j. So here what I am doing is, you are basically accepting 2 values in the add method, because you are going to add the 2 variables, that is I and j. So basically with the help of this object a, you are going to pass 2 values, that is 5 and 5. So there is no issue. So inside this add method also you are accepting 2 values. So in the system here, what we can do is, you can simply, so let me have this curly braces. Inside this curly braces, what I will be going to say is return I plus j. So I hope there is no issue in this. So I will be going to wrap. So I will say enter result, and I will store in this result. Okay, So basically I am creating an object and I am creating an integer and I am trying to store this in the integer. Now after this method you are going to have this semicolon, so there is no error now. So function what you will say is you can simply have the system.println and inside this you can just simply say result. So I have just did nothing, just if I clear the terminal, if I clear the terminal, if I run that, so basically you can see it is printing 10 in the terminal. So what is meant by that? So first we see passing on argument, next we are seeing how to return type that. So basically you can simply have this kind of result and you can print that, so there is no issue. So here the return type is not void, so basically it is an integer. Okay, so the return type is integer. So in this also, if you say if you're not saying like this, you can simply return that. Okay, you can simply return that and you are not going to print that. Okay, say control X, so just returning that. So whatever you are getting output from here, you can simply say like integer, so you can say simply result is equals to. So in this fashion also you can say, and you can simply print that result. Now if I run that, so you can see the same output. So whatever the way that you are performing, so there is no issue, but remember that. So even though if you are not mentioning this return keyword, so let's see what happens. So even though if you are not mentioning this, so I will remove this braces, curly braces. So let me remove this one as well. So you can see there is no, I am not returning, I am not mentioning the return keyword as well, but it still works because it's automatically what you have only one method called add. So what one method will do, it is return type is integer. So if you are not returning anything here, it will return 0, but you are returning I plus j, so that's okay. If you did not mention this integer, it will be going to work. If you not mentioning this integer as well, it will be going to work. Why this will be going to work? So let me run and show you so that you can able to understand. So it is printing 10 again. If I change the values as well, so if I say 20 and then the next number if I say 30, so if I run that, so it will be going to say 50. So this perfectly works because so as we are accepting here integer type and here also integer type, so it automatically know it is here integer, and the value coming here is an integer. Hi guys, in this session we are going to understand what is meant by the exception. So there are many types of exceptions. So let me explain some of the exceptions so that you can understand the code part very easily. So we have compile time errors, and the next one is we have runtime errors, and the next one is we have logical errors. So in these three, what we can handle is the compile time errors, because if you mention how you can know compile time errors, spelling mistake as well, it is showing it is the compiler. So how you are getting this error, because this is known as compile time error. While you are writing code only, it will be going to show what is the error. So you can simply handle this compile time error, that is no issue. Then so I will come to the runtime errors, but you can so this logical errors is also one of the difficult errors to be solved, but you can handle these runtime errors. So ultimately the logical errors is the error that you need to solve by yourself, that there is no issue in the code itself. But what is if you there are errors something like you are dividing in the runtime. So user is, suppose what if user is giving the input at the time the error is coming. So if I show with the example, you can get to know. Basically with the runtime errors, it will stop all the execution after also. So if I say I have an integer called I, so I have declared an integer. If I say 20 by I, okay, there is no issue in that. Now if you understand, if you try to understand, just I declare two variables. The first variable is I, the second variable is j, but the value of j is 20 by I. Now suppose if I come here and if I try to print something in the terminal, so here if I say something like j, so there is no issue, it will be going to print something in the terminal. So what if I pass the I as 2? Is there an issue? There is no issue. If I compile, wait, I will clear the terminal first. If I compile and run, you can see there is no issue, it is printing 10 in the terminal. So what if I pass the I as 0? So you can see there is no warning, there is no compile time error, that is meant that there is no issue in the compile time. So when you are running, it will show the runtime error. So if I run that, so it is throwing an exception in thread main, that is arithmetic exception. So what is meant by this arithmetic exception? Basically you are trying to divide with 0, this is not possible in any language. So basically if you have another printing statement as well, in this printing what I will say is I will say hello. So basically you are having this statement, in this first statement you are trying to access the value which is undefined, because here you are dividing with 0. So after that I am printing the word hello. If I try to again recompile that, so it is just throwing an exception at me, but it is not showing this one as well. But what if I, so what is meant by this? So you have some execution, but you are not handling it. So that is the reason after the execution, after that whole execution has been stopped, you can see there is no hello printed in the terminal. So that's the reason we need for this kind of things we need to handle the exception. So now how you can handle this exception? So for the critical statements, like, so for this kind of critical statements, you are going to have something called try statement. Okay, what this try will do? So basically, it unfortunately giving the catch statement also. So I will explain this catch statement before. So first of all, I will move the try block into this here. So after this try block, if you tried this statement, okay. So one by one, all lines are executing. This line also will be executed first. So what if this line fails? So this critical statement, if this execution throws some execution throws, so what you can say? So basically, if this throws some error, you are going to catch that. You are going to catch that with some error statement, and you are going to have some execution here. Inside this catch, you can have exception, and you are going to name this exception as E. Okay, there is no error here. So inside this, you can perform whatever the operation that you want. So inside this, I can say, so that is your wish, whatever the custom message that you want to print, that you can print, and along with that side, so I am going to see what is the error. So here E means the error. So I am going to see what is meant by the error also. So if I see, first it will try the statement. So it says this is 0. So this exception will be thrown, and the what is the exception, it will print in the terminal, and it will not stop. So wait, I will remove this stuff, because we are trying to accept the same statement as well. So it will print something in the terminal, and we are going to accept, going to get hello in the terminal as well, because we are accepting the exception, and we are handling the exception. So after the execution, it will not stop, and it will going to execute all the statements. So if I compile and run, it will be, see, it is saying something went wrong, and with the error as well, it is saying arithmetic error. So after that, it is saying divide by 0. So there is more advantages if you handle the exception in this format. So basically, if you hover over that, you can see exception is a class. So this is extends to throwable class. Okay. So we have understood what is meant by this try catch block. So inside this catch block, you are going to have a class known as exception, and which extends to throwable, and it will be going to catch the error as E, and it will be going to print the what is the actual error. So what if you can actually have exact error? So why you're printing something went wrong? You can just simply say like cannot be divided by 0, but don't do that, because you don't know what is the error. So something, you have many errors, like many exceptions you can have. Example, I can say like, so this is known as the arithmetic exception, but you can also something like suppose if I say an array I have, suppose if I say the array name is nums. Okay, if I say the array name is nums, so inside that if I directly declare 5 elements, so okay, if you say clearly I have an array of 5 elements, so 0 1 2 3 4 5. So if I try to want to access, so if I come here, and if I which is at the 6th position, so you can see clearly we have 0 1 2 3 4. We have only 4 positions in this array called nums, but you are trying to access here. But basically it will be going to throw an error called this message. It will not see this as well. So if I print something like if I say my custom message, if I say this message, so basically if I not printed that output, if you see what happens, see, it is printing cannot divided by 0. Yes, it is correct. So yeah, basically I will try to comment out this, so that you cannot get this one, and you are going to have the array inbound outbound array, that if I try to print that, so again it is saying cannot divided by 0. It is not that error. It is not that exception, because that exception is another exception. If you want to see the correct exception, that what is the correct exception, so basically I will come back. So if I try to comment out this, and I am actually catching this error, and if you want to if you see that, so it is saying something went wrong, and after that it is saying array. Here if you see array index outbound exception. Basically you have many types of exceptions. So to handle that all that kind of exceptions, you are going to have all many catch blocks. So if you come down, and you can also have another catch block. So inside this catch block, you can customly accept one kind of, you can say you can have arithmetic exception as say let's say E. Okay, you can catch only arithmetic exception. So if you got the arithmetic exception here, you are going to have here only. So whenever it sees the arithmetic exception here, first it will be going to handle this block. So if you want to see that, so I will come here. So I will say system.println. So inside this, cannot divided by 0, cannot. So this is the custom exception. So how you can handle the catch block for the arithmetic exception. So basically I remove the comments, so you can see actually this is the arithmetic exception. So if I try to run that, you can see. So okay, it is printing cannot divided by 0. If you want to see what is the actual issue also, you can simply print this also. If you try to run that, so you can see it is printing actual the issue also. It is saying arithmetic exception cannot divided by 0. So like that, this exception is a class which will handle all the things. So in general we will use this. For the custom exception we will use this. So not only that, we can have the other kind of exceptions as well. We can have array outbound. So you can see array index outbound exception. We can also have this kind of exception, and we can simply say, so basically according to your requirement you are going to pass. If I again try to print that the same thing, array outbound. So if I try to access the nums of 6, so it will be going to throw me an array outbound issue. So if I try to comment out this, now you can see it will be not going to execute this, it will be not going to execute this, it will just print array is out of bound issue. So like that you can customize the catch block. So whatever the requirement that you are using, according to that requirement you can print the same. What is the issue, according to that you can print. So if you don't print this, no problem, you can only have this exception class as well. So here exception is a class, it is coming from java.lang. okay, you can see class. So here array.bound is also a class which is coming from java.lang. okay, you can see that. So if I try to run that, so you can see clearly now it is printing array is out of bound. So like that you can handle the custom array error messages. That is your wish. Okay, so I hope you understood this one. This for your understanding I will remove this one, array out of bound, and I will remove this array as well. So what if you want to print something else other than this printing here? So you can simply come here, and so in this try block I will remove from this one, and I will keep this integer as well. So this is the arithmetic exception. So instead of having this print statement, what I will be let it be there. So instead of having that, what I will be going to say is j is equals to, so I will say j is equals to, so let's say 20/1. Whenever if you see this kind of exception, whenever this try in the try block, if you have the I is 0, if you have this condition, when this arithmetic exception happens, you can handle this kind of situation. You can handle like this. Okay, so I will say int. Okay, I will handle in this fashion, and I will print the j. So basically what I am doing is, instead of printing something else, you can handle the exception like this. You can print whatever in the catch statement, whatever the block you want to execute, you can execute all the stuff in this. So see, whenever I am getting 0 or arithmetic exception here, I am trying to assign this statement, and I am trying to print this stuff. 0 is the default value, you can see. So you can also remove this stuff as well, and if you try to print that, so it is saying default value is 20, you cannot print by 0 and hello. So whenever you have an exception, you can simply print something else, or you can have an exception handling like this in this fashion. So that is according to your requirement. And not only that, so if you have this kind of error, so what you can say is simply you can say throw new arithmetic exception. So inside this we are going to have an value. So okay, so basically what in this try block, whenever you got this kind of, so whenever if you have this kind of issue, whenever if you are whenever in the try block, if you have this exception, so you can use this keyword called throw, so new keyword, and you can call this arithmetic exception. So this arithmetic exception will accept an argument, and it will going to call this catch block. So inside this catch block this will be printed. And not only that, if you have basically what this throw statement will do means, it will be going to call this catch block. So now if I run that, you can see, so before that we are not throwing this one, so it will be directly going to call this. Okay, so with the help of this throw, whatever the custom error exception you can throw, that is your ways. So not only that, if I want to throw another thing, that is the exception. So if I just throw a normal exception, what if I compile and run, you can see it is printing again this value. Why it is printing again this value? Because here exception is of type cannot be divided by 0. So that is the reason it is again going to arithmetic exception, and it is printing here. So if I remove this, and what if I try to run again? So if I try to run again, it is saying something went wrong, and it is saying arithmetic exception. So before that I am accepting the arithmetic exception as E, and I am printing that cannot divide by 0, and I am printing in the terminal. Now you are not accepting that custom exception, and you are just accepting as E exception. So you are throwing an error always through exception. So it will be going to call this as the way. So this is the way how you use the try catch block. You can use multiple catch blocks also. So this concept is known as exception. So I hope you understood this video. Thanks for watching up to now.